A Boy's Essay on Girls by Unknown. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothman. A Boy's Essay on Girls by Unknown. Girls are very stuck-up and dignified in their manner and behavior. They think more of dress than anything, and like to play with dolls and rags. They cry if they see a cow in a far distance and are afraid of guns. They stay at home all the time and go to church every Sunday. They are always sick. They are always funny and make fun of boys' hands, and they say, "How dirty." They can't play marbles. I pity them, poor things. They make fun of boys and then turn around and love them. I don't believe they ever killed a cat or anything. They look out every night and say, "Oh, ain't that moon lovely?" There is one thing I have not told, and that is, they always know their lessons better'n boys. End of A Boy's Essay on Girls by Unknown.
Choice Recipes by Miss Maria Parloa, specially prepared for Walter Baker and Company Limited. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Plain chocolate. For 6 people, use 1 quart of milk, 2 ounces of Walter Baker and Company's Premium No. 1 chocolate, 1 tablespoonful of cornstarch, 3 tablespoonfuls of sugar, and 2 tablespoonfuls of hot water. Mix the cornstarch with 1 gill of the milk. Put the remainder of the milk on to heat in the double boiler. When the milk comes to the boiling point, stir in the cornstarch and cook for 10 minutes. Have the chocolate cut in fine bits and put it in a small iron or granite ware pan. Add the sugar and water and place the pan over a hot fire. Stir constantly until the mixture is smooth and glossy. Add this to the hot milk and beat the mixture with a whisk until it is frothy. Or the chocolate may be poured back and forth from the boiler to a pitcher, holding high the vessel from which you pour. This will give a thick froth. Serve at once. If you prefer not to have the chocolate thick, omit the cornstarch. If condensed milk is used, substitute water for the milk named above and add 3 tablespoonfuls of condensed milk when the chocolate is added. Chocolate Vienna Style. Use 4 ounces of Walter Baker and Company's vanilla chocolate, 1 quart of milk, 3 tablespoonfuls of hot water, and 1 tablespoonful of sugar. Cut the chocolate in fine bits. Put the milk on the stove in the double boiler, and when it has been heated to the boiling point, put the chocolate, sugar, and water in a small iron or granite ware pan, and stir over a hot fire until smooth and glossy. Stir this mixture into the hot milk and beat well with a whisk. Serve at once, putting a tablespoonful of whipped cream in each cup and then filling up with the chocolate. The plain chocolate may be used instead of the vanilla, but in that case use a teaspoonful of vanilla extract and 3 generous tablespoonfuls of sugar instead of 1. Breakfast cocoa. Walter Baker and Company's breakfast cocoa is powdered so fine that it can be dissolved by pouring boiling water on it. For this reason, it is often prepared at the table. A small teaspoonful of the powder is put in the cup with a teaspoonful of sugar. On this is poured 2/3 of a cup of boiling water, and milk or cream is added to suit the individual taste. This is very convenient, but cocoa is not nearly so good when prepared in this manner as when it is boiled. For 6 cupfuls of cocoa, use 2 tablespoonfuls of the powder, 2 tablespoonfuls of sugar, half a pint of boiling water, and a pint and a half of milk. Put the milk on the stove in the double boiler. Put the cocoa and sugar in a saucepan and gradually pour the hot water upon them, stirring all the time. Place the saucepan on the fire and stir until the contents boil. Let this mixture boil for 5 minutes, then add the boiling milk and serve. A gill of cream is a great addition to this cocoa. Scalded milk may be used in place of boiled milk if preferred. For flavoring, a few grains of salt and half a teaspoonful of vanilla extract may be added. Chocolate layer cake. Beat half a cupful of butter to a cream and gradually beat into it 1 cupful of sugar. When this is light, beat in half a cupful of milk, a little at a time, and 1 teaspoonful of vanilla. Beat the whites of 6 eggs to a stiff froth. Mix half a teaspoonful of baking powder with 2 scant cupfuls of sifted flour. Stir the flour and whites of eggs alternately into the mixture. Have 3 deep tin plates well buttered and spread 2/3 of the batter in 2 of them. Into the remaining batter stir 1 ounce of Walter Baker & Company's Premium No. 1 chocolate, melted, and spread this batter in the 3rd plate. Bake the cakes in a moderate oven for about 20 minutes. Put a layer of white cake on a large plate and spread with white icing. Put the dark cake on this and also spread with white icing. On this put the 3rd cake. Spread with chocolate icing. To make the icing, put into a graniteware saucepan 2 gills of sugar and 1 of water, and boil gently until bubbles begin to come from the bottom, say about 5 minutes. Take from the fire instantly. Do not stir or shake the sugar while it is cooking. Pour the hot syrup in a thin stream into the whites of 2 eggs that have been beaten to a stiff froth, beating the mixture all the time. Continue to beat until the icing is thick. Flavor with 1 teaspoonful of vanilla. Use 2/3 of this as a white icing, and to the remaining third add 1 ounce of melted chocolate. To melt the chocolate, shave it fine and put in a cup, which is then to be placed in a pan of boiling water. Chocolate cake. For 2 sheets of cake, use 3 ounces of Walter Baker & Company's Premium No. 1 chocolate, 3 eggs, 1 cupful and 3/4 of sifted pastry flour, 1 cupful and 3/4 of sugar, half a cupful of butter, half a cupful of milk, half a teaspoonful of vanilla extract, 1 teaspoonful and a half of baking powder. Grate the chocolate. Beat the butter to a cream and gradually beat in the sugar. Beat in the milk and vanilla, then the eggs already well beaten, next the chocolate, and finally the flour, in which the baking powder should be mixed. Pour into 2 well buttered shallow cake pans. Bake for 25 minutes in a moderate oven. Frost or not, as you like. Chocolate marble cake. Put 1 ounce of Walter Baker & Company's chocolate and 1 tablespoonful of butter in a cup, and set this in a pan of boiling water. Beat to a cream half a cupful of butter and 1 cupful of sugar. Gradually beat in half a cupful of milk. Now add the whites of 6 eggs beaten to a stiff froth, 1 teaspoonful of vanilla, and a cupful and a half of sifted flour, in which is mixed 1 teaspoonful of baking powder. Put about 1/3 of this mixture into another bowl and stir the melted butter and chocolate into it. Drop the white and brown mixture in spoonfuls into a well buttered deep cake pan and bake in a moderate oven for about 45 minutes. Or the cake can be baked in a sheet and iced with a chocolate or white icing. Chocolate glacé cake. Beat to a cream a generous half cupful of butter, and gradually beat into this 1 cupful of sugar. Add 1 ounce of Walter Baker & Company's Premium No. 1 chocolate, melted. Also 2 unbeaten eggs. Beat vigorously for 5 minutes, then stir in half a cupful of milk, and lastly 1 cupful and a half of flour, with which has been mixed 1 generous teaspoonful of baking powder. Flavor with 1 teaspoonful of vanilla. Pour into a buttered shallow cake pan and bake for half an hour in a moderate oven. When cool, spread with glacé frosting. Glacé frosting. Put half a cupful of sugar and 3 tablespoonfuls of water in a small saucepan. Stir over the fire until the sugar is nearly melted. Take the spoon from the pan before the sugar really begins to boil, because it would spoil the icing if the syrup were stirred after it begins to boil. After boiling gently for 4 minutes, add half a teaspoonful of vanilla extract, but do not stir. Then set away to cool. When the syrup is about blood warm, beat it with a wooden spoon until thick and white. Now put the saucepan in another with boiling water and stir until the icing is thin enough to pour. Spread quickly on the cake. Chocolate glacé. After making a glacé frosting, dissolve 1 ounce of Walter Baker & Company's Premium No. 1 chocolate in a cup and put it with the frosting, adding also a tablespoonful of boiling water. Chocolate Biscuit. Cover 3 large baking pans with paper that has been well oiled with washed butter. Over these dredge powdered sugar. Melt in a cup 1 ounce of Walter Baker & Company's Premium No. 1 chocolate. Separate the whites and yolks of 4 eggs. Add to the yolks a generous half cupful of powdered sugar and beat until light and firm. Add the melted chocolate and beat a few minutes longer. Beat the whites of the eggs to a stiff, dry froth. Measure out 3/4 of a cupful of sifted flour and stir it and the whites into the yolks. The whites and flour must be cut in as lightly as possible and with very little stirring. Drop the mixture in teaspoonfuls on the buttered paper. Sprinkle powdered sugar over the cakes and bake in a slow oven for about 14 or 15 minutes. The mixture can be shaped like lady fingers if preferred. Chocolate Wafers. Grate 4 ounces of Walter Baker & Company's Premium No. 1 chocolate and mix with it 2 tablespoonfuls of flour and 1/4 of a teaspoonful each of cinnamon, cloves, and baking powder. Separate 6 eggs. Add 1 cupful of powdered sugar to the yolks and beat until very light. Then add the grated yellow rind and the juice of half a lemon, and beat 5 minutes longer. Now add the dry mixture and with a spoon lightly cut in the whites, which are first to be beaten to a stiff froth. Pour the mixture into buttered shallow pans, having it about half an inch thick. Bake in a moderate oven for half an hour. When the cake is cool, spread a thin layer of currant jelly over one sheet and place the other sheet on this. Ice with vanilla icing, and when this hardens, cut in squares. It is particularly nice to serve with ice cream. Cinderella Cakes. Use 2 eggs, 1 cupful of sugar, 1 cupful and a quarter of flour, 1 gill of cold water, 1 tablespoonful of lemon juice, 1 teaspoonful of baking powder, 1 ounce of Walter Baker & Company's Premium No. 1 chocolate, half a tumbler of any kind of jelly, and chocolate icing, the same as for eclairs. Separate the eggs and beat the yolks and sugar together until light. Beat the whites until light, and then beat them with yolks and sugar and grated chocolate. Next, beat in the lemon juice and water, and finally the flour in which the baking powder should be mixed. Beat for 3 minutes, and then pour the batter into 2 pans and bake in a moderate oven for about 18 minutes. When done, spread 1 sheet of cake with the jelly and press the other sheet over it, and when cold, cut into little squares and triangular pieces. Stick a wooden toothpick into each of these pieces and dip each one into the hot icing, afterwards removing the toothpick, of course. Chocolate Eclairs. Into a graniteware saucepan put half a pint of milk, 2 well-rounded tablespoonfuls of butter, and 1 tablespoonful of sugar, and place on the stove. When this boils up, add half a pint of sifted flour and cook for 2 minutes, beating well with a wooden spoon. It will be smooth and velvety at the end of that time. Set away to cool, and when cool, beat in 4 eggs, 1 at a time. Beat vigorously for about 15 minutes. Try a small bit of the paste in the oven, and if it rises in the form of a hollow ball, the paste is beaten enough. Whereas if it does not, beat a little longer. Have tin sheets or shallow pans slightly buttered. Have ready also a tapering tin tube with a smaller opening about 3/4 of an inch in diameter. Place this in the small end of a conical cotton pastry bag. Put the mixture in the bag and press out on buttered pans, having each eclair nearly 3 inches long. There should be 18, and they must be at least 2 inches apart, as they swell in cooking. Bake in a moderately hot oven for about 25 minutes. Take from the oven, and while they are still warm, coat them with chocolate. When cold, cut open on the side and fill with either of the following described preparations. Filling No. 1. Mix in a bowl half a pint of rich cream, 1 teaspoonful of vanilla, and 4 tablespoonfuls of sugar. Place the bowl in a pan of ice water and beat the cream until light and firm, using either an egg beater or a whisk. Filling No. 2. Put half a pint of milk into a double boiler and place on the fire. Beat together until very light 1 level tablespoonful of flour, half a cupful of sugar, and 1 egg. When the milk boils, stir in this mixture. Add 1/8 of a teaspoonful of salt and cook for 15 minutes, stirring often. When cold, flavor with 1 teaspoonful of vanilla. Icing for Eclairs. Put in a small graniteware pan half a pint of sugar and 5 tablespoonfuls of cold water. Stir until the sugar is partially melted and then place on the stove, stirring for half a minute. Take out the spoon and watch the sugar closely. As soon as it boils, take instantly from the fire and pour upon a meat platter. Let this stand for 8 minutes. Meantime, shave into a cup 1 ounce of Walter Baker & Company's Premium No. 1 chocolate, and put it on the fire in a pan of boiling water. At the end of 8 minutes, stir the sugar with a wooden spoon until it begins to grow white and to thicken. Add the melted chocolate quickly and continue stirring until the mixture is thick. Put it in a small saucepan and place on the fire in another pan of hot water. Stir until so soft that it will pour freely. Stick a skewer into the side of an eclair and dip the top in the hot chocolate. Place on a plate and continue until all the eclairs are glacéd. They will dry quickly. Do not stir the sugar after the first half minute, and do not scrape the sugar from the saucepan into the platter. All the directions must be strictly followed. Chocolate Cookies. Beat to a cream half a cupful of butter and 1 tablespoonful of lard. Gradually beat into this 1 cupful of sugar, then add 1/4 of a teaspoonful of salt, 1 teaspoonful of cinnamon, and 2 ounces of Walter Baker & Company's Premium No. 1 chocolate, melted. Now add 1 well-beaten egg and half a teaspoonful of soda dissolved in 2 tablespoonfuls of milk. Stir in about 2 cupfuls and a half of flour. Roll thin and, cutting in round cakes, bake in a rather quick oven. The secret of making good cookies is the use of as little flour as will suffice. Chocolate Gingerbread. Mix in a large bowl 1 cupful of molasses, half a cupful of sour milk or cream, 1 teaspoonful of ginger, 1 of cinnamon, half a teaspoonful of salt. Dissolve 1 teaspoonful of soda in a teaspoon of cold water. Add this and 2 tablespoonfuls of melted butter to the mixture. Now stir in 2 cupfuls of sifted flour, and finally add 2 ounces of Walter Baker & Company's chocolate and 1 tablespoonful of butter melted together. Pour the mixture into 3 well-buttered deep tin plates and bake in a moderately hot oven for about 20 minutes. Vanilla Icing. Break the white of 1 large egg into a bowl and gradually beat into it 1 cupful of confectioner's sugar. Beat for 3 minutes, add half a teaspoonful of vanilla extract, and spread thinly on the cakes. Chocolate Icing. Make a vanilla icing and add 1 tablespoonful of cold water to it. Scrape fine 1 ounce of Walter Baker & Company's Premium No. 1 chocolate and put it in a small iron or graniteware saucepan with 2 tablespoonfuls of confectioner's sugar and 1 tablespoonful of hot water. Stir over a hot fire until smooth and glossy. Then add another tablespoonful of hot water. Stir the dissolved chocolate into the vanilla icing. Chocolate Profiteroles. Shave into a cup 1 ounce of Walter Baker & Company's Premium No. 1 chocolate and put the cup into a pan of boiling water. Make a paste the same as for eclairs, save that instead of 1 tablespoonful of sugar 3 must be used. As soon as the paste is cooked, beat in the melted chocolate. When cold, add the eggs and beat until light. Drop this batter on lightly buttered pans in round cakes, having about a dessertspoonful in each cake. Bake for about 20 minutes in a moderately hot oven. Serve either hot or cold with whipped cream prepared the same as for filling No. 1 for eclairs. Heap the cream in the center of a flat dish and arrange the profiteroles around it. Chocolate Ice Cream. For about 2 quarts and a half of cream, use a pint and a half of milk, a quart of thin cream, 2 cupfuls of sugar, 2 ounces of Walter Baker & Company's Premium No. 1 chocolate, 2 eggs, and 2 heaping tablespoonfuls of flour. Put the milk on to boil in a double boiler. Put the flour and 1 cupful of the sugar in a bowl. Add the eggs and beat the mixture until light. Stir this into the boiling milk and cook for 20 minutes, stirring often. Scrape the chocolate and put it in a small saucepan. Add 4 tablespoonfuls of sugar, which should be taken from the second cupful, and 2 tablespoonfuls of hot water. Stir over a hot fire until smooth and glossy. Add this to the cooking mixture. When the preparation has cooked for 20 minutes, take it from the fire and add the remainder of the sugar and the cream, which should be gradually beaten into the hot mixture. Set away to cool, and when cold, freeze. Chocolate Cream Pies. Beat to a cream half a cupful of butter and a cupful and a quarter of powdered sugar. Add 2 well beaten eggs, 2 tablespoonfuls of wine, half a cupful of milk, and a cupful and a half of sifted flour, with which has been mixed a teaspoonful and a half of baking powder. Bake this in 4 well buttered, deep tin plates for about 15 minutes in a moderate oven. Put half a pint of milk in the double boiler and on the fire. Beat together the yolks of 2 eggs, 3 tablespoonfuls of powdered sugar, and a level tablespoonful of flour. Stir this mixture into the boiling milk, beating well. Add 1/6 of a teaspoonful of salt and cook for 15 minutes, stirring often. When cooked, flavor with half a teaspoonful of vanilla extract. Put 2 of the cakes on 2 large plates, spread the cream over them, and lay the other 2 cakes on top. Beat the whites of the 2 eggs to a stiff froth, and then beat into them 1 cupful of powdered sugar and 1 teaspoonful of vanilla. Shave 1 ounce of Walter Baker & Company's Premium No. 1 chocolate and put it in a small pan with 2 tablespoonfuls of sugar and 1 tablespoonful of boiling water. Stir over a hot fire until smooth and glossy. Now add 3 tablespoonfuls of cream or milk and stir into the beaten egg and sugar. Spread on the pies and set away for a few hours. Chocolate Mousse. Put a 3-quart mold in a wooden pail, first lining the bottom with fine ice and a thin layer of coarse salt. Pack the space between the mold and the pail solidly with fine ice and coarse salt, using 2 quarts of salt and ice enough to fill the space. Whip 1 quart of cream and drain it in a sieve. Whip again all the cream that drains through. Put in a small pan 1 ounce of Walter Baker & Company's Premium No. 1 chocolate, 3 tablespoonfuls of sugar, and 1 of boiling water, and stir over a hot fire until smooth and glossy. Add 3 tablespoonfuls of cream, sprinkle a cupful of powdered sugar over the whipped cream, pour the chocolate in a thin stream into the cream, and stir gently until well mixed. Wipe out the chilled mold and turn the cream into it. Cover and then place a little ice lightly on top. Wet a piece of carpet in water and cover the top of the pail. Set away for 3 or 4 hours, then take the mold from the ice, dip it in cold water, wipe, and then turn the mousse out on a flat dish. Chocolate Charlotte. Soak a quarter of a package of gelatin in 1/3 of a cupful of cold water for 2 hours. Whip 1 pint of cream to a froth and put it in a bowl, which should be placed in a pan of ice water. Put half an ounce of shaved chocolate in a small pan with 2 tablespoonfuls of sugar and 1 of boiling water, and stir over the hot fire until smooth and glossy. Add to this a gill of hot milk and the soaked gelatin, and stir until the gelatin is dissolved. Sprinkle a generous half cupful of powdered sugar over the cream. Now add the chocolate and gelatin mixture and stir gently until it begins to thicken. Line a quart Charlotte mold with lady fingers, and when the cream is so thick that it will just pour, turn it gently into the mold. Place the Charlotte in a cold place for an hour or more, and at serving time turn out on a flat dish. Chocolate Bavarian Cream. For 1 large mold of cream, use half a package of gelatin, 1 gill of milk, 2 quarts of whipped cream, 1 gill of sugar, and 2½ ounces of Walter Baker & Company's chocolate. Soak the gelatin in cold water for 2 hours. Whip and drain the cream, scrape the chocolate, and put the milk on to boil. Put the chocolate, 2 tablespoonfuls of sugar, and 1 of hot water in a small saucepan, and stir on a hot fire until smooth and glossy. Stir this into the hot milk. Now add the soaked gelatin and the remainder of the sugar. Strain this mixture into a basin that will hold 2 quarts or more. Place the basin in a pan of ice water and stir until cold, when it will begin to thicken. Instantly begin to stir in the whipped cream, adding half the amount at first. When all the cream has been added, Dip the mold in cold water and turn the cream into it. Place in the ice chest for an hour or more. At serving time, dip the mold in tepid water. See that the cream will come from the sides of the mold and turn out on a flat dish. Serve with whipped cream. Chocolate cream. Soak a box of gelatin in half a pint of cold water for 2 hours. Put 1 quart of milk in the double boiler and place on the fire. Shave 2 ounces of Walter Baker & Company's Premium No. 1 chocolate and put it in a small pan with 4 tablespoonfuls of sugar and 2 of boiling water. Stir over a hot fire until smooth and glossy, and then stir into the hot milk. Beat the yolks of 5 eggs with half a cupful of sugar. Add to the gelatin and stir the mixture into the hot milk. Cook 3 minutes longer, stirring all the while. On taking from the fire, add 2 teaspoonfuls of vanilla and half a saltspoonful of salt. Strain and pour into molds that have been rinsed in cold water. Set away to harden and serve with sugar and cream. Chocolate Blancmange. Put 1 quart of milk in the double boiler and place on the fire. Sprinkle into it 1 level tablespoonful of sea moss farina. Cover and cook until the mixture looks white, stirring frequently. It will take about 20 minutes. While the milk and farina are cooking, shave 2 ounces of Walter Baker & Company's Premium No. 1 chocolate and put it into a small pan with 4 tablespoonfuls of sugar and 2 of boiling water. Stir over a hot fire until smooth and glossy, then stir into the cooked mixture. Add a saltspoonful of salt and a teaspoonful of vanilla. Strain and turn into a mold that has been rinsed in cold water. Set the mold in a cold place and do not disturb it until the blancmange is cold and firm. Serve with sugar and cream. Chocolate cream renversé. Use 1 quart of milk, 7 eggs, half a pint of sugar, 1 ounce of Walter Baker & Company's Premium No. 1 chocolate, half a teaspoonful of salt. Put the milk on the fire in the double boiler. Shave the chocolate and put it in a small pan with 3 tablespoonfuls of the sugar and 1 of boiling water. Stir over a hot fire until smooth and glossy. Then stir into the hot milk and take the milk from the fire to cool. Put 3 tablespoonfuls of sugar into a charlotte mold that will hold a little more than a quart and place on the stove. When the sugar melts and begins to smoke, move the mold round and round to coat it with the burnt sugar, then place on the table. Beat together the remainder of the sugar, the eggs, and the salt. Add the cold milk and chocolate to the mixture, and after straining into the charlotte mold, place in a deep pan with enough tepid water to come nearly to the top of the mold. Bake in a moderate oven until firm in the center. Test the cream by running a knife through the center. If firm and smooth, it is done. It will take 40 to 45 minutes to cook. When icy cold, turn on a flat dish. Serve with whipped cream that has been flavored with sugar and vanilla. Baked chocolate custard. For 5 small custards, use 1 pint of milk, 2 eggs, 1 ounce of Walter Baker & Company's Premium No. 1 chocolate, 1/4 of a teaspoonful of salt, and a piece of stick cinnamon about an inch long. Put the cinnamon and milk in the double boiler, place on the fire and cook for 10 minutes. Shave the chocolate and put it in a small pan with 3 tablespoonfuls of sugar and 1 of boiling water. Stir this over a hot fire until smooth and glossy, and then stir it into the hot milk, after which take the liquid mixture from the fire and cool. Beat together with a spoon the eggs, salt, and 2 tablespoonfuls of the sugar. Add the cooled milk and strain. Pour the mixture into the cups, which place in a deep pan. Pour into the pan enough tepid water to come nearly to the top of the cups. Bake in a moderate oven until firm in the center. It will take about half an hour. Test by running a knife through the center. If the custard is milky, it is not done. Serve very cold. Chocolate soufflé. Half a pint of milk, 2 ounces of Walter Baker & Company's chocolate, 3 tablespoonfuls of sugar, 1 rounding tablespoonful of butter, 2 tablespoonfuls of flour, 4 eggs. Put the milk in the double boiler and place on the fire. Beat the butter to a soft cream and beat the flour into it. Gradually pour the hot milk on this, stirring all the time. Return to the fire and cook for 6 minutes. Put the shaved chocolate, sugar, and 2 tablespoonfuls of water in a small pan over a hot fire and stir until smooth and glossy. Stir this into the mixture in the double boiler. Take from the fire and add the yolks of the eggs well beaten, then set away to cool. When cool, add the whites of the eggs, beaten to a stiff froth. Pour the batter into a well buttered earthen dish that will hold about a quart, and cook in a moderate oven for 22 minutes. Serve immediately with vanilla cream sauce. Chocolate pudding. Reserve 1 gill of milk from a quart and put the remainder on the fire in a double boiler. Mix 3 tablespoonfuls of cornstarch with the cold milk. Beat 2 eggs with half a cupful of powdered sugar and half a teaspoonful of salt. Add this to the cornstarch and milk, and stir into the boiling milk, beating well for a minute. Shave fine 2 ounces of Walter Baker & Company's Premium No. 1 chocolate and put it into a small pan with 4 tablespoonfuls of sugar and 2 of boiling water. Stir over a hot fire until smooth and glossy, then beat into the hot pudding. Cook the pudding in all 10 minutes, counting from the time the eggs and cornstarch are added. Serve cold with powdered sugar and cream. This pudding can be poured while hot into little cups which have been rinsed in cold water. At serving time, turn out on a flat dish, making a circle, and fill the center of the dish with whipped cream flavored with sugar and vanilla. The eggs may be omitted, in which case use 1 more tablespoon of cornstarch. Chocolate meringue pudding. For a small pudding, use 1 pint of milk, 2 tablespoonfuls and a half of cornstarch, 1 ounce of Walter Baker & Company's chocolate, 2 eggs, 5 tablespoonfuls of powdered sugar, 1/4 of a teaspoonful of salt, and half a teaspoonful of vanilla extract. Mix the cornstarch with 1 gill of the milk. Put the remainder of the milk on to boil in the double boiler. Scrape the chocolate. When the milk boils, add the cornstarch, salt, and chocolate, and cook for 10 minutes. Beat the yolks of the eggs with 3 tablespoonfuls of sugar. Pour the hot mixture on this and beat well. Turn into a pudding dish that will hold about a quart and bake for 20 minutes in a moderate oven. Beat the whites of the eggs to a stiff, dry froth and gradually beat in the remaining 2 tablespoonfuls of sugar and the vanilla. Spread this on the pudding and return to the oven. Cook for 15 minutes longer, but with the oven door open. Serve either cold or hot. Milton pudding. Use 1 pint of stale bread broken in crumbs, 1 quart of milk, 2 eggs, half a teaspoonful of salt, half a teaspoonful of ground cinnamon, 3 tablespoonfuls of sugar, and 2 ounces of Walter Baker & Company's chocolate, grated. Put the bread, milk, cinnamon, and chocolate in a bowl and soak for 2 or 3 hours. Beat together the eggs, sugar, and salt. Mash the soaked bread with a spoon and add the egg mixture to the bread and milk. Pour into a pudding dish and bake in a slow oven for about 40 minutes. Serve with an egg sauce or a vanilla cream sauce. Egg sauce. Beat the whites of 2 eggs to a stiff, dry froth and beat into this, a little at a time, 1 cupful of powdered sugar. When smooth and light, add 1 teaspoonful of vanilla and the yolks of 2 eggs. Beat the mixture a little longer, then stir in 1 cupful of whipped cream or 3 tablespoonfuls of milk. Serve at once. Vanilla cream sauce. Beat to a cream 3 tablespoonfuls of butter, and gradually beat into this 2/3 of a cupful of powdered sugar. When this is light and creamy, add a teaspoonful of vanilla, then gradually beat in 2 cupfuls of whipped cream. Place the bowl in a pan of boiling water and stir constantly for 3 minutes. Pour the sauce into a warm bowl and serve. Snow pudding. Put a pint of milk in the double boiler and on the fire. Mix 3 tablespoonfuls of cornstarch with a gill of milk and 1/3 of a teaspoonful of salt. Stir this into the milk when it boils. Beat the whites of 4 eggs to a stiff froth, and then gradually beat into them half a cupful of powdered sugar and 1 teaspoonful of vanilla. Add this to the cooking mixture and beat vigorously for 1 minute. Rinse a mold in cold water and pour the pudding into it. Set away to cool. At serving time, turn out on a flat dish and serve with chocolate sauce. Chocolate sauce. Put 1 pint of milk in the double boiler and on the fire. Shave 2 ounces of Walter Baker & Company's chocolate and put it in a small pan with 4 tablespoonfuls of sugar and 2 of boiling water. Stir over the fire until smooth and glossy and add to the hot milk. Beat together for 8 minutes the yolks of 4 eggs, 3 tablespoonfuls of sugar, and a saltspoonful of salt, and then add 1 gill of cold milk. Pour the boiling milk on this, stirring well. Return to the double boiler and cook for 5 minutes, stirring all the time. Pour into a cold bowl and set the bowl in cold water. Stir for a few minutes and then occasionally until the sauce is cold. This sauce is nice for cold or hot cornstarch pudding, bread pudding, cold cabinet pudding, snow pudding, etc. It will also answer for dessert. Fill custard glasses with it and serve the same as soft custard, or have the glasses 2/3 full and heap up with whipped cream. Chocolate candy. 1 cupful of molasses, 2 cupfuls of sugar, 1 cupful of milk, 1/2 pound of chocolate, a piece of butter half the size of an egg. Boil the milk and molasses together, scrape the chocolate fine, and mix with just enough of the boiling milk and molasses to moisten. Rub it perfectly smooth, then, with the sugar, stir into the boiling liquid, add the butter, and boil 20 minutes. Try as molasses candy, and if it hardens, pour into a buttered dish. Cut the same as nut candy. Cream chocolate caramels. Mix together in a graniteware saucepan half a pint of sugar, half a pint of molasses, half a pint of thick cream, 1 generous tablespoonful of butter, and 4 ounces of Walter Baker & Co.'s Premium No. 1 chocolate. Place on the fire and stir until the mixture boils. Cook until a few drops of it will harden if dropped into ice water. Then pour into well buttered pans, having the mixture about 3/4 of an inch deep. When nearly cold, mark into squares. It will take almost an hour to boil this in a graniteware pan, but not half so long if cooked in an iron frying pan. Stir frequently while boiling. The caramels must be put in a very cold place to harden. Sugar chocolate caramels. Mix 2 cupfuls of sugar, 3/4 of a cupful of milk or cream, 1 generous tablespoonful of butter, and 3 ounces of Walter Baker & Co.'s Premium No. 1 chocolate. Place on the fire and cook, stirring often, until a little of the mixture, when dropped in ice water, will harden. Then stir in 1/4 of a cupful of sugar and 1 tablespoonful of vanilla, and pour into a well buttered pan, having the mixture about 3/4 of an inch deep. When nearly cold, mark it off in squares and put in a cold place to harden. These caramels are sugary and brittle and can be made in the hottest weather without trouble. If a deep graniteware saucepan be used for the boiling, it will take nearly an hour to cook the mixture, but if with an iron frying pan, 20 or 30 minutes will suffice. Chocolate creams, No. 1. Beat the whites of 2 eggs to a stiff froth. Gradually beat into this 2 cupfuls of confectioner's sugar. If the eggs be large, it may take a little more sugar. Flavor with half a teaspoonful of vanilla and work well. Now roll into little balls and drop on a slightly buttered platter. Let the balls stand for an hour or more. Shave 5 ounces of Walter Baker & Co.'s Premium No. 1 chocolate and put into a small bowl, which place on the fire in a saucepan containing boiling water. When the chocolate is melted, take the saucepan to the table and drop the creams into the chocolate one at a time, taking them out with a fork and dropping them gently on the buttered dish. It will take half an hour or more to harden the chocolate. Chocolate creams No. 2. For these creams you should make a fondant in this way. Put into a graniteware saucepan 1 cupful of water and 2 of granulated sugar, or a pound of loaf sugar. Stir until the sugar is nearly melted, then place on the fire and heat slowly, but do not stir the mixture. Watch carefully and note when it begins to boil. When the sugar has been boiling for 10 minutes, take up a little of it and drop in ice water. If it hardens enough to form a soft ball when rolled between the thumb and finger, it is cooked enough. Take the saucepan from the fire instantly and set in a cool, dry place. When the syrup is so cool that the finger can be held in it comfortably, pour it into a bowl and stir with a wooden spoon until it becomes thick and white. When it begins to look dry and a little hard, take out the spoon and work with the hand until the cream is soft and smooth. Flavor with a few drops of vanilla, and, after shaping, cover with chocolate, as directed in the preceding recipe. Caution: do not stir the syrup while it is cooking, and be careful not to jar or shake the saucepan. Chocolate Cones. Boil the sugar as directed for fondant in the recipe for chocolate creams No. 2, but not quite so long, say about 11 minutes. The syrup when tested should be too soft to ball. When cold, pour into a bowl and beat until thick and creamy. If properly boiled, it will not become thick enough to work with the hands. Have 6 ounces of Walter Baker & Company's Premium No. 1 chocolate melted in a bowl. Pour half of the cream sugar into another bowl, and after flavoring with a few drops of vanilla, add to it about 1/3 of the dissolved chocolate. Stir until thick and rather dry, then make into small cones and drop on a slightly buttered platter. Put half of the remaining creamed sugar in a cup and set in a saucepan containing boiling water. Flavor with vanilla and stir over the fire until melted, so much that it will pour from the spoon. Take the saucepan to the table and dip 1/2 the cones in one at a time, just as the chocolate creams No. 1 were dipped in the melted chocolate. If liked, a second coating may be given the cones. Now put the remainder of the cream sugar on to melt and add 2 tablespoonfuls of hot water to it. Stir the remainder of the melted chocolate into this, and if too thick to dip the candy in, add hot water, a few drops at a time, until the mixture is of the right consistency. Then dip the rest of the cones in this. Genesee Bonbons. Make the cream chocolate caramels and get them quite firm by placing the pan on ice. Make the chocolate coating as directed for chocolate cones. Dip the caramels in this and put on a buttered dish. Chocolate syrup. Into a graniteware saucepan put 1 ounce, 3 tablespoonfuls of Walter Baker & Company's soluble chocolate, and gradually pour on it half a pint of boiling water, stirring all the time. Place on the fire and stir until all the chocolate is dissolved. Now add 1 pint of granulated sugar and stir until it begins to boil. Cook for 3 minutes longer, then strain and cool. When cool, add 1 tablespoonful of vanilla extract. Bottle and keep in a cold place. Refreshing drinks for summer. Put into a tumbler about 2 tablespoonfuls of broken ice, 2 tablespoonfuls of chocolate syrup, 3 tablespoonfuls of whipped cream, 1 gill of milk, and half a gill of soda water from a siphon bottle, or Apollinaris water. Stir well before drinking. A tablespoonful of vanilla ice cream is a desirable addition. It is a delicious drink, even if the soda or Apollinaris water and ice cream be omitted. A plainer drink is made by combining the syrup, a gill and a half of milk, and the ice, shaking well. A few suggestions in regard to chocolate. The best flavor to add to chocolate is vanilla. Next to that, cinnamon. Beyond these 2 things, one should use great caution, as it is very easy to spoil the fine natural flavor of the bean. Chocolate absorbs odors readily, therefore it should be kept in a pure, sweet atmosphere. As about 11% of the chocolate bean is starch, chocolate and cocoa are of a much finer flavor if boiled for a few minutes. Long boiling, however, ruins their flavor and texture. End of Choice Recipes by Miss Maria Parloa.
Color Blindness, an Early Account, 1794, by John Dalton, from the Manchester Literary and Philosophical Society Memoirs, Volume 5, Part 1, 1798. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Extraordinary Facts Relating to the Vision of Colors, with Observations, by Mr. John Dalton. Read October 31st, 1794. It has been observed that our ideas of colors, sounds, tastes, etc., excited by the same object, may be very different in themselves without our being aware of it, and that we may nevertheless converse intelligibly concerning such objects, as if we were certain the impressions made by them on our minds were exactly similar. All indeed that is required for this purpose is that the same object should uniformly make the same impression on each mind, and that objects which appear different to one should be equally so to others. It will, however, scarcely be supposed that any two objects which are every day before us should appear hardly distinguishable to one person and very different to another, without the circumstance immediately suggesting a difference in their faculties of vision. Yet such is the fact, not only with regard to myself, but to many others also, as will appear in the following account. I was always of opinion, though I might not often mention it, that several colours were injudiciously named. The term pink, in reference to the flower of that name, seemed proper enough, but when the term red was substituted for pink, I thought it highly improper. It should have been blue, in my apprehension, as pink and blue appear to me very nearly allied, whilst pink and red have scarcely any relation. In the course of my application to the sciences, that of optics necessarily claimed attention, and I became pretty well acquainted with the theory of light and colours before I was apprised of any peculiarity in my vision. I had not, however, attended much to the practical discrimination of colours, owing in some degree to what I conceived to be a perplexity in their nomenclature. Since the year 1790, the occasional study of botany obliged me to attend more to colours than before. With respect to colours that were white, yellow, or green, I readily assented to the appropriate term. Blue, purple, pink, and crimson appeared rather less distinguishable, being, according to my idea, all referable to blue. I have often seriously asked a person whether a flower was blue or pink, but was generally considered to be in jest. Notwithstanding this, I was never convinced of a peculiarity in my vision till I accidentally observed the colour of the flower of the Geranium zonale by candlelight in the autumn of 1792. The flower was pink, but it appeared to me almost an exact sky blue by day. In candlelight, however, it was astonishingly changed, not having then any blue in it, but being what I called red, a colour which forms a striking contrast to blue. Not then doubting but that the change of colour would be equal to all, I requested some of my friends to observe the phenomenon, when I was surprised to find they all agreed that the colour was not materially different from what it was in daylight, except my brother, who saw it in the same light as myself. This observation clearly proved that my vision was not like that of other persons, and at the same time that the difference between daylight and candlelight on some colours was indefinitely more perceptible to me than to others. It was nearly 2 years after that time when I entered upon an investigation of the subject, having procured the assistance of a friend who, to his acquaintance with the theory of colours, joins a practical knowledge of their names and constitutions. I shall now proceed to state the facts ascertained under the 3 following heads. 1. An account of my own vision. 2. An account of others whose vision has been found similar to mine. 3. Observations on the probable cause of our anomalous vision. 1. Of my own vision. It may be proper to observe that I am short-sighted. Concave glasses of about 5 inches focus suit me best. I can see distinctly at a proper distance, and am seldom hurt by too much or too little light, nor yet with long application. My observations began with the solar spectrum, or coloured image of the sun, exhibited in a dark room by means of a glass prism. I found that persons in general distinguish 6 kinds of color in the solar image, namely red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple. Newton, indeed, divides the purple into indigo and violet, but the difference between him and others is merely nominal. To me it is quite otherwise. I see only 2, or at most 3 distinctions. These I should call yellow and blue, or yellow, blue, and purple. My yellow comprehends the red, orange, yellow, and green of others, and my blue and purple coincide with theirs. That part of the image which others call red appears to me little more than a shade or defect of light. After that the orange, yellow, and green seem one color, which descends pretty uniformly from an intense to a rare yellow, making what I should call different shades of yellow. The difference between the green part and the blue part is very striking to my eye. They seem to be strongly contrasted. That between the blue and purple is much less so. The purple appears to be blue much darkened and condensed. In viewing the flame of a candle by night through the prism, the appearances are pretty much the same, except that the red extremity of the image appears more vivid than that of the solar image. I now proceed to state the results of my observations on the colors of bodies in general, whether natural or artificial, both by daylight and candlelight. I mostly used ribbons for the artificial colors. Red by daylight. Under this head I include crimson, scarlet, red, and pink. All crimsons appear to me to consist chiefly of dark blue, but many of them seem to have a strong tinge of dark brown. I have seen specimens of crimson, claret, and mud, which were very nearly alike. Crimson has a grave appearance, being the reverse of every showy and splendid color. Woolen yarn dyed crimson or dark blue is the same to me. Pink seems to be composed of 9 parts of light blue and 1 of red or some color which has no other effect than to make the light blue appear dull and faded a little. Pink and light blue, therefore, compared together, are to be distinguished no otherwise than as a splendid color from one that has lost a little of its splendor. Besides the pinks, roses, etc. of the gardens, the following British flora appear to me blue, namely Stasis armeria, Trifolium pratense, Lychnis flascuculi, Lychnis dioica, and many of the gerania. The color of a florid complexion appears to me that of a dull, opaque, blackish blue upon a white ground. A solution of sulphate of iron in the tincture of galls, that is, dilute black ink, upon white paper, gives a color much resembling that of a florid complexion. It has no resemblance of the color of blood. Red and scarlet form a genus with me, totally different from pink. My idea of red I obtained from vermilion, minium, sealing wax, wafers, a soldier's uniform, etc. These seem to have no blue whatever in them. Scarlet has a more splendid appearance than red. Blood appears to me red, but it differs much from the articles mentioned above. It is much more dull, and to me is not unlike that color called bottle green. Stockings spotted with blood or with dirt would scarcely be distinguishable. Red by candlelight. Red and scarlet appear much more vivid than by day. Crimson loses its blue and becomes yellowish red. Pink is by far the most changed. Indeed, it forms an excellent contrast to what it is by day. No blue now appears. Yellow has taken its place. Pink, by candlelight, seems to be 3 parts yellow and 1 red, or a reddish yellow. The blue, however, is less mixed by day than the yellow by night. Red, and particularly scarlet, is a superb color by candlelight, but by day some reds are the least showy imaginable. I should call them dark drabs. Orange and yellow by daylight and candlelight. I do not find that I differ materially from other persons in regard to these colors. I have sometimes seen persons hesitate whether a thing was white or yellow by candlelight, when to me there was no doubt at all. Green by daylight. I take my standard idea from grass. This appears to me very little different from red. The face of a laurel leaf, Prunus laurel cerasus, is a good match to a stick of red sealing wax, and the back of the leaf answers to the lighter red of wafers. Hence it will be immediately concluded that I see either red or green, or both, different from other people. The fact is, I believe that they both appear different to me from what they do to others. Green and orange have much affinity also. Apple green is the most pleasing kind to me, and any other that has a tinge of yellow appears to advantage. I can distinguish the different vegetable greens one from another as well as most people, and those which are nearly alike or very unlike to others are so to me. A decoction of bohea tea, a solution of liver of sulphur, ale, etc., etc., which others call brown, appear to me green. Green woolen cloth, such as is used to cover tables, appears to me a dull, dark, brownish-red color. A mixture of 2 parts mud and 1 red would come near it. It resembles a red soil just turned up by the plough. When this kind of cloth loses its color, as others say, and turns yellow, then it appears to me a pleasant green. Very light green paper, silk, etc., is white to me. Green by candlelight. I agree with others that it is difficult to distinguish greens from blues by candlelight, but with me the greens only are altered and made to approach the blues. It is the real greens only that are altered in my eye, and not such as I confound with them by daylight, as the brown liquids above mentioned, which are not at all tinged with blue by candlelight, but are the same as by day, except that they are paler. Blue by daylight and candlelight. I apprehend this color appears very nearly the same to me as to other people, both by daylight and candlelight. Purple by daylight and candlelight. This seems to me a slight modification of blue. I seldom fail to distinguish purple from blue, but should hardly suspect purple to be a compound of blue and red. The difference between daylight and candlelight is not material. Miscellaneous observations. Colors appear to me much the same by moonlight as they do by candlelight. Colors viewed by lightning appear the same as by daylight, but whether exactly so I have not ascertained. Colors seen by electric light appear to me the same as by daylight, that is, pink appears blue, etc. Colors viewed through a transparent sky blue liquid by candlelight appear to me as well as to others the same as by daylight. Most of the colors called drabs appear to me the same by daylight and candlelight. A light drab woolen cloth seems to me to resemble a light green by day. These colors are, however, easily distinguished by candlelight, as the latter becomes tinged with blue, which the former does not. I have frequently seen colors of the drab kind said to be nearly alike, which appeared to me very different. My idea of brown I obtained from a piece of white paper heated almost to ignition. This color by daylight seems to have a great affinity to green, as may be imagined from what I have said of greens. Browns appear to me very diversified. Some I should call red. Dark brown woolen cloth I should call black. The light of the rising or setting sun has no particular effect. Neither has a strong or weak light. Pink appears rather duller, all other circumstances alike, in a cloudy day. All common combustible substances exhibit colors to me in the same light, namely tallow, oil, wax, pit coal. My vision has always been as it is now. End of Color Blindness, an Early Account, 1794, by John Dalton, from the Manchester Literary and Philosophical Society Memoirs, Volume 5, Part 1, 1798. Read for LibriVox by Sue Anderson.
Concerning Cora and Hell by Robert McAlman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Correspondence to Poetry Magazine. Concerning Cora and Hell. Dear Poetry, writers, quite as much in the countries of older art tradition as in America, may be divided into two classes. One, the professionals, whose concern is style, technique, finished achievement. The other, those who attempt at least to explore and develop new experience. The former class restrict themselves generally to quite conventional themes, or if they are very daring, develop for themselves new themes, about which they write verses, ultimately hardening into a manner inherited or their own, and softening in so far as ability to penetrate deeply goes. Limiting ourselves strictly to America, we may mention such poets of the first class as Masters, Sandburg, Aiken. The list need stop short of only a very few names. Particularly with Sandburg, one may be sure that he will take an image and consciously sustain and develop it long after he has lost poignant feeling for the validity of the image. He is a professional writer. He has learned in his own manner to be sure how to use the image, the metaphor, the brutal truth, and the sentimental humanitarianism. So starting out with a statement that the moon is a pot of gold mud, he must have that gold mud spread over worldly possessions, and of course at last a love woman. He and many others seem to feel that it is necessary to write, if not an authentic poem, to write anyway. Unless from an impulse to say something keenly felt, writing is without justification. Of this first group, few pass from their adolescent rebellions and miseries into a more spiritual type of searching. Their discovery of experience is limited to material environment, the cornfields, the marching men, small-town viciousness, the hog butchers of industrialism. Outside and perhaps controlling the forces back of these externalities are more fundamental forces which they do not sense, forces which have a universal application while retaining also a strictly local significance. The experience of the locality is, after all, that of the universe. The history of any individual relates itself with startling similarity to that of the age. Today is a time of the breakdown of faiths amongst the so-called sensitized and intellectuals. With the coming of the theory of evolution, the more sublime metaphysical theories were gradually abandoned. Pragmatism, with its doctrines concerning the usable realities, followed on to lubricate the joints of a mechanistic universe. However, where a few began to doubt the value of these practical answers before the war, literally thousands now doubt. Why should we believe in evolution which does not explain involution, or the quite evident lack of progress? Have we anything to prove that physically and spiritually the human species is not on the retrograde? What is morality? Is non-morality a possibility? Dogmatized, it becomes at last a degenerate morality. Must all ethics be individualized then? Many questionings, cynicisms, scoffings, and doubtings attack all former judgments and demand that their defenders prove their basis and indicate clearly that it is something other than blind faith or inward hunger rhapsodized into a proclamatory religion made out of dream stuff. Ecstatic faith and the prophetic exaltation are too primitive to be explainable in the religious instinct, or, say Whitman, to satisfy the diagnostic mind and the psychologist. Whatever certain groups or individuals may think or feel, the civilized people of the world are groping for some basis of faith, a faith in the mere value of living out their lives rather than a religious explanation of existence. But there is a new difficulty in their groping. They no longer trust logic, sequence, order, the intelligible, rational, deducible. It is writers who are sensitive to this baseless way of accepting life, or rather tolerating it because life is what we have, who are developing the so-called modern forms. Both modern and form are words that signify too much traditionally, and too little actually. To qualify, let me say I mean by modern that which is of the quality of today, displaying sensitive consciousness of the age's attitudes and philosophies. By form I mean method of expression and conveyance, and I have no concern with any structural form, metrical, rhythmic, or geometric. James Joyce with his prose first indicated the modern form. Possibly his style could be traced back to the oftentimes incoherent Rimbaud. The likeness here is purely a mode. The texture, quality of perception, attitude, and substance are quite different. The one has the mature, detached mind. The other tossed himself with the seething of adolescence into the field of sophisticated discovery. And perhaps when adolescence and its ragings were over, he would have relapsed into quite conventional or mediocre writing. In America, William Carlos Williams, and he beginning only with his improvisations entitled Cora and Hell, is conscious of the new form in relation to the dubiety of the day. Not agnosticism, for the agnostic will say, I can't know, decisively. We are simply doubting, and doubting whether we are right in doubting. There is in the book the spasmodic quality of the active, imaginative, alternately frightened and reckless consciousness. One will search in vain for a sequential outline. It is incoherent and unintelligible to, may I say, the ordinary mind, though I dislike the superior implication of self which the phrase carries with it. Since minds are so elusive, none is actually ordinary. It is incoherent and unintelligible to those people with lethargy of their sensing organs. They look for the order and neatness of precise, developed thought. It is not there. Cora and Hell is accepted as a portrait of William's consciousness, a sort of retouched photograph. He is not distinctly located to himself. It's a should I or shouldn't I, and what if I don't? It's a conscientious, sensitive mind, or life organism, trained in childhood to staid and tried acceptances and moralities, trying to be open and to think, sense, or leap to a footing which more acceptably justifies the life process than any of the traditional footings seem to. To me, Cora and Hell is immeasurably the most important book of poetry that America has produced. I find in Whitman a hardened exultation which proclaims rhapsodic dogmatism, the result of physical well-being, of the freedom of open air, space, and green fields. Admirable in its day, but the day is by for those of us who live in cities such as New York and Chicago, and who perhaps have never seen a real prairie or the mountains of the Great Divide. and who sleep in tenement house bedrooms several stories up from the soil, which flavors Indian imagism and produces sweep of the corn sap flowing rhythms. And we will not accept the statement that it is regrettable we have never had these things. Our situation is our situation, and by the artist can be utilized as substance for art. There can be no turning back to the soil, to the Indians. Literature is not thus consciously developed. We are here, in the cities of smoke, subways, tired faces, industrialism. Here were the movies in their over-gorgeousness, and the reviews and follies which gradually inject their ultra-coloration into vaudeville. Here where it is deemed necessary to applaud art things, Mozart and Schumann music, established classics which fall dully upon our hyper-neurotic senses. Be the conditions hectic, heated, artificial, are economic, political, and social forces then not natural? They are the conditions of a great portion of the country. For those who wish poetry to create some sublime beauty, which to others grows irksome, since it is necessary to turn from its sublimity to the reality of existence, William Carlos Williams' Cora and Hell will mean little. To those, however, who rather like to have the record of somebody else's conscious states by which to check their own, with which to respond and commune, it will mean a great deal. The writer, not caring for literature as literature, not knowing what function it performs in life other than that of a mental decoration, if it does not get into, reveal, and sensitize people to new experience, believes, however, that no book previously produced in this country has been so keenly, vividly aware of age conceptions, qualities, colors, noises, and philosophies as Cora and Hell. It is a breakaway from poetry written by poets who set out to be poets. It is an adventurous exploration. Robert McAlmon. End of Concerning Cora and Hell by Robert McAlmon.
The United States Immigration and Customs Enforcement's Detainee Death Notification Letter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mike Overby, Midland, Washington. The letterhead reads, Office of Enforcement and Removal Operations, U.S. Department of Homeland Security, 425 I Street, Northwest, Washington, D.C., 20536. U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement.
Date.
The body of the letter proceeds.
Name of relative. Address.
Dear Mr./Ms.
Name of relative.
I am writing you on behalf of U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, ICE, and regret that I must inform you of the death of your...
Insert relative's relationship with detainee, i.e. brother, sister, etc. Detainee name.
I extend to you and your family the deepest sympathies of our entire agency for your loss. Your...
Insert relative's relationship with detainee.
Passed away on...
Date. His/her.
Death was due to...
Provide brief description of cause of death.
In order to ensure that all of your questions are answered, please feel free to contact...
Name of the FOD.
At...
Phone number of the FOD.
Or...
Name of the consulate official.
At...
Phone number of the consulate official.
Please accept our deepest condolences for your loss. Sincerely,
FOD name.
Field Office Director.
Detention facility.
End of the United States Immigration and Customs Enforcement's Detainee Death Notification Letter.
Palestine and Syria Under New Rulers by Frank G. Carpenter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Palestine and Syria under new rulers. Switch on your radiophone and let us listen together this evening to a talk from Jerusalem, where John Bull sits in the seats of the mighty and the voice of the terrible Turk is no more heard in the land. The holy city is quiet. The women are sitting as of old on the housetops under the stars, while across the valley on the Mount of Olives sparks from the wireless tower flash out to the corners of our modern world. If we listen carefully, we may hear the familiar chug-chug of an American automobile whose driver tomorrow will take a party of pilgrims over the road to Bethlehem. Or perhaps he will start on the longer trip to the ruins of old Jericho and the River Jordan, or even a tour of all the Holy Land, most of which can now be reached in a motor car. As we listen, we learn that the High Commissioner who rules in the name of His Britannic Majesty met today with his advisory council representing the people of Palestine. From the report of their proceedings, we learn what is going on in the reborn Promised Land. This council has 10 members appointed by the commissioner. 4 of them are Muslims, who make up 4/5 of the population of Palestine. 3 are Jews, identified with the Zionist movement, and 3 are Christians. Just as the membership of the advisory council is divided among the 3 groups for whom Jerusalem is a holy place and a religious center, so too are the positions in the government today held by Christians, Jews, and Mohammedans. There are 3 official languages: Arabic, English, and Hebrew. The government, we are told, is in good condition, and the country is self-supporting, paying its way out of its revenues. Nevertheless, the taxes with which the Turks used to squeeze and harness the people have been reduced, and some of them have been abolished. At the same time, where the Turk and his tax gatherers, as the Arabs say, never gave us so much as a drink of cold water, the new rulers are providing much needed improvements with the public funds. Before the British came, the Arabs had a saying that the Turk would rule the Holy Land until the Nile flowed into Palestine. This ancient prophecy has been almost literally fulfilled, for when the British built the military railroad from Egypt into Palestine, they laid all the way beside it a pipeline carrying water pumped from the Nile. A great tank in the hills on the Hebron road, built by Pontius Pilate, have been restored and now holds 5 million gallons of water, which is piped into Jerusalem. The streets have been cleaned, the beginnings of a sewerage system put in, and the natives have started to learn the use of a covered garbage can. Even the mosquitoes, descendants of those who bit the Crusaders, have been driven out and have gone to the other side of Jordan to smite the Bedouins. Plans for the further extension of the city beyond the walls have been prepared, and its growth will be directed accordingly. A native police force has been recruited to keep order in the place of the troops which have been gradually reduced in number. All the holy places are still carefully protected. The British were able to keep the Mosque of Omar under Muslim guard by using soldiers from their own Indian troops made up of followers of the Prophet. The men of a New Zealand regiment who were Masons held a meeting in the secret cavern under the holy rock in the mosque, said to be the place where King Solomon founded their order. There were 32 Masons from 27 different lodges who took part in this meeting, while an old sheik acted as a doorkeeper. The differences in religion keep bobbing up in Jerusalem, giving the British and the Advisory Council some ticklish questions to deal with. For example, when the military band started to give concerts in a public square in the outer city, they played 3 afternoons a week, Thursday, Saturday, and Sunday. The Grand Mufti, head of the Jerusalem Muslims, solemnly protested, saying the band played Saturday for the Jewish Sabbath and on Sunday for the Christians, but was slighting the Mohammedans who observed Friday. So now the band plays 4 days a week. Another thing the British did gratified the Christians. Under Turkish rule, the Church of the Nativity at Bethlehem was disfigured by a wall separating the Greek choir and chancel from the nave and basilica, which is common to Orthodox and Catholic alike. This wall they tore down so that now the whole church is open to view. As a result of the war and the cruelties of the Turks, the population of Jerusalem shrank from 80,000 to 60,000, while Jaffa was almost depopulated. With British control, however, the people flocked back again, and a rapid increase is expected all through the Holy Land. The country itself suffered almost as much as the people from the outrages of both the Turks and the Germans. Crops were seized to feed the soldiers, while hundreds of thousands of olive and other trees were cut down to make fuel for locomotives. The Germans blasted out the trees with dynamite, destroying the roots so that no sprouts could spring up. Whole sections of Palestine were stripped bare, and at the same time cattle and sheep were taken away and killed. In some places the people burned nearly everything they had to keep the Turks from getting their possessions. The British are working on a vast scheme of reforestation in connection with their irrigation plans. They are encouraging a project for building a dam in the River Jordan, above Tiberias and the Sea of Galilee, which will furnish power for irrigation pumps and light and energy for all Palestine. Great nurseries have been established at Gaza, where Samson threw down the temple of the Philistines. In one operation, more than 100,000 timber trees and 90,000 fruit trees were set out. The new rulers of the Holy Land hope to restore agriculture, which fell into decay under the Turks, chiefly on account of the excessive taxes on the farmers. Local meetings of natives have been held throughout the country to find out what the farmers needed most and to put them in touch with sources of supply. There was found to be a great shortage of farm implements and machines such as mowers, horse rakes, and other equipment. To encourage the natives, the sum of $2,500,000 was set aside to be loaned by the Anglo-Egyptian Bank of Palestine for improvements on their lands. Within 3 years after the war, Palestine agriculture produced more than 2 million bushels of wheat, 1 million bushels of barley, 1¼ million bushels of millet, 6,000 tons of grapes, and 150,000 gallons of olive oil. The number of sheep and goats was estimated at more than 250,000 of each. Figs are grown in Upper Galilee, but not so many as will be the case when shipping facilities are provided. For the second year under British control, the import trade of Palestine amounted to not quite $20 million, most of which was with Great Britain and Egypt. The people import foodstuffs such as rice and sugar, and buy a great quantity of cotton goods. Some think that Palestine may become a second Switzerland and grow rich on the visitors to the country. For many years both pilgrims and tourists have been going to the Holy Land by the thousands, but little has ever been done for either their comfort or their convenience. With the country under good management by the British and modern conditions provided, more people will want to make the trip. Many thousands of Palestinians could undoubtedly be employed at a profit in serving the visitors and selling them goods. Communications in Palestine have been greatly improved and extended. Besides the military railway from Egypt, General Allenby and the British built more than 200 miles of highways, and these are being added to all the time. There are now 480 miles of railroad track and 523 miles of public highways. The cars on the line from Egypt to the Holy Land are comfortable, and sleeping and eating accommodations are provided. One may ride from Cairo to Lud and there connect with the Jaffa-Jerusalem line, or continue on to Haifa, whence the journey may be continued for 12 hours over the French railroad to Damascus. Every 2 weeks aeroplanes carry mail from Egypt and Palestine across the desert into Mesopotamia, where the British are developing the large interests they gained there as a result of the war. The Zionists have revived an old plan for a 250-mile ship canal through Palestine as a supplement to the Suez Canal, but it does not seem likely that this scheme will be worked out with the British controlling Palestine and the Suez Canal. The British plan to extend into Mesopotamia the railroad system already connecting Palestine and Egypt, so as to link up the countries of 3 rivers, the Nile, the Jordan, and the Euphrates. This will supplement the Berlin to Baghdad line, which the Germans thought would give them control over a new Eastern empire. Another project that is now much talked of is to dig a tunnel 37 miles long under the hills to carry water from the streams along the coast of the Mediterranean into the Jordan. The fact that the Jordan is far below sea level makes this physically possible, even if not economically practicable. Extensive improvements are planned for Haifa, which as a port and the terminus of the railroads to Damascus and Jerusalem will be an important place in the future. The British also expect to empty into ships at Haifa the oil they plan to pipe across the desert from Mesopotamia. Haifa used to be great in ancient days, when it was the chief landing place of the Crusaders and the transfer point in the early trade between Venice and the Far East. It is now predicted that its population of 20,000 will increase to 100,000 within 10 years. The French have a mandate for Syria, as the British have for Palestine, and the boundaries of both regions have been redrawn. Damascus is included in the territory under French control. Syria is nominally independent, and the natives have not been altogether satisfied with the way the French have governed their country since the Sultan's power was overthrown. Very little has been left of the Turkish possessions, as Armenia has been declared independent, and the Greeks given a footing in Smyrna and the surrounding district. Once these regions become adjusted to the new conditions following the war, it is believed they will enter upon a new era of prosperity and rapid development of their many rich resources. End of Palestine and Syria under New Rulers by Frank G. Carpenter.
Letters to Muriardachus, King of Ireland, by Saint Anselm of Canterbury, 1033 to 1109. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. To Muriardachus, by the grace of God, illustrious King of Ireland. Anselm, servant of the Church of Canterbury, sends greeting and his prayers, and may the mercy of God ever guide and protect him. I give thanks to God for the many good things I hear of your Highness, among which is this, that you cause the people of your realm to live in such peace as that all good men who hear of it give thanks to God and desire for you a long life. For where there is peace, it is possible for all the well disposed to do what they choose without being disturbed by the bad. Wherefore your Highness, by whom God has done these things, may most certainly look for great reward from him. Upon this foundation of peace it is easy to build the other things, which are required by the religion of the Church. I therefore pray for the permanence of your good dispositions, that you may examine where there are any things in your kingdom which need alteration, on account of the reward of eternal life, and for the continual increase of God's grace in you, so that you may earnestly seek, God helping you, to amend them. For nothing which can be corrected should be thought trifling, since God sets down to the account of all not only the evil they do, but likewise the evils they do not correct when they can. And the more powerful those who ought to correct them may be, the more strictly will God require of them in proportion to the power mercifully entrusted to them, that they should will and act rightly. Which seems chiefly to apply to kings, since they are known to have the chief power among men, and that which is the least opposed. But if you cannot do everything at once, you ought not on that account to give up trying to go on from good things to better, since God is wont graciously to perfect good intentions and good efforts, and to requite them with perfect bliss. I hear that marriages are dissolved and rearranged most irregularly in your kingdom, and that those nearly related to each other scruple not against the canonical prohibition to live together, either under the name of wedlock or in some other fashion, and this they do openly, without incurring any censure. Also, the bishops, who ought to be the pattern and example of canon rule to others, are, so I hear, consecrated irregularly either by a single bishop or in places where they should not be ordained. These and other things which the greatness of your wisdom shall perceive to need correction in Ireland, I beg, adjure, and advise you, as one whom I greatly love, and whose progress in all ways I long for, to seek to correct in your kingdom according to the advice of good and wise men. And I pray God that you may go from your earthly kingdom to the heavenly kingdom. Amen. To Murier Darchus, the illustrious King of Ireland, Anselm, the Archbishop, servant of the Church of Canterbury, faithful obedience with prayers. By the earthly mayest thou attain to the heavenly kingdom. Since many things are told me of your excellence which become the royal dignity, we rejoice greatly, and give therefore devout thanks to God, from whom is every good thing. I am also sure that he who gave you his grace to do the right things you already perform, will also give you a desire to do whatever you shall perceive he requires of you beyond what you are doing. Wherefore, illustrious son, and well beloved in God, I beg that you will, with the utmost speed and care, amend those things in your realm which you may perceive require amendment, according to the religion of Christ. For God has placed you on a royal height, that you may govern your subject people with a rod of equity, and that whatever among them is against right and justice, you should with that same rod smite and remove. And yet it is said that one thing is done among that people which very greatly needs alteration, for it is entirely contrary to the Christian religion. For it is said that men exchange their wives for the wives of others, as they might exchange one horse for another, or any other thing for something else, or they abandon them from mere fancy, without cause or rule. How wrong this is, any one understands who knows the Christian law. If, therefore, your Excellence is unable to read for yourself the sayings of the Holy Scriptures, which forbid this infamous exchange, desire the bishops and clerks regular, who are in your kingdom, to read them to you, so that, having learnt them, you may perceive with what anxious care you should investigate and take measure for the correction of this evil. It is also said that in your realm bishops are elected at random and appointed without any distinct place for their episcopate, and are ordained bishop by a single bishop, as any priest might be. Now this is quite contrary to the apostolic canons, which direct that those who are thus instituted and ordained are with those who consecrated them to be deposed from the episcopal office. For a bishop cannot be appointed according to God, unless he have a fixed parish, and parishioners, whom he is to superintend. For even in secular things none can have the name or office of a shepherd who has no flock to feed. It lowers also not a little the episcopal dignity when he is raised to the pontificate who knows not the limits of his rule, nor whom he certainly governs by the ministry of the episcopal order. Also, none should be ordained by less than 3 bishops, both for many other and reasonable causes, which the short space of a letter has no room for, and also that the faith, good character, and wisdom of him who is to watch and rule may be testified to by suitable and legal witnesses. I therefore pray, exhort, and advise that your Excellence will take measures to have these things in your realm amended, so that the reward which you have obtained from God for other good deeds may be increased to you for this. Finally, if you do on examination find aught in yourself or those who have been given you to rule which doth in any way resist God's will, strive carefully to amend it, that when you shall leave your earthly kingdom, you may come to the heavenly kingdom. Amen. As to our brother Cornelius, whom your Highness asked me to send to you, I have to say that he is so occupied in attendance upon his father that he could not be separated from him without peril of the father's life, nor could he take him along with him, for he is very old indeed. End of Letters to Muriardachus, King of Ireland, by Saint Anselm of Canterbury.
Literary Composition by H.P. Lovecraft. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Avai in April 2019. Literary Composition by H.P. Lovecraft. From The United Amateur, January 1920. In a former article, our readers have been shown the fundamental sources of literary inspiration and the leading prerequisites to expression. It remains to furnish hints concerning expression itself, its forms, customs, and technicalities, in order that the young writer may lose nothing of force or charm in presenting his ideas to the public. Grammar. A review of the elements of English grammar would be foreign to the purpose of this department. The subject is one taught in all common schools, and may be presumed to be understood by every aspirant to authorship. It is necessary, however, to caution the beginner to keep a reliable grammar and dictionary always beside him, that he may avoid in his compositions the frequent errors which imperceptibly corrupt even the purest ordinary speech. As a general rule, it is well to give close critical scrutiny to all colloquial phrases and expressions of doubtful parsing, as well as to all words and usages which have a strained or unfamiliar sound. The human memory is not to be trusted too far, and most minds harbor a considerable number of slight linguistic faults and inelegancies picked up from random discourse or from the pages of newspapers, magazines, and popular modern books. Types of mistakes. Most of the mistakes of young authors, aside from those gross violations of syntax which ordinary education corrects, may perhaps be enumerated as follows. 1. Erroneous plurals of nouns, as valleys or echoes. 2. Barbarous compound nouns, as viewpoint or upkeep. 3. Want of correspondence in number between noun and verb, where the two are widely separated or the construction involved. 4. Ambiguous use of pronouns. 5. Erroneous case of pronouns, as whom for who, and vice versa, or phrases like between you and I, or let we who are loyal act promptly. 6. Erroneous use of shall and will, and of other auxiliary verbs. 7. Use of intransitive for transitive verbs, as he was graduated from college, or vice versa, as he ingratiated with the tyrant. 8. Use of nouns for verbs, as he motored to Boston, or he voiced a protest. 9. Errors in moods and tenses of verbs, as if I was he, I should do otherwise, or he said the earth was round. 10. The split infinitive, as to calmly glide. 11. The erroneous perfect infinitive, as last week I expected to have met you. 12. False verb forms, as I pled with him. 13. Use of like for as I strive to write like Pope wrote. 14. Misuse of prepositions, as the gift was bestowed to an unworthy object, or the gold was divided between the 5 men. 15. The superfluous conjunction, as I wish for you to do this. 16. Use of words in wrong senses, as the book greatly intrigued me, leave me take this, he was obsessed with the idea, or he is a meticulous writer. 17. Erroneous use of non-anglicized foreign forms, as a strange phenomena, or 2 stratas of clouds. 18. Use of false or unauthorized words, as burglarize or supremacist. 19. Errors of taste, including vulgarisms, pompousness, repetition, vagueness, ambiguousness, colloquialism, pathos, bombast, pleonasm, tautology, harshness, mixed metaphor, and every sort of rhetorical awkwardness. 20. Errors of spelling and punctuation, and confusion of forms such as that which leads many to place an apostrophe in the possessive pronoun its. Of all blunders, there is hardly one which might not be avoided through diligent study of simple textbooks on grammar and rhetoric, intelligent perusal of the best authors, and care and forethought in composition. Almost no excuse exists for their persistent occurrence, since the sources of correction are so numerous and so available. Many of the popular manuals of good English are extremely useful, especially to persons whose reading is not as yet extensive, but such works sometimes err in being too pedantically precise and formal. For correct writing, the cultivation of patience and mental accuracy is essential. Throughout the young author's period of apprenticeship, he must keep reliable dictionaries and textbooks at his elbow, eschewing as far as possible that hasty extemporaneous manner of writing which is the privilege of more advanced students. He must take no popular usage for granted, nor must he ever hesitate, in case of doubt, to fall back on the authority of his books. Reading. No aspiring author should content himself with a mere acquisition of technical rules. As Mrs. Renshaw remarked in the preceding article, impression should ever precede and be stronger than expression. All attempts at gaining literary polish must begin with judicious reading, and the learner must never cease to hold this phase uppermost. In many cases, the usage of good authors will be found a more effective guide than any amount of precept. A page of Addison or of Irving will teach more of style than a whole manual of rules, whilst the story of Poe's will impress upon the mind a more vivid notion of powerful and correct description and narration than will 10 dry chapters of a bulky textbook. Let every student read unceasingly the best writers, guided by the admirable reading table which has adorned the United Amateur during the past 2 years. It is also important that cheaper types of reading, if hitherto followed, be dropped. Popular magazines inculcate a careless and deplorable style which is hard to unlearn, and which impedes the acquisition of a purer style. If such things must be read, let them be skimmed over as lightly as possible. An excellent habit to cultivate is the analytical study of the King James Bible. For simple yet rich and forceful English, this masterly production is hard to equal, and even though its Saxon vocabulary and poetic rhythm be unsuited to general composition, it is an invaluable model for writers on quaint or imaginative themes. Lord Dunsany, perhaps the greatest living prose artist, derived nearly all of his stylistic tendencies from the Scriptures, and the contemporary critic Boyd points out very acutely the loss sustained by most Catholic Irish writers through their unfamiliarity with the historic volume and its tradition. Vocabulary. One superlatively important effect of wide reading is the enlargement of vocabulary which always accompanies it. The average student is gravely impeded by the narrow range of words from which he must choose, and he soon discovers that in long compositions he cannot avoid monotony. In reading, the novice should note the varied mode of expression practiced by good authors, and should keep in his mind for future use the many appropriate synonyms he encounters. Never should an unfamiliar word be passed over without elucidation, for with a little conscientious research we may each day add to our conquests in the realm of philology, and become more and more ready for graceful independent expression. But in enlarging the vocabulary we must beware lest we misuse our new possessions. We must remember that there are fine distinctions betwixt apparently similar words, and that language must ever be selected with intelligent care. As the learned Dr. Blair points out in his lectures, hardly in any language are there two words that convey precisely the same idea. A person thoroughly conversant in the propriety of language will always be able to observe something that distinguishes them. Elemental phases. Before considering the various formal classes of composition, it is well to note certain elements common to them all. Upon analysis, every piece of writing will be found to contain one or more of the following basic principles: description, or an account of the appearance of things; narration, or an account of the actions of things; exposition, which defines and explains with precision and lucidity; argument, which discovers truth and rejects error; and persuasion, which urges to certain thoughts or acts. The first two are the basis of fiction, the third didactic, scientific, historical, and editorial writings. The fourth and fifth are mostly employed in conjunction with the third, in scientific, philosophical, and partisan literature. All these principles, however, are usually mingled with one another. The work of fiction may have its scientific, historical, or argumentative side, whilst the textbook or treatise might be embellished with descriptions and anecdotes. Description. Description, in order to be effective, calls upon two mental qualities: observation and discrimination. Many descriptions depend for their vividness upon the accurate reproduction of details, others upon the judicious selection of salient, typical, or significant points. One cannot be too careful in the selection of adjectives for descriptions. Words or compounds which describe precisely, and which convey exactly the right suggestions to the mind of the reader, are essential. As an example, let us consider the following list of epithets applicable to a fountain, taken from Richard Green Parker's admirable work on composition: crystal, gushing, rustling, silver, gently gliding, parting, pearly, weeping, bubbling, gurgling, chiding, clear, grass-fringed, moss-fringed, pebble-paved, verdant, sacred, grass-margined, moss-margined, trickling, soft, dew-sprinkled, fast-flowing, delicate, delicious, clean, straggling, dancing, vaulting, deep embosomed, leaping, murmuring, muttering, whispering, prattling, twaddling, swelling, sweet rolling, gently flowing, rising, sparkling, flowing, frothy, dew distilling, dew born, exhaustless, inexhaustible, never decreasing, never failing, heaven born, earth born, deep divulging, drought dispelling, thirst allaying, refreshing, soul refreshing, earth refreshing, laving, lavish, plant nourishing. For the purpose of securing epithets at once accurate and felicitous, the young author should familiarize himself thoroughly with the general aspect and phenomena of nature, as well as with the ideas and associations which these things produce in the human mind. Descriptions may be of objects, of places, of animals, and of persons. The complete description of an object may be said to consist of the following elements: 1. When, where, and how seen, when made or found, how affected by time. 2. History and traditional associations. 3. Substance and manner of origin. 4. Size, shape, and appearance. 5. Analogies with similar objects. 6. Sensations produced by contemplating it. 7. Its purpose or function. 8. Its effects, the results of its existence. Descriptions of places must of course vary with the type of the place. Of natural scenery, the following elements are notable. 1. How beheld, at dawn, noon, evening, or night, by starlight or moonlight. 2. Natural features, flat or hilly, barren or thickly grown, kind of vegetation, trees, mountains, and rivers. 3. Works of man, cultivation, edifices, bridges, modifications of scenery produced by man. 4. Inhabitants and other forms of animal life. 5. Local customs and traditions. 6. Sounds of water, forest, leaves, birds, barnyards, human beings, machinery. 7. View, prospect on every side, and the place itself as seen from afar. 8. Analogies to other scenes, especially famous scenes. 9. History and associations. 10. Sensations produced by contemplating it. Descriptions of animals may be analyzed thus: 1. Species and size. 2. Covering. 3. Parts. 4. Abode. 5. Characteristics and habits. 6. Food. 7. Utility or harmfulness. 8. History and associations. Descriptions of persons can be infinitely varied. Sometimes a single felicitous touch brings out the whole type and character, as when the modern author Leonard Merrick hints at shabby gentility by mentioning the combination of a frock coat with the trousers of a tweed suit. Suggestion is very powerful in this field, especially when mental qualities are to be delineated. Treatment should vary with the author's object, whether to portray a mere personified idea or to give a quasi-photographic view, mental and physical, of some vividly living character. In a general description, the following elements may be found. 1. Appearance, stature, complexion, proportions, features. 2. Most conspicuous feature. 3. Expression. 4. Grace or ugliness. 5. Attire, nature, taste, quality. 6. Habits, attainments, graces, or awkwardnesses. 7. Character, moral and intellectual, place in the community. 8. Notable special qualities. In considering the preceding synopses, the reader must remember that they are only suggestions and not for literal use. The extent of any description is to be determined by its place in the composition, by taste and fitness. It should be added that in fiction description must not be carried to excess. A plethora of it leads to dullness, so that it must ever be balanced by a brisk flow of narration, which we are about to consider. Narration. Narration is an account of action or of successive events, either real or imagined, and is therefore the basis both for history and of fiction. To be felicitous and successful, it demands an intelligent exercise of taste and discrimination. Salient points must be selected, and the order of time and of circumstances must be well maintained. It is deemed wisest in most cases to give narratives a climactic form, leading from lesser to greater events, and culminating in that chief incident upon which the story is primarily founded, or which makes the other parts important through its own importance. This principle, of course, cannot be literally followed in all historical and biographical narratives. Fictional narration. The essential point of fictional narration is plot, which may be defined as a sequence of incidents designed to awaken the reader's interest and curiosity as to the result. Plots may be simple or complex, but suspense and climactic progress from one incident to another are essential. Every incident in a fictional work should have some bearing on the climax or denouement, and any denouement which is not the inevitable result of the preceding incidents is awkward and unliterary. No formal course in fiction writing can equal a close and observant perusal of the stories of Edgar Allan Poe or Ambrose Bierce. In these masterpieces one may find that unbroken sequence and linkage of incident and result which mark the ideal tale. Observe how, in The Fall of the House of Usher, each separate event foreshadows and leads up to the tremendous catastrophe and its hideous suggestion. Poe was an absolute master of the mechanics of his craft. Observe also how Bierce can attain the most stirring denouements from a few simple happenings, denouements which develop purely from these preceding circumstances. In fictional narration, verisimilitude is absolutely essential. A story must be consistent and must contain no event glaringly removed from the usual order of things, unless that event is the main incident and is approached with the most careful preparation. In real life, odd and erratic things do occasionally happen, but they are out of place in an ordinary story, since fiction is a sort of idealization of the average. Development should be as lifelike as possible, and a weak, trickling conclusion should be assiduously avoided. The end of a story must be stronger rather than weaker than the beginning, since it is the end which contains the denouement or culmination, and which will leave the strongest impression upon the reader. It would not be amiss for the novice to write the last paragraph of his story first, once a synopsis of the plot has been carefully prepared, as it always should be. In this way he will be able to concentrate his freshest mental vigor upon the most important part of his narrative, and if any changes be later found needful, they can easily be made. In no part of a narrative should a grand or empathetic thought or passage be followed by one of tame or prosaic quality. This is anti-climax, and exposes a writer to much ridicule. Notice the absurd effect of the following couplet, which was, however, written by no less a person than Waller. Under the tropic is our language spoke, and part of Flanders hath received our yoke. Unity, mass, coherence. In developing a theme, whether descriptive or narrative, it is necessary that three structural qualities be present: unity, mass, and coherence. Unity is that principle whereby every part of a composition must have some bearing on the central theme. It is the principle which excludes all extraneous matter, and demands that all threads converge toward the climax. Classical violations of unity may be found in the episodes of Homer and other epic poets of antiquity, as well as in the digressions of Fielding and other celebrated novelists, but no beginner should venture to emulate such liberties. Unity is the quality we have lately noted and praised in Poe and Bierce. Mass is that principle which requires the more important parts of a composition to occupy correspondingly important places in the whole composition, the paragraph, and the sentence. It is that law of taste which insists that emphasis be placed where emphasis is due, and is most strikingly embodied in the previously mentioned necessity for an emphatic ending. According to this law, the end of a composition is its most important part, with the beginning next in importance. Coherence is that principle which groups related parts together and keeps unrelated parts removed from one another. It applies, like mass, to the whole composition, the paragraph, or the sentence. It demands that kindred events be narrated without interruption, effect following cause in a steady flow. Forms of composition. Few writers succeed equally in all the various branches of literature. Each type of thought has its own particular form of expression, based on natural appropriateness, and the average author tends to settle into that form which best fits his particular personality. Many, however, follow more than one form, and some writers change from one form to another as advancing years produce alterations in their mental processes or points of view. It is well, in the interests of breadth and discipline, for the beginner to exercise himself to some degree in every form of literary art. He may thus discover that which best fits his mind, and develop hitherto unsuspected potentialities. We have so far surveyed only those simpler phases of writing which center in prose fiction and descriptive essays. Hereafter we hope to touch upon didactic, argumentative, and persuasive writing, to investigate to some extent the sources of rhetorical strength and elegance, and to consider a few major aspects of versification. End of Literary Composition by H.P. Lovecraft.
The Methods of Mr. Cellier, a Bookstore Study by Stephen Leacock. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Especially for the annual convention of the American Booksellers Association, May 14, 1914, to the booksellers of the United States and Canada. Wish to look about the store? Oh, by all means, sir, he said. Then, as he rubbed his hands together in an urbane fashion, he directed a piercing glance at me through his spectacles. "You'll find some things that might interest you," he said, "in the back of the store on the left. We have there a series of reprints, Universal Knowledge from Aristotle to Arthur Balfour, at 17 cents. Or perhaps you might like to look over the Pantheon of Dead Authors at 10 cents. Mr. Sparrow," he called, "just show this gentleman our classical reprints, the 10-cent series." With that he waved his hand to an assistant and dismissed me from his thought. In other words, he had divined me in a moment. There was no use of my having bought a sage-green fedora in Broadway and a sporting tie done up crosswise with spots as big as nickels. These little adornments can never hide the soul within. I was a professor, and he knew it, or at least as part of his business he could divine it on the instant. The sales manager of the biggest bookstore for 10 blocks cannot be deceived in a customer, and he knew, of course, that as a professor I was no good. I had come to the store, as all professors go to bookstores, just as a wasp comes to an open jar of marmalade. He knew that I would hang around for 2 hours, get in everybody's way, and finally buy a cheap reprint of the Dialogues of Plato, or the prose works of John Milton, or Locke on the Human Understanding, or some trash of that sort. As for real taste in literature, the ability to appreciate at its worth a $1.50 novel of last month in a spring jacket with a tango frontispiece, I hadn't got it, and he knew it. He despised me, of course, but it is a maxim of the book business that a professor standing up in a corner buried in a book looks well in a store. The real customers like it. So it was that even so up-to-date a manager as Mr. Cellier tolerated my presence in a back corner of his store, and so it was that I had an opportunity of noting something of his methods with his real customers, methods so successful, I may say, that he is rightfully looked upon by all the publishing business as one of the mainstays of literature in America. I had no intention of standing in the place and listening as a spy. In fact, to tell the truth, I had become immediately interested in a new translation of The Moral Discourses of Epictetus. The book was very neatly printed, quite well bound, and was offered at 18 cents, so that for the moment I was strongly tempted to buy it, though it seemed best to take a dip into it first. I had hardly read more than the first 3 chapters when my attention was diverted by a conversation going on in the front of the store. "You're quite sure it's his latest?" a fashionably dressed lady was saying to Mr. Selyer. "Oh, yes, Mrs. Reslier," answered the manager. "I assure you this is his very latest. In fact, they only came in yesterday." As he spoke, he indicated with his hand a huge pile of books, gaily jacketed in a white and blue. I could make out the title in big gilt lettering, "Golden Dreams." "Ah, yes," repeated Mr. Selyer, "this is Mr. Slush's latest book. It's having a wonderful sale." "That's all right, then," said the lady. "You see, one sometimes gets taken in so. I came in here last week and took 2 that seemed very nice, and I never noticed till I got home that they were both old books, published, I think, 6 months ago." "Oh, dear me, Mrs. Reslier," said the manager in an apologetic tone, "I'm extremely sorry. Pray let us send for them and exchange them for you." "Oh, it does not matter," said the lady. "Of course I didn't read them. I gave them to my maid. She probably wouldn't know the difference anyway." "I suppose not," said Mr. Selyer, with a condescending smile. "But of course, madame," he went on, falling into the easy chat of the fashionable bookman, "such mistakes are bound to happen sometimes. We had a very painful case only yesterday. One of our oldest customers came in a great hurry to buy books to take on the steamer, and before we realized what he had done, selecting the books, I suppose, merely by the titles, as some gentlemen are apt to do, he had taken 2 of last year's books. We wired at once to the steamer, but I am afraid it's too late." "But now this book," said the lady, idly turning over the leaves, "is it good? What is it about?" "It's an extremely powerful thing," said Mr. Selyer. "In fact, masterly. The critics are saying that it's perhaps the most powerful book of the season. It has a—" And here Mr. Selyer paused, and somehow his manner reminded me of my own when I am explaining to a university class something that I don't know myself. "It has a power, so to speak, a very exceptional power. In fact, one may say without exaggeration, it is the most powerful book of the month. Indeed," he added, getting on to easier ground, "it's having a perfectly wonderful sale." "You seem to have a great many of them," said the lady. "Ah, we have to," answered the manager. "There's a regular rush on the book. Indeed, you know, it's a book that is bound to make a sensation. In fact, in certain quarters they are saying that it's a book that ought not to—" And here Mr. Selyer's voice became so low and ingratiating that I could not hear the rest of the sentence. "Oh, really?" said Mrs. Reslier. "Well, I think I'll take it anyway. One ought to see what these talked-of things are about, anyway." She had already begun to button her gloves and to readjust her feather boa with which she had been knocking the Easter cards off the counter. Then she suddenly remembered something. "Oh, I was forgetting," she said. "Will you send something to the house for Mr. Reslier at the same time? He's going down to Virginia for the vacation. You know the kind of thing he likes, do you not?" "Oh, perfectly, madam," said the manager. "Mr. Reslier generally reads works of—I think he buys mostly books on—oh, travel and that sort of thing," said the lady. "Precisely. I think we have here," and he pointed to the counter on the left, "what Mr. Reslier wants." He indicated a row of handsome books. 7 Weeks in the Sahara, $7. 6 Months in a Wagon, $6.50 net. Afternoons in an Ox Cart, 2 volumes for $30 with 20 off. "I think he has read those," said Mrs. Reslier. "At least there are a good many at home that seem like that." Oh, very possibly. But here now, among the cannibals of Corfu. Yes, that I think he has had. Among the... That, too, I think. But this I'm certain he would like, just in this morning, among the monkeys of New Guinea. $10 net. And with this Mr. Cellier laid his hand on a pile of new books, apparently as numerous as the huge pile of Golden Dreams. "Among the monkeys," he repeated, almost caressingly. "Oh, it seems rather expensive," said the lady. "Oh, very much so. A most expensive book," the manager repeated in a tone of enthusiasm. "You see, Mrs. Reslier, it's the illustrations, actual photographs." He ran the leaves over in his fingers, "of actual monkeys taken with the camera. And the paper, you notice. In fact, madam, the book costs, the mere manufacture of it, $9.90. Of course, we make no profit on it, but it's a book we like to handle." Everybody likes to be taken into the details of technical business, and, of course, everybody likes to know that a bookseller is losing money. These, I realized, were two axioms in the methods of Mr. Cellier. So, very naturally, Mrs. Reslier bought Among the Monkeys, and in another moment Mr. Cellier was directing a clerk to write down an address on Fifth Avenue, and was bowing deeply as he showed the lady out of the door. As he turned back to his counter, his manner seemed much changed. "That monkey book," I heard him murmur to his assistant, "is going to be a pretty stiff proposition." But he had no time for further speculation. Another lady entered. This time, even to an eye less trained than Mr. Cellier's, the deep, expensive mourning and the pensive eye proclaimed the sentimental widow. "Something new in fiction," repeated the manager. "Yes, madam, here's a charming thing. Golden Dreams." He hung lovingly on the words. "A very sweet story, singularly sweet, in fact, madam. The critics are saying it is the sweetest thing that Mr. Slush has done." "Is it good?" said the lady. I began to realize that all customers asked this. "Oh, a charming book," said the manager. "It's a love story, very simple and sweet, yet wonderfully charming. Indeed, the reviews say it's the most charming book of the month. My wife was reading it aloud only last night. She could hardly read for tears." "I suppose it's quite a safe book, is it?" asked the widow. "I want it for my little daughter." "Oh, quite safe," said Mr. Cellier, with an almost parental tone. "In fact, written quite in the old style, like the dear old books of the past. Quite like—" Here Mr. Cellier paused, with a certain slight haze of doubt visible in his eye. "Like Dickens and Fielding and Sterne and so on. We sell a great many to the clergy, madam." The lady bought Golden Dreams, received it wrapped up in green enamelled paper, and passed out. "Have you any good light reading for vacation time?" called out the next customer, in a loud, breezy voice. He had the air of a stockbroker starting on a holiday. "Oh, yes," said Mr. Cellier, and his face almost broke into a laugh as he answered, "Oh, here's an excellent thing. Golden Dreams. Quite the most humorous book of the season. Simply screaming. My wife was reading it aloud only yesterday. She could hardly read for laughing." "What's the price? $1? $1.50? All right, wrap it up." There was a clink of money on the counter, and the customer was gone. I began to see exactly where professors and college people, who want copies of Epictetus at 18 cents and sections of world reprints of literature at 12 cents a section, come in the book trade. "Yes, Judge," said the manager to the next customer, a huge, dignified personage in a wide-awake hat. "Sea stories? Certainly. Excellent reading, no doubt, when the brain is overcharged as yours must be. Here is the very latest, Among the Monkeys of New Guinea. $10, reduced to $4.50. The manufacture alone costs $6.80. We're selling it out. Oh, thank you, Judge. Send it? Yes. Good morning." After that, the customers came and went in a string. I noticed that though the store was filled with books, 10,000 of them at a guess, Mr. Cellier was apparently only selling 2. Every woman who entered went away with golden dreams. Every man was given a copy of The Monkeys of New Guinea. To one lady, Golden Dreams was sold as exactly the reading for a holiday, to another as the very book to read after a holiday. Another bought it as a book for a rainy day, and a fourth as the right sort of reading for a fine day. The Monkeys was sold as a sea story, a land story, a story of the jungle, and a story of the mountains, and it was put at a price corresponding to Mr. Sellier's estimate of the purchaser. At last, after a busy 2 hours, the store grew empty for a moment. "Wilfred," said Mr. Sellier, turning to his chief assistant, "I'm going out to lunch. Keep those 2 books running as hard as you can. We'll try them for another day and then cut them right out, and I'll drop round to Dawkin and discount the publishers and make a kick about them and see what they'll do." I felt that I had lingered long enough. I drew near with the Epictetus in my hand. "Yes, sir," said Mr. Sellier, professional again in a moment. "Epictetus, a charming thing. 18 cents. Thank you. Perhaps we have some other things there that might interest you. We have a few second-hand things in the alcove there that you might care to look at. There's an Aristotle, 2 volumes, a very fine thing, practically illegible, that you might like. And a Cicero came in yesterday, very choice, damaged by damp, and I think we have a Machiavelli, quite exceptional, practically torn to pieces, and the cover's gone, a very rare old thing, sir, if you're an expert." "No, thanks," I said, and then, from a curiosity that had been growing in me and that I could not resist, "That book, Golden Dreams," I said, "you seem to think it a very wonderful work." Mr. Sellier directed one of his shrewd glances at me. He knew I didn't want to buy the book, but perhaps, like lesser people, he had his off moments of confidence. He shook his head. "A bad business," he said. "The publishers have unloaded the thing on us, and we have to do what we can. They're stuck with it, I understand, and they look to us to help them. They're advertising it largely, and may pull it off. Of course, there's just a chance. One can't tell. It's just possible we may get the church people down on it, and if so, we're all right. But short of that, we'll never make it. I imagine it's perfectly rotten." "Haven't you read it?" I asked. "Dear me, no," said the manager. His air was that of a milkman who is offered a glass of his own milk. "A pretty time I'd have if I tried to read the new books. It's quite enough to keep track of them without that." "But those people," I went on, deeply perplexed, "who bought the book, won't they be disappointed?" Mr. Sellier shook his head. "Oh, no," he said. "You see, they won't read it. They never do." "But at any rate," I insisted, "your wife thought it a fine story." Mr. Sellier smiled widely. "I am not married, sir," he said. End of The Methods of Mr. Sellier, a Bookstore Study, by Stephen Leacock. Read by David Wales.
Michelangelo as Poet by William Wells Newell. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Michelangelo, who considered himself as primarily sculptor, afterwards painter, disclaimed the character of poet by profession. He was nevertheless prolific in verse. The pieces, which survive in number more than 200, probably represent only a small part of his activity in this direction. These compositions are not to be considered merely as the amusement of leisure, the byplay of fancy. They represent continued meditation, frequent reworking, careful balancing of words. He worked on a sonnet or a madrigal in the same manner as on a statue, conceived with ardent imagination, undertaken with creative energy, pursued under the pressure of a superabundance of ideas, occasionally abandoned in dissatisfaction, but at other times elaborated to that final excellence which exceeds as well as includes all merits of the sketch. and, as he himself said, constitutes a rebirth of the idea into the realm of eternity. In the sculptor's time, the custom of literary society allowed and encouraged interchange of verses. If the repute of the writer or the attraction of the rhymes commanded interest, these might be copied, reach an expanding circle, and achieve celebrity. In such manner, partly through the agency of Michelangelo himself, the sonnets of Vittoria Colonna came into circulation, and obtained an acceptance ending in a printed edition. But the artist did not thus arrange his own rhymes, does not appear even to have kept copies. Written on stray leaves, included in letters, they remained as loose memoranda, or were suffered altogether to disappear. The fame of the author secured attention for anything to which he chose to set his hand. The verses were copied and collected, and even gathered into the form of books. One such manuscript gleaning, he revised with his own hand. The sonnets became known, the songs were set to music, and the recognition of their merit induced a contemporary author, in the 71st year of the poet's life, to deliver before the Florentine Academy a lecture on a single sonnet. Diffusion through the printing press, however, the poems did not attain. Not until 60 years after the death of their author did a grandnephew, also called Michelangelo Buonarroti, edit the verse of his kinsman. In this task he had regard to supposed literary proprieties, conventionalizing the language and sentiment of rhymes which seemed harsh or impolite, supplying endings for incomplete compositions, and in general doing his best to deprive the verse of an originality which the age was not inclined to tolerate. The recast was accepted as authentic, and in this mutilated form the poetry remained accessible. Fortunately, the originals survived, partly in the handwriting of the author, and in 1863 were edited by Guaste. The publication added to the repute of the compositions, and the sonnets especially had become endeared to many English readers. The long neglect of Michelangelo's poetry was owing to the intellectual deficiencies of the succeeding generation. In spite of the partial approbation of his contemporaries, it is likely that these were not much more appreciative, and that their approval was rendered rather to the fame of the maker than to the merits of the work. The complication of the thought, frequently requiring to be thought out word for word, demanded a mental effort beyond the capacity of literati, whose ideal was the simplicity and triviality of Petrarchian imitators. Guarchi assuredly had no genuine comprehension of the sonnet, to which he devoted 3 hours of his auditor's patience. Burney, who affirmed that Michelangelo wrote things while other authors used words, to judge by his own compositions, could scarce have been more sensible of the artist's emotional depth. The sculptor, who bitterly expressed his consciousness that for the highest elements of his genius his world had no eyes, must have felt a similar lack of sympathy with his poetical conceptions. Here he stood on less safe ground, unacquainted with classic literature, unable correctly to write a Latin phrase. He must have known, to use his own metaphor, that while he himself might value plain homespun, the multitude admired the stuffs of silk and gold that went to the making of a tailor's man. It is likely that the resulting intellectual loneliness assumed the form of modesty, and that Michelangelo took small pains to preserve his poetry because he set on it no great value. The verse, especially lyric, owed its inspiration to experience. A complete record would have constituted a biography more intimate than any other. But such memorial does not exist. Of early productions few survive. The extant poems, for the most part, appear to have been composed after the 60th year of their author. The series begins with a sonnet written in 1506, when Michelangelo was 31 years of age. The sculptor had been called to Rome by Pope Julius, who conceived that the only way to ensure an adequately magnificent mausoleum was to prepare it during his own lifetime. A splendid design was made for the monument, destined to prove the embarrassment of Michelangelo's career. But the Pope was persuaded that it was not worth while to waste his means in marbles, and in the spring of 1506 the artist fled to Florence. In that city he may have penned the sonnet in which Julius is blamed for giving ear to the voice of echo, misreporting calumniators, instead of holding the balance even and the sword erect in the character of sculptured justice. The writer adds a bitter complaint of the injustice of fate, which sends merit to pluck the fruit of a withered bough. Another sonnet of the period seems to have been written in Rome. The subscription reads, "Your Michelangelo," in Turkey. The piece contains an indictment against the papal court, at that time occupied with plans for military advancement, where the Eucharistic cup is changed into helmet and cross into lance. For safety's sake, let Christ keep aloof from a city where his blood would be sold dropwise. Work there is none, and the Medusa-like Pope turns the artist to stone. If poverty is beloved by heaven, the servants of heaven, under the opposite banner, are doing their best to destroy that other life. In 1509, a sonnet addressed to Giovanni of Pistoia describes the sufferings endured in executing the frescoes of the Sistine Chapel. We are shown Michelangelo bent double on his platform, the paint oozing on his face, his eyes blurred and squinting, his fancy occupied with conjecture of the effect produced on spectators standing below. Allusion is made to hostile critics. The writer bids his friend maintain the honor of one who does not profess to be a painter. While looking upward to the vault retained in the memory of many persons as the most holy spot in Europe, it is well to recollect the sufferings of the artist, who in an unaccustomed field of labor achieved a triumph such as no other decorator has attained. A fourth sonnet, addressed to the same Giovanni, reveals the flaming irritability of a temper prone to exaggerate slights, especially from a Pistoian, presumably insensible to the preeminence of Florence, that precious joy. With this group can be certainly classed only one sonnet of a different character, number 20. This was penned on a letter of December 1507, addressed to Michelangelo at Bologna, where he was then leading a miserable life, engaged on the statue of Julius. This work, on which he wasted 3 years, was finally melted into a cannon, in order that the enemies of the Pope might fire at the latter by means of his own likeness. The verse is a spontaneous and passionate outburst of admiration for a beautiful girl. With this piece might be associated 2 or 3 undated compositions of similar nature, which serve to show the error of the supposition that the artist was insensible to feminine attractions. It may be affirmed that the reverse was the case, and that the thoughtful temper of the extant poetry is due solely to the sobering influences of time. The verse which might have exhibited the transition from early to later manhood has not been preserved. During 20 years survived no compositions of which the date is assured. Subsequently to that time, assistance is derived from the fortunate accident that several of the sonnets were written on dated letters. It is true that this indication is far from furnishing secure testimony. Even at the present day, when paper is so easily obtained, I have known a writer of rhyme who was in the habit of using the backs of old letters. That Michelangelo sometimes did the same thing appears to be demonstrated by the existence of a sonnet, number 50, which, though written on the back of a letter of 1532, professes to be composed in extreme old age. The evidence, therefore, is of value only when supported by the character of the piece, nor is internal testimony entirely to be depended on. It is to be remembered that all makers of verse remodel former work, complete imperfect essays, put into form reminiscences which essentially belong to an earlier stage of feeling. Attempts to classify the productions must follow a subjective opinion, very apt to err. Nevertheless, something may be accomplished in this direction. The nephew states that 2 sonnets, numbers 24 and 25, were found on a leaf containing a memorandum of 1529. Extant is another sonnet, certainly written on a page having an entry of that year. These 3 sonnets seem to breathe the same atmosphere. The emotion is sustained by a direct impulse. The verse is apparently inspired by a sentiment too lyric to be unhappy. The employment of theologic metaphor and Platonic fancy is still subsidiary to emotion. Allowing for the imaginative indulgence of feeling common to lyrical poets, it seems nevertheless possible to perceive a basis of personal experience. With these pieces may be associated a number of sonnets and madrigals among the most beautiful productions of the author, which may conjecturally be assigned to the period before his permanent Roman residence, or at any rate may be supposed to represent the impressions of such a time. As compared with a work which may with confidence be dated as produced within the ensuing decade, these correspond to an earlier manner. Wanting the direct and impetuous passion of the few youthful verses, they nevertheless show a spiritual conception of sexual attachment, not yet resolved into religious aspiration. They suggest that the inflammable and gentle-hearted artist passed through a series of inclinations, none of which terminated in a permanent alliance. At the end of 1534, near his 60th year, Michelangelo came to live in Rome, and to that city 3 years later Vittoria Colonna came for a long visit, in the 12th year of her widowhood, and the 47th of her life. An acquaintance may have been established in the course of previous years, when the lady visited Rome, or possibly even at a prior time. Whatever was the date of the first encounter, allusions in the poem seem to imply that the meeting produced a deep impression on the mind of the artist. Madrigals 54 and 72. At all events, the relations of the two grew into a friendship, hardly to be termed intimacy. Only a very few of the poems are known to have been addressed to Vittoria, but the veiled references of several pieces, and the tone of the poetry, appear to justify the opinion that admiration for this friend was the important influence that affected the character of the verse written during the 10 years before her death in 1547. In Rome, the Marchioness of Pescara made her home in the convent of San Silvestro, where she reigned as queen of an intelligent circle. A charming and welcome glimpse of this society is furnished by Francis of Holland, who professes to relate 3 conversations, held on as many Sunday mornings, in which the sculptor took a chief part. It is not difficult to imagine the calmness and coolness of the place, the serious and placid beauty of the celebrated lady, the figure of Michelangelo, the innocent devices by which the sympathetic Vittoria contrived to adduce his vehement outbursts on artistic questions, the devout listening of the stranger, hanging on the chief artist of Italy with the attention of a reporter who means to put all into a book. So far as the conversation represents a symposium on matters of art, no doubt the account is to be taken as in good measure the method adopted by Francis to put before the world his own ideas. But among the remarks are many so consonant to the character of the sculpture that it is impossible to doubt the essential correctness of the narration. In the language of Michelangelo speaks haughty reserve, the consciousness of superiority, accompanied by a sense that his most precious qualities exceeded the comprehension of a world which rendered credit less to the real man than to the fashionable artist, and whose attention expressed not so much gratitude for illumination as desire of becoming associated with what society held in respect. All students who have had occasion to concern themselves with the biography of Vittoria Colonna have been impressed with the excellence of her character. After the loss of a husband to whom she had been united in extreme youth, she declared her intention of forming no new ties, and it must have been an exceptional purity which the censorious and corrupt world could associate with no breath of scandal. She had been accounted the most beautiful woman in Italy, of that golden-haired and broad-browed type recognized as favorite. But her intelligence, rather than personal attractions or social position, had made her seclusion in Ischia a place of pilgrimage for men of letters. The attraction she possessed for the lonely, reserved, and proud artist is a testimony that to her belonged especially the inexplicable attraction of sympathetic nature. Such disposition is the sufficient explanation of her devotion to the memory of a husband who appears to have been essentially a conderiote of the time, a soldier who made personal interest his chief consideration. She may also be credited with a sound judgment and pure ethical purpose in the practical affairs of life. Yet to allow that Vittoria Colonna was good and lovable does not make it necessary to worship her as a 10th muse, according to the partial judgment of her contemporaries. Unfortunately, time has spared her verses, respecting which may be repeated advice bestowed by Mrs. Browning in regard to another female author, by no means to indulge in the perusal, inasmuch as they seem to disprove the presence of a talent which she nevertheless probably possessed. In the case commented on by the modern writer, the genius absent in the books is revealed in the correspondence. But epistolary composition was not the forte of the Marchioness of Pescara, whose communications, regarded as pabulum for a hungry heart, are as jejune as can be conceived. Neither is she to be credited with originality in her attitude towards political or religious problems. It does not appear that she quarrelled with the principles of the polite banditti of her own family, nor was she able to attain even an elementary notion of Italian patriotism. She has been set down as a reformer in religion, but such tendency went no further than a sincere affection toward the person of the founder of Christianity, a piety in no way inconsistent with ritual devotion. When it came to the dividing of the ways, she had no thought other than to follow the beaten track. Nor in the world of ideas did she possess greater independence. With all her esteem for Michelangelo as artist and man, it is not likely that she was able to estimate the sources of his supremacy, any more than to foresee a time when her name would have interest for the world only as associated with that of the sculptor. It may be believed that a mind capable of taking pleasure in the commonplaces of her rhyme could never have appreciated the essential merits of the mystic verse which she inspired. Here also Michelangelo was destined to remain uncomprehended. Vittoria presented him with her own poems, neatly written out and bound, but never seems to have taken the pains to gather those of the artist. Intellectually, therefore, her limitations were many, but she was endowed with qualities more attractive: a gentle sympathy, a noble kindness, a person and expression representative of that ideal excellence which the sculptor could appreciate only as embodied in human form. While earlier writers of biography were inclined to exaggerate the effect on Michelangelo of his acquaintance with Vittoria Colonna, later authors, as I think, have fallen into the opposite error. To Vittoria, indeed, whose thoughts, when not taken up with devotional exercises, were occupied with the affairs of her family or of the Church, such enmity could occupy only a subordinate place. One of her letters to Michelangelo may be taken as a polite repression of excessive interest. But on the other side, the poetry of the artist is a clear, almost a painful expression of his own state of mind. We are shown in the mirror of his own verse a sensitive, self-contained, solitary nature, aware that he is out of place in a world for which he lacks essential graces and in which he is respected for his least worthy qualities. That under such circumstances he should value the kindness of the only woman with whom he could intelligently converse, that he should feel the attraction of eyes from which seemed to descend starry influences, that he should suffer from the sense of inadequacy and transitoriness, from the difference of fortune and the lapse of years, the contrast of imagination and possibility, was only, as he would have said, to manifest attribute in act, to suffer the natural pain incident to sensitive character. In the most striking of the compositions devoted to the memory of Vittoria Colonna, Michelangelo speaks of her influence as the tool by which his own genius had been formed, and which, when removed to heaven and made identical with the divine archetype, left no earthly substitute. That the language was no more than an expression of the fact is shown by the alteration which from this time appears in his verse. Poetry passes over into piety. Artistic color is exchanged for the monotone of religious emotion. One may be glad that the old age, of whose trials he has left a terrible picture, found its support and alleviation. Yet the later poems, distressing in their solemnity, pietistic in their self-depreciation, exhibit a declining poetic faculty, and in this respect are not to be ranked with their forerunners. The verse of Michelangelo has been lauded as philosophic. The epithet is out of place if by philosophy be meant metaphysics. There is no such thing as philosophic poetry. Poetry owes no debt to metaphysical speculation, it can coexist as well with one type of doctrine as with another. The obligation is on the other side. Philosophy is petrified poetry, which no infusion of adventitious sap can relegate to vital function. Like all other developments of life, philosophic theories can be employed by poets only for colors of the palette. If Platonic conceptions be deemed exceptional, it is because such opinions are themselves poetry more than metaphysics, and constitute rather metaphorical expressions for certain human sentiments than any system of ratiocination. For the purposes of Michelangelo, these doctrines supplied an adequate means of presentation, quite independent of the abstract verity of the principles considered as the product of reasoning. With the sculptor, it was the impressions and feelings of later life that this philosophy served to convey. The few remains of comparative youth lead us to suppose that in the verse of this time the reflective quality was subordinate. The productions of later manhood breathe a gentle emotion, which, allowing for contrast, may be compared with that animating the poetry of Wordsworth. Only in compositions belonging to incipient age do we find a full development of Platonic conceptions. These again constitute a step in the progress toward that Christian quietism into which the stream of the poet's genius emerges, as from its impetuous source, through the powerful flow of its broadening current, a great river at last empties itself into the all-encompassing sea. This philosophy was no result of reading, but a deposit from conversations which the youth had overheard in the Medicean gardens, where he may have listened to the eloquence of Marsilio Ficino. When the time came, these reminiscences were able to influence imagination and color fancy. For a commentary on Michelangelo, one has no need to go to the Phaedrus or Symposium. The verse, like all true poetry, is self-illuminative. That God is the archetype and fountainhead of all excellency, that external objects suggest the perfection they do not include, that objects of nature, reflected in the mirror of the intelligence, move the soul to perform the creative act by which outward beauty is reborn into her own likeness, and loved as the representation of her own divinity, that the highest property of external things is to cause human thought to transcend from the partial to the universal. These are conceptions so simple and natural that no course of study is necessary to their appreciation. The ideas are received as symbols of certain moral conditions, and so far not open to debate. Only when the attempt is made to generalize, to set them up as the sum of all experience, do they become doubtful. The principles are better comprehended without the dialectic, and indeed it frequently happens that he who has paid most attention to the latter is least informed respecting the true significance of the imaginations for the sake of which the argument professes to exist. Hand in hand with this Hellenistic, one might say human mysticism, went the Christian mysticism expressed in the poetry of Dante. In place of the serene archetype, the apotheosis of reason, we are presented with the archetypical love reaching out toward mankind through the forms of nature. No longer the calm friend, the beloved person is conceived as the ardent angel, messenger from the Empyrean, descending and revealing. It has been held that these two forms of thought are irreconcilable. I should consider them as complementary. Before the beginnings of the Christian Church had been effected, a union of Platonic imagination with Hebrew piety. Christian sentiment expresses in terms of affection the philosophic doctrine, also pious and poetic, however proclaimed under the name and with a coloring of sober reason. It could not have been expected that in the poetical activities, which of necessity with him remained a subordinate interest, Michelangelo should have manifested the full measure of that independent force, which in two arts had proved adequate to break new channels. This third method of expression served to manifest a part of his nature for which grander tasks did not supply adequate outlets. The verse accordingly reveals new aspects of character. It was for gentle, wistful, meditative emotions that the artist found it necessary to use rhyme. If not torrential, the current was vital, no line unfreshened by living waters. This function explains the limitation of scope. Essays in pastoral, in terza rima, serve to prove that here did not lie his path. In the conventional forms of the sonnet and the madrigal he found the medium desired. The familiarity of the form did not prevent originality of substance. He had from youth been intimate with the youthful melodies of Dante, the lucid sonnets of Petrarch. But his own style, controlled by thought, is remote from the gentle music of the one, the clear flow of the other. The verse exhibits a superabundance of ideas not easily brought within the limits of the rhyme. Amid an imagery prevailingly tender and reflective, now and then a gleam or a flash reveals the painter of the Sistine and the sculptor of the Medicean chapel. Essentially individual is the artistic imagery. As Michelangelo was above all a creator whose genius inclined him toward presentation of the unadorned human form, so his metaphors are prevailingly taken from the art of sculpture, alone which enriches the verse by the association with immortal works. These comparisons, taken from the methods of time, are not altogether such as could now be employed. At the outset, indeed, the procedure scarcely differed. With the sculptor of the Renaissance, the first step was to produce a sketch of small dimensions. The same thing is done by the modern artist, who commonly uses clay and plaster in place of wax. It is in the nature of the design, or as Michelangelo said of the model, that, as having the character of an impression, it must superabound in rude vitality, as much as it is deficient in symmetry and measure. The next step, then, as now, might be the preparation of a form answering in size to that of the intended figure, but also in wax or clay. In the final part of the process, however, the distinction is complete. In the 16th century no way was open to the maker but himself to perfect the statue with hammer and chisel. The advance of mechanical skill has enabled the modern artist to dispense with this labor. It may be questioned whether the consequent saving of pains is in all respects an advantage. At least I have the authority of one of the most accomplished of modern portrait sculptors for the opinion that in strict propriety every kind of plastic work ought to receive its final touches from the hand of the designer. Even if this were done, the method would not answer to that of the earlier century, when it was the practice to cleave away the marble in successive planes, in such manner as gradually to disengage the outlines of the image, which thus appeared to lie veiled beneath the superficies, as an indwelling tenant waiting release from the hand of the carver. Moreover, the preciousness of the material had on the fancy a salutary influence. Before beginning his task, the sculptor was compelled to take into account the possibility of execution. He would commonly feel himself obliged to make use of any particular block of marble which he might have the fortune to possess. It might even happen that such a block possessed an unusual form, as was the case with a stone placed at the disposal of Michelangelo, and from which he created his David. The test of genius would therefore be the ability, on perception of the material, to form a suitable conception. A sculptor, if worthy of his name, would perceive the possible nature within the mass. The metaphor so frequently and beautifully used by Michelangelo, which represents the artist as conceiving the dormant image which his toil must bring forth from its enveloping stone, is therefore no commonplace of scholastic philosophy, no empty phrase declaring that matter potentially contains unnumbered forms, but a true description of the process of creative energy. Inasmuch as by an inevitable animism all conceptions derived from human activity are imaginatively transferred to external life, the comparison is extended into the realm of nature, which by a highly poetic forecast of the modern doctrine of evolution is said through the ages to aim at attaining an ideal excellence. The impulse visible in the art of the sculptor thus appears in his poetry, which, also perfected through unwearied toil, terminates in a result which is truly organic, and of which all parts seem to derive from a central idea. A lyric poet, if he possess genuine talent, is concerned with the presentation not of form of thought, but emotion. His fancy, therefore, commonly operates in a manner different from that of the artist, whose duty it is primarily to consider the visual image. The verse of the latter, if he undertakes to express himself also in the poetic manner, is usually characterized by the predominance of detail, an over-distinctness of parts, an inability of condensation, qualities belonging to an imagination conceiving of life as definitely formal rather than as vaguely impressive. On the contrary, Michelangelo is a true lyrist, whose mental vision is not too concrete to be also dreamy. This property is a strange proof of the multiformity of his genius, for it is the reverse of what one would expect from a contemplation of his plastic work. The inspiration, though in a measure biographic, is no mere reflection of the experience, notwithstanding the sincerity of the impulse, as should be the case in lyric verse. The expression transcends to the universal. It does not detract from his worth as a lyrical writer that the range of his themes is narrow, a limitation sufficiently explained by the conditions. The particular sentiment for the expression of which he needed rhyme was sexual affection. In the verse, if not in the art, all thoughts, all passions, all delights are ministers of that emotion. Michelangelo is as much a poet of love as Heine or Shelley. The sonnets were intended not to be sung, but to be read. This purpose may account for occasional deficiencies of music. The beauty of the idea, the abundance of the thought, the sincerity of the emotion, cause them to stand in clear contrast to the productions of contemporary versifiers. Less attention has been paid to the madrigals, on which the author bestowed equal pains. These are songs, and the melody has affected the thought. The self-consciousness of the poet is subordinated to the objectivity of the musician, who aims to render human experience into sweet sounds. For the most part, and with some conspicuous exceptions, even where the idea is equally mystical, the reasoning is not so intricate, nor the sentiment so biographic. A certain number have the character of simple love verse. In these compositions ardor is unchecked by reflection, and desire allowed its natural course, unquenched by the abundant flow of the thought which it has awakened. What assumes the aspect of love sorrow is in reality a joyous current of life mocking grief with the music of its ripples. If one desired to name the composer whom the sentiment suggests, he might mention Schumann rather than Beethoven. Other indifferent artists have been excellent poets, and other tolerable versifiers clever artists. But only once in human history has coexisted the highest talent for plastic form and verbal expression. Had these verses come down without name, had they been disinterred from the dust of a library as the legacy of an anonymous singer, they would be held to confer on the making a title to rank among intellectual benefactors. It would be said that an unknown poet, whose verse proved him also a sculptor, had contributed to literature thoughts whose character might be summed up in the lines of his madrigal: Dalle più alte stelle descende un splendore che il desir cira a cieli e che si chiama amore. End of Michelangelo as Poet by William Wells Newell.
The Mind and Its Education by George Herbert Betts. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 1. The Mind or Consciousness. We are to study the mind and its education. But how? It is easy to understand how we may investigate the great world of material things about us, for we can see it, touch it, weigh it, or measure it. But how are we to discover the nature of the mind, or come to know the processes by which consciousness works? For mind is intangible. We cannot see it, feel it, taste it, or handle it. Mind belongs not to the realm of matter, which is known to the senses, but to the realm of spirit, which the senses can never grasp. And yet the mind can be known and studied as truly and as scientifically as can the world of matter. Let us first of all see how this can be done. How mind is to be known, the personal character of consciousness. Mind can be observed and known, but each one can know directly only his own mind, and not another's. You and I may look into each other's face, and there guess the meaning that lies back of the smile, or frown, or flash of the eye, and so read something of the mind's activity. But neither directly meets the other's mind. I may learn to recognize your features, know your voice, respond to the clasp of your hand, but the mind, the consciousness which does your thinking and feels your joys and sorrows, I can never know completely. Indeed, I can never know your mind at all except through your bodily acts and expressions. Nor is there any way in which you can reveal your mind, your spiritual self, to me except through these means. It follows, therefore, that only you can ever know you, and only I can ever know I, in any first-hand and immediate way. Between your consciousness and mine, there exists a wide gap that cannot be bridged. Each of us lives apart. We are like ships that pass and hail each other in passing, but do not touch. We may work together, live together, come to love or hate each other, and yet our inmost selves forever stand alone. They must live their own lives, think their own thoughts, and arrive at their own destiny. Introspection, the only means of discovering nature of consciousness. What, then, is mind? What is the thing that we call consciousness? No mere definition can ever make it clearer than it is at this moment to each of us. The only way to know what mind is to look in upon our own consciousness and observe what is transpiring there. In the language of the psychologist, we must introspect, for one can never come to understand the nature of mind and its laws of working by listening to lectures or reading textbooks alone. There is no psychology in the text, but only in your living, flowing stream of thought and mind. True, the lecture and the book may tell us what to look for when we introspect, and how to understand what we find. But the statements and descriptions about our minds must be verified by our own observation and experience before they become vital truth to us. How we introspect. Introspection is something of an art. It has to be learned. Some master it easily, some with more difficulty, and some, it is to be feared, never become skilled in its use. In order to introspect, one must catch himself unawares, so to speak, in the very act of thinking, remembering, deciding, loving, hating, and all the rest. These fleeting phases of consciousness are ever on the wing. They never pause in their restless flight, and we must catch them as they go. This is not so easy as it appears. For the moment we turn to look in upon the mind, that moment consciousness changes. The thing we meant to examine is gone, and something else has taken its place. All that is left us then is to view the mental object while it is still fresh in the memory, or to catch it again when it returns. Studying mental states of others through expression. Although I can meet only my own mind face to face, I am, nevertheless, under the necessity of judging your mental states and knowing what is taking place in your consciousness. For in order to work successfully with you, in order to teach you, understand you, control you, or obey you, be your friend or enemy, or associate with you in any other way, I must know you. But the real you that I must know is hidden behind the physical mask that we call the body. I must, therefore, be able to understand your states of consciousness as they are reflected in your bodily expressions. Your face, form, gesture, speech, the tone of voice, laughter and tears, the poise of attention, the droop of grief, the tenseness of anger, and start of fear, all these tell the story of the mental state that lies behind the senses. These various expressions are the pictures on the screen by which your mind reveals itself to others. They are the language by which the inner self speaks to the world without. Learning to interpret expression. If I would understand the workings of your mind, I must therefore learn to read the language of physical expression. I must study human nature and learn to observe others. I must apply the information found in the texts to an interpretation of those about me. This study of others may be uncritical, as in the mere intelligent observation of those I meet, or it may be scientific, as when I conduct carefully planned psychological experiments. But in either case, it consists in judging the inner states of consciousness by their physical manifestations. The three methods by which mind may be studied are, then, 1. Textbook, description, and explanation. 2. Introspection of my own conscious processes. And 3. Observation of others, either uncritical or scientific. The nature of consciousness. Inner nature of the mind not revealed by introspection. We are not to be too greatly discouraged if, even by introspection, we cannot discover exactly what the mind is. No one knows what electricity is, though nearly everyone uses it in one form or another. We study the dynamo, the motor, and the conductors through which electricity manifests itself. We observe its effects in light, heat, and mechanical power, and so learn the laws which govern its operations. But we are almost as far from understanding its true nature as were the ancients who knew nothing of its uses. The dynamo does not create the electricity, but only furnishes the conditions which make it possible for electricity to manifest itself in doing the world's work. Likewise, the brain or nervous system does not create the mind, but it furnishes the machine through which the mind works. We may study the nervous system and learn something of the conditions and limitations under which the mind operates. But this is not studying the mind itself. As in the case of electricity, what we know about the mind we must learn through the activities in which it manifests itself. These we can know, for they are in the experience of all. It is then only by studying these processes of consciousness that we come to know the laws which govern the mind and its development. What it is that thinks and feels and wills in us is too hard a problem for us here. Indeed, has been too hard a problem for the philosophers through the ages. But the thinking and feeling and willing we can watch as they occur and hence come to know. Consciousness as a process or stream. In looking in upon the mind, we must expect to discover, then, not a thing, but a process. The thing forever eludes us, but the process is always present. Consciousness is like a stream, which, so far as we are concerned with it in a psychological discussion, has its rise at the cradle and its end at the grave. It begins with the babe's first faint gropings after light in his new world as he enters it, and ends with the man's last blind gropings after light in his old world as he leaves it. The stream is very narrow at first, only as wide as the few sensations which come to the babe when it sees the light or hears the sound. It grows wider as the mind develops, and is at last measured by the grand sum total of life's experience. This mental stream is irresistible. No power outside of us can stop it while life lasts. We cannot stop it ourselves. When we try to stop thinking, the stream but changes its direction and flows on. While we wake and while we sleep, while we are unconscious, under anesthetic even, some sort of mental process continues. Sometimes the stream flows slowly, and our thoughts lag. We feel slow. Again, the stream flows faster, and we are lively, and our thoughts come with a rush, or a fever seizes us and delirium comes on. Then the stream runs wildly onward, defying our control, and a mad jargon of thoughts takes the place of our usual orderly array. In different persons, also, the mental stream moves at different rates, some minds being naturally slow-moving, and some naturally quick in their operations. Consciousness resembles a stream also in other particulars. A stream is an unbroken whole from its source to its mouth, and an observer stationed at one point cannot see all of it at once. He sees but the one little section which happens to be passing his station point at the time. The current may look much the same from moment to moment, but the component particles which constitute the stream are constantly changing. So it is with our thought. Its stream is continuous from birth till death, but we cannot see any considerable portion of it at one time. When we turn about quickly and look in upon our minds, we see but the little present moment. That of a few seconds ago is gone and will never return. The thought which occupied us a moment since can no more be recalled just as it was, then can the particles composing a stream be recollected and made to pass a given point in its course in precisely the same order and relation to one another as before. This means, then, that we can never have precisely the same mental state twice, that the thought of the moment cannot have the same associates that it had the first time, that the thought of this moment will never be ours again, that all we can know of our minds at any one time is the part of the process present in consciousness at that moment. The wave in the stream of consciousness. The surface of our mental stream is not level, but it is broken by a wave which stands above the rest, which is but another way of saying that some one thing is always more prominent in our thought than the rest. Only when we are in a sleepy reverie or not thinking about much of anything does the stream approximate a level. At all other times, some one object occupies the highest point in our thought, to the more or less complete exclusion of other things which we might think about. 1,001 objects are possible to our thought at any moment, but all except one thing occupy a secondary place, or are not present to our consciousness at all. They exist on the margin, or else are clear off the edge of consciousness, while the one thing occupies the center. We may be reading a fascinating book late at night in a cold room. The charm of the writer, the beauty of the heroine, or the bravery of the hero so occupies the mind that the wary eyes and chattering teeth are unnoticed. Consciousness has piled up in a high wave on the points of interest in the book, and the bodily sensations are for the moment on a much lower level. But let the book grow dull for a moment, and the makeup of the stream changes in a flash. Hero, heroine, or literary style no longer occupies the wave. They forfeit their place. The wave is taken by the bodily sensations, and we are conscious of the smarting eyes and shivering body, while these in turn give way to the next object which occupies the wave. Consciousness likened to a field. The consciousness of any moment has been less happily likened to a field, in the center of which there is an elevation higher than the surrounding level. This center is where consciousness is piled up on the object which is for the moment foremost in our thought. The other objects of our consciousness are on the margin of the field for the time being, but any of them may the next moment claim the center and drive the former object to the margin. Or it may drop entirely out of consciousness. This moment, a noble resolve may occupy the center of the field, while a troublesome tooth begets sensations of discomfort, which linger dimly on the outskirts of our consciousness. But a shooting pain from the tooth, or a random thought crossing the mind, and, lo, the tooth holds sway, and the resolve dimly fades to the margin of our consciousness and is gone. The piling up of consciousness is attention. This figure is not so true as the one which likens our mind to a stream with its ever onward current, answering to the flow of our thought. But whichever figure we employ, the truth remains the same. Our mental energy is always piled up higher at one point than at others, either because our interest leads us or because the will dictates. The mind is withdrawn from the 1,001 things we might think about and directed to this one thing, which for the time occupies chief place. In other words, we attend, for this piling up of consciousness is nothing, after all, but attention. Content of the mental stream. We have seen that our mental life may be likened to a stream flowing now faster, now slower, ever shifting, never ceasing. We have yet to inquire what constitutes the material of the stream, or what is the stuff that makes up the current of our thought. What is the content of consciousness? The question cannot be fully answered at this point, but a general notion can be gained which will be of service. Why we need minds. Let us first of all ask what mind is for. Why do animals, including men, have minds? The biologist would say, in order that they may adapt themselves to their environment. Each individual, from mollusk to man, needs the amount and type of mind that serves to fit its possessor into its particular world of activity. Too little mind leaves the animal helpless in the struggle for existence. On the other hand, a mind far above its possessor's station would prove useless, if not a handicap. A mollusk could not use the mind of a man. Content of consciousness determined by function. How much mind does man need? What range and type of consciousness will best serve to adjust us to our world of opportunity and responsibility? First of all, we must know our world. Hence, our mind must be capable of gathering knowledge. Second, we must be able to feel its values and respond to the great motives for action arising from the emotions. Third, we must have the power to exert self-compulsion, which is to say that we possess a will to control our acts. These three sets of processes, knowing, feeling, and willing, we shall, therefore, expect to find making up the content of our mental stream. Let us proceed at once to test our conclusion by introspection. If we are sitting at our study table puzzling over a difficult problem in geometry, reasoning forms the wave in the stream of consciousness, the center of the field. It is the chief thing in our thinking. The fringe of our consciousness is made up of various sensations of light from the lamp, the contact of our clothing, the sounds going on in the next room, some bit of memory seeking recognition, a tramp thought which comes along, and a dozen other experiences not strong enough to occupy the center of the field. But instead of the study table and the problem, give us a bright fireside, an easy chair, and nothing to do. If we are aged, memories, images from out the past, will probably come thronging in and occupy the field to such extent that the fire burns low and the room grows cold, but still the forms from the past hold sway. If we are young, visions of the future may crowd everything else to the margin of the field, while the castles in Spain occupy the center. Our memories may also be accompanied by emotions: sorrow, love, anger, hate, envy, joy, and indeed, these emotions may so completely occupy the field that the images themselves are for the time driven to the margin, and the mind is occupied with its sorrow, its love, or its joy. Once more, instead of the problem or the memories or the castles in Spain, give us the necessity of making some decision, great or small, where contending motives are pulling us now in this direction, now in that, so that the question finally has to be settled by a supreme effort summed up in the words, "I will." This is the struggle of the will which each one knows for himself. For who has not had a raging battle of motives occupy the center of the field while all else, even the sense of time, place, and existence, gave way in the face of this conflict? This struggle continues until the decision is made, when suddenly all the stress and strain drop out and other objects may again have place in consciousness. The three fundamental phases of consciousness. Thus we see that if we could cut the stream of consciousness across as we might cut a stream of water from bank to bank with a huge knife, and then look at the cutoff section, we should find very different constituents in the stream at different times. We should at one time find the mind manifesting itself in perceiving, remembering, imagining, discriminating, comparing, judging, reasoning, or the acts by which we gain our knowledge. At another, in fearing, loving, hating, sorrowing, enjoying, or the acts of feeling. At still another, in choosing, or the act of the will. These processes would make up the stream, or, in other words, these are the acts which the mind performs in doing its work. We should never find a time when the stream consists of but one of the processes, or when all these modes of mental activity are not represented. They will be found in varying proportions, now more of knowing, now of feeling, and now of willing, but some of each is always present in our consciousness. The nature of these different elements in our mental stream, their relation to each other, and the manner in which they all work together in amazing perplexity, yet in perfect harmony to produce the wonderful mind, will constitute the subject matter we shall consider together in the pages which follow. Where consciousness resides. I, the conscious self, dwell somewhere in this body, but where? When my fingertips touch the object I wish to examine, I seem to be in them. When the brain grows weary from overstudy, I seem to be in it. When the heart throbs, the breath comes quick and the muscles grow tense from noble resolve or strong emotion, I seem to be in them all. When filled with the buoyant life of vigorous youth, every fiber and nerve is a tingle with health and enthusiasm. I live in every part of my marvelous body. Small wonder that the ancients located the soul at one time in the heart, at another in the pineal gland of the brain, and at another made it coextensive with the body. Consciousness works through the nervous system. Later science has taught that the mind resides in and works through the nervous system, which has its central office in the brain. And the reason why I seem to be in every part of my body is because the nervous system extends to every part, carrying messages of sight or sound or touch to the brain, and bearing in return orders for movements, which set the feet a dancing or the fingers a tingling. But more of this later. This partnership between mind and body is very close. Just how it happens that spirit may inhabit matter, we may not know, but certain it is that they interact on each other. What will hinder the growth of one will handicap the other, and what favors the development of either will help both. The methods of their cooperation and the laws that govern their relationship will develop as our study goes on. Problems in observation and introspection. One should always keep in mind that psychology is essentially a laboratory science and not a textbook subject. The laboratory material is to be found in ourselves and in those about us. While the text should be thoroughly mastered, its statements should always be verified by reference to one's own experience and observation of others. Especially should prospective teachers constantly correlate the lessons of the book with the observation of children at work in the school. The problems suggested for observation and introspection will, if mastered, do much to render practical and helpful the truths of psychology. 1. Think of your home as you left it. Can you see vividly just how it looked? The color of the paint on the outside, with the familiar form of the roof and all? Can you recall the perfume in some old drawer? The taste of a favorite dish? The sound of a familiar voice in farewell? 2. What illustrations have you observed where the mental content of the moment seemed chiefly thinking, knowledge process, chiefly emotion, feeling process, chiefly choosing or self-compulsion, willing process? 3. When you say that you remember a circumstance that occurred yesterday, how do you remember it? That is, do you see in your mind things just as they were, and hear again sounds which occurred, or feel again movements which you performed? Do you experience once more the emotions you then felt? 4. What forms of expression most commonly reveal thought? What reveal emotions, i.e., can you tell what a child is thinking about by the expression on his face? Can you tell whether he's angry, frightened, sorry by his face? Is speech as necessary in expressing feeling as in expressing thought? 5. Try occasionally during the next 24 hours to turn quickly about mentally and see whether you can observe your thinking, feeling, or willing in the very act of taking place. 6. What becomes of our mind or consciousness while we are asleep? How are we able to wake up at a certain hour previously determined? Can a person have absolutely nothing in his mind? 7. Have you noticed any children especially adept in expression? Have you noticed any very backward? If so, in what form of expression in each case? 8. Have you observed any instances of expression which you were at a loss to interpret? Remember that expression includes every form of physical action, voice, speech, face, form, hand, etc. End of The Mind and Its Education, Chapter 1, by George Herbert Betts.
Motor truck hauls Geneva Belle flour from the American Miller and Processor, Volume 41, October 1st, 1913. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. It hauls Geneva Belle flour. There is probably no fairer region in Illinois than the country surrounding the city of Geneva, located on the Fox River, a distance from Chicago of a couple of hours' run on the Chicago and Northwestern Railroad. It is surely a land flowing with milk and honey, with fertile farms and flourishing industries, among which, and taking no small part in the commercial life of Geneva, is the Bennett Milling Company. The company's mill is a fine water power property and has a daily capacity of 250 barrels. Its principal brand is Geneva Belle, and to get this flour to patrons promptly, President Fred E. Bennett placed in commission a little over a year ago the 3-ton motor truck shown in our illustration. This truck delivers to Elgin, Aurora, Wheaton, and Naperville, covering a radius in all of about 25 miles. Mr. Bennett is well pleased with the work of the truck, and has computed it costs about the same to operate it as 3 two-horse teams. The truck does the work of 4 two-horse teams. 8 horses, he says, would never stand up under the work given the truck. Neither would they be on time every time, as is the truck. Furthermore, from an advertising standpoint alone, the truck is invaluable. End of Motor Truck Hauls Geneva Belle Flour from the American Miller and Processor, Volume 41, October 1st, 1913. Read for LibriVox by Sue Anderson.
Of a Deaf Man's Capacity to Speak, from Chapter 3 of Didascalocaphus, or The Deaf and Dumb Man's Tutor, by George Delgarno, 1626 to 1687, published in 1680. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. That a deaf man may be taught to speak is no more a doubt to me than that a blind man may be taught to write, both which I think not only possible, but also not very difficult. I will carry on the comparison in several particulars. First, both have the respective organs, the tongue and the hand, equally entire and in a capacity to act. 2. Both are equally destitute of their proper guides, the eye and the ear, to direct them in acting. And therefore, 3. Both must be equally obliged to the sense of feeling for direction. And yet so magisterial are the senses of hearing and seeing, that though the sense of feeling alone may guide the tongue and hand in speaking and writing after a habit is acquired, yet for introducing this habit directions from the eye and ear are necessary, and which is observable in this point of discipline. The eye and ear seem to act out of their own sphere, and to exchange their stations and powers. For the blind man learns to write by the ear, and the deaf man to speak by the eye. From which to infer that community of senses which some philosophers and physicians speak of, I think would be absurd, the external objects still remaining distinct. But the true inference from this will be that the soul can exert her powers by the ministry of any of the senses, and therefore, when she is deprived of her principal secretaries, the eye and the ear, then she must be contented with the service of her lackeys and scullions, the other senses, which are no less true and faithful to their mistress than the eye and the ear, but not so quick for dispatch. But to go on with the comparison. 4. It will be hard to teach the deaf man to observe tone, accent, and emphasis in speaking. So will it be as hard to bring the blind man to write a fair hand or diverse hands. Yet the one may speak so as to be understood, and the other write so as what he writes may be read. 5. As there may be more simple, and therefore more easy characters to be written, contrived for the use of the blind man, so may there be sounds of an easier pronunciation than any in common use be invented for the use of the deaf. 6. They are equally incapable, the one of singing, the other of flourishing and painting. 7. The deaf man has this advantage above the blind, that speaking in common commerce and business is to be more frequent and greater use than writing. So the blind man comes even again with him in this, that there is one way of writing, and that of great use too to the deaf man, which the blind can learn both as soon and to as great a degree of perfection as the deaf. Whereas the deaf man cannot learn to speak without much time and pains, and yet can never come to perfection in speaking. This way of writing is by an alphabet upon the fingers. As to any direct tendency of improving either of them with knowledge or dispatch of business and converse in vita commune, I judge them both equally useless, or at least of no very great use, because I think scarce attainable to that degree of perfection as to be ready for use upon all occasions. That there may be cases wherein they may be of the great use I do not deny, and of several that offer themselves I will single out that of a blind master and deaf servant, for stating of which the more clearly I premise, 1. That to read and write is a commendation in a servant. 2. It recommends him the more if he be to serve a blind master. And 3. If his blind master be a man of much business or learning, this enhances his service yet the more. These things premised, let our case be this. Blind Homer, hearing of an ingenious but deaf slave, called Æsop, who was trained up in all the aforementioned ways of semitology, and he himself being expert in dactylology, he resolved to purchase Æsop at any rate. The first service he puts him upon was to write out his Iliad fair from his own blotted copy. And because Æsop could scarcely read his hand, he was always present himself, correcting the faults of his pen upon his fingers. And here I leave them for a while, till I have resolved another material doubt. That which is my main design in this treatise, to teach how to come to understand a language by reading and writing, suggests to me here to resolve this question, how a blind person might communicate with a dumb. The cause of doubting being upon the dumb man's part, I answer, the defect of his tongue must be supplied with a musical instrument, having the letters equally distinguished upon the keys or strings, both to the eye of the dumb and in the sounds to the ear of the blind, which I take for granted might produce the same effects with oral speech. And here it is observable that the same action would very properly be both writing and speaking. Writing from the hand of the dumb touching the keys or strings, speaking to the ears of the blind man from the sound of the instrument. After this short interlude, let us bring Homer and Æsop upon the stage again. The old man was mightily pleased with Æsop, till unfortunately on a certain time the fluttering of his tongue gave Homer occasion to suspect him of a lie, for which, in a sudden passion, he cuts out his tongue. But afterwards repenting what he had done, resolved not to put him away, for he considered he was yet as capable of serving him as ever, and perhaps the other ways of interpretation that he was skilled in, being more distinct than glossology could be in a deaf man. It happened soon after that Homer had invited some friends to dinner, commanding Æsop to provide the greatest rarities the market could afford. Æsop made a show of great preparation, but set nothing upon the table besides the tip of his own tongue in a large dish, upbraiding his master with his pipe, that he did not tear his blotted papers when he could not read them, but had patience till he himself corrected them upon his fingers. Homer, not enduring this affront before strangers, throws Æsop's pipe in the fire. Æsop, fearing worse to follow, throws himself at his master's feet, taking him by the hand, and by the rules of haptology begs him pardon, promising, if he would have patience, to make amends for his fault. Homer, startled at this, to find both a tongue and a pipe in Æsop's fingers, was transported from wrath to fear and admiration, concluding for certain that Æsop was a conjurer, and that he deserved to be thrown in the fire after his pipe. Yet resolving once more to try his wit and honesty, and for making satisfaction to his friends who had lost their dinner, he invites them to return tomorrow, charging Æsop to provide the oldest and leanest carrion he could find. The night following, Æsop serves his blind master with lex talionis, tongue for tongue, and repeated the same dinner to his friends the next day, excusing the matter that he had from first to last obeyed his master's commands to the best of his judgment. Homer, taking it ill to be so often outwitted by a slave, by dactylology begs to his provoked friends to revenge him upon Æsop by plucking out his eyes, that his condition might not be more comfortable than his own. After his old age and a fit of sickness deprived Homer of his hearing, this reconciled him again to Æsop, for he judged him the fittest companion he could find, with whom to bemoan his folly and misery. After this they lived good friends, passing the time in telling old stories, sometimes upon their fingers' ends, and sometimes with hand in hand, traversing the alphabetical Iliads. This drama being acted according to the rules of art, if there be any certainty in art that the promised effects will follow, is no less true than it seems to be strange. And from this we may learn two things. 1. That though hearing and seeing be the principal, yet they are not the only senses of knowledge. That the hand is, or at least is capable of being made, a more serviceable organ of interpretation to the soul than the tongue, for it has access to its mistress's presence by the door of three senses: 1. Of hearing by autology; 2. Of seeing by both the species of schematology, to wit, typology and dactylology; 3. Of feeling by haptology, whereas the tongue can only enter by the door of one sense, and do its message only by one kind of interpretation, glossology. End of of a Deaf Man's Capacity to Speak, by George Dalgarno, 1626 to 1687.
The Plumber by Charles Dudley Warner, from Humorous Masterpieces for American Literature. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dale Grothman. The Plumber by Charles Dudley Warner. Speaking of the philosophical temper, there is no class of men whose society is to be more desired for its quality than that of plumbers. They are the most agreeable men I know, and the boys in the business begin to be agreeable very early. I suspect the secret of it is that they are agreeable by the hour. In the driest days, my fountain became disabled. The pipe was stopped up. A couple of plumbers with the implements of their craft came out to view the situation. There was a good deal of difference of opinion about where the stoppage was. I found the plumbers perfectly willing to sit down and talk about it, talk by the hour. Some of their guesses and remarks were exceedingly ingenious, and their general observations on other subjects were excellent in their way, and could hardly have been better if they had been made by the job. The work dragged a little, as it is apt to do by the hour. The plumbers had occasion to make me several visits. Sometimes they would find, upon arrival, that they had forgotten some indispensable tool, and one would go back to the shop, 1.5 miles, after it, and his comrade would await his return with the most exemplary patience, and would sit down and talk, always by the hour. I do not know but it is a habit to have something wanted at the shop. They seemed to me very good workmen, and always willing to stop and talk about the job, or anything else, whenever I went near them. Nor had they any of that impetuous hurry that is said to be the bane of our American civilization. To their credit be it said that I never observed anything of it in them. They can afford to wait. 2 of them will sometimes wait nearly half a day while a comrade goes for a tool. They are patient and philosophical. It is a great pleasure to meet such men. One only wishes that there were some work he could do for them by the hour. There ought to be reciprocity. I think they have very nearly solved the problem of life. It is to work for other people, never for yourself, and get your pay by the hour. You then have no anxiety and little work. If you do things by the job, you are perpetually driven. The hours are scourges. If you work by the hour, you gently sail on the stream of time, which is always bearing you on to the haven of pay, whether you make any effort or not. Working by the hour tends to make one moral. A plumber working by the job, trying to unscrew a rusty, refractory nut in a cramped position where the tongs continually slipped off, would swear, but I never heard one of them swear or exhibit the least impatience at such vexation, working by the hour. Nothing can move a man who is paid by the hour. How sweet the flight of time seems to his calm mind. The end of The Plumber by Charles Dudley Warner.
Reply to some Texas newspapers about socialism, April 6, 1855, by Victor Considerant, 1808 to 1893, from European colonization in Texas, an address to the American people, published in 1855. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reply to some Texan newspapers. I had completed this document when my attention was directed to certain articles in some Texan newspapers concerning our projected establishment in that country. I here present one of those articles containing a most severe attack. Quote, "We are always pleased to have industrious immigrants come among us. Plenty of work can be found by mechanics and laborers, and there is room in all our towns for more enterprising merchants and business men. There is one class, however, that we are opposed to, and have no disposition to hold out to them inducements to settle among us. This class is of that propaganda school which in France and in parts of the United States has and is seeking to sap the foundations of society. The Socialist desires to destroy individual rights and property, and if he is not a very intelligent and moral man, a rare thing, we may have in him a neighbor who will rob and plunder us whenever he can get the chance, for he holds it as a primary principle in his creed that no individual has a right to accumulate property for himself, and all above what is necessary to sustain him belongs to the rest of society. Again, the Socialist is an abolitionist everywhere. He would not be less opposed to slavery by living in Texas than in France or in Ohio. It is part of his creed. Now we are told that John Allen of Ohio and Monsieur Victor Considerant propose bringing out from France to western Texas a colony of Socialists. This move for the purpose of building up a sect opposed to our political institutions may well be regarded with a jealousy, and the founders may rely upon it that they will not be suffered to tamper with our institutions. The whole principle of colonization, where men of a peculiar caste in religion or politics seek to array themselves together in particular sections of the country, both as landholders and factionalists, is at war with all the elements of society, and cannot be carried on without creating bitter and unrelenting prejudices and animosities among our native citizens. We note this advent of socialism in Texas as foreboding us no good, and we wish them to have a fair understanding before they reach our soil, that as a political sect our whole people are against them." Who could have thought us worthy of such amenities? Why are we so precipitately attacked by persons to whom we are entirely unknown, and who have been informed of our projects only by vague rumors? In regard to this I must confess my ignorance. I am only certain that I by no means anticipated such an expression. It is not in this tone that I supposed the Texas newspapers, which ought to represent the interests of the country, would celebrate our arrival. The mystery may be explained on different suppositions. I will consider only two. First, is it a crusade of private interests, the nature of which I cannot comprehend, for it seems to me that our establishment in Texas must be favorable to every class of persons whatever, organized to incite public opinion in Texas against us? And will it succeed in the attempt? In that case our course is clear. We do not leave the theatre of European struggles to seek a theatre for other struggles in Texas. We come into this country because we expect to find in it liberty and peace. And so far from wishing to call forth any opposition by meddling with the questions which are agitated in the Union, We could have wished a remote and uncultivated locality for our establishment, which should enable us to devote ourselves entirely to the internal concerns, peaceable and inoffensive in their character, of our colonization. If then we must encounter opposition in Texas, if we cannot be even received with a fraternal welcome, our course is already decided. We shall go elsewhere. Yet, to hear the Austin Gazette, would it not seem as if we intended to make an assault on Texas? But let it not be alarmed. We have neither the desire nor the power to do so. It utters a cry of alarm, as if the States were threatened with an invasion of barbarians. Nevertheless, I trust I shall give no offence by the remark. For it is true, that if a comparison were instituted between a mass of the present population of Texas and the average of our immigration in point of civilization, of refinement of ideas and manners, of respect for the rights of others, the advantage, I doubt not, would be found decidedly with the latter. But, however this may be, the civilized population of Texas should not regard us as a horde of barbarians, nor tremble for their property, as if we were about to trespass on it, or for the very foundation of their society, which we have no wish to overthrow. We are too mild barbarians to wish to disturb anybody, and too little enamored of strife and controversy to seek for occasion to quarrel on the soil of Texas. If, then, the inhabitants of Texas, led away by absurd fears, or impelled by secret interests, shall look upon us with an evil eye, we only ask for one thing, namely, that the question shall be promptly decided, so that we may be able as promptly to betake ourselves elsewhere. We shall not fail of a suitable locality or a kind reception, either in North America or in Central America. We should greatly regret to give up the idea of Texas, whose name had already become for us the name of our country. But we are not the persons to supplicate admission at the door, or to enter a dwelling against the will of its owner. Second, is the unfriendly reception which the Austin Journal and some others have attempted to force upon us merely the result of an error? I strongly incline to this supposition, and in that case, as an old French journalist, I implore my Texan brothers to permit me to enlighten them. Paper may be written on, in America as in Europe, but I have always thought it the duty of an honest press, when ink has flowed in behalf of error, to make it flow in behalf of truth. Let us see then. You say, in the first place, that we are the enemies of the right of property, because we are socialists, and hence you conclude that the people among whom we settle will have thieves for their neighbors. Here are two errors, one of fact, the other of logic. Error of fact. Suppose you read in a newspaper the following lines: "A considerable importation of beasts from Europe into Texas is announced. Texans, be on your guard. These European beasts will devour you if you permit them to enter your territory." You would doubtless reply, we had better know before arming ourselves what these beasts of Europe are. There are beasts in every country, but everywhere some are good as well as some bad. Oxen, sheep, horses, etc., are beasts, as well as lions, tigers, and rattlesnakes. This is what you might justly say to your compatriot. I reply to you with equal justice, that precisely as there are different kinds of beasts in Europe, so there are also on that continent different kinds of socialists. There are especially socialists who deny the right of property, and those who recognize it as honestly as you can do yourselves. Now, it is the fact that the socialists whom you attack in us are precisely of the class which has always recognized the right of individual property, and who have even maintained long controversies, both orally and by the pen, against the socialists who deny this right, in order to prove to the latter that they were in the wrong. So far, then, from being, as you assert, enemies of the right of property, we are not only the friends of that right, but we have been and still are its defenders and champions. I have thus clearly pointed out the error of fact which you have committed through ignorance, very excusable, doubtless, in Texas, of the history and the diversities of doctrine of the European socialists. In saying of us in Austin, "They are socialists, therefore they are enemies of the right of property," you reason exactly as if a Paris journal should say of the inhabitants of Louisiana and Texas, "They are Americans, therefore they are abolitionists." You would smile at this. Permit us then to smile for the same reason. Error of logic. You say in substance, "The socialists do not allow to the individual the right of possessing and accumulating property. Hence, except in cases of very rare morality, their principles must lead them to rob and pillage their neighbors whenever they have the chance." Thus, from the fact that a man does not believe in the right of individual property, you conclude that he must necessarily vindicate that right for himself at the expense of others, seizing the property of his neighbors, even by the most outrageous means, robbery and pillage. This is thoroughly false, as is proved by the case of the Communists, who are precisely the sect of socialists that deny the right of property, but who are yet, to say the least, as honest men as most of the world. Does the French colony established at Nauvoo inspire their neighbors with fear? Are its members regarded in the country as thieves and robbers? Every one will tell you that although communists, as a general thing they are the most honest men in the world. The communists among themselves put their property in common. This is their right. If they please to do this, it is no concern of ours. In the United States there are 10 other communist establishments. Among them are found German communists, American communists, Shakers, Rappites, Perfectionists, etc. These men are nowhere regarded as thieves. The communists preach community of goods, and freely practice it with each other. They do not preach that they have a right to the property of those who are not communists, and they respect this as scrupulously as anybody. But enough on this point. I believe that I have satisfactorily shown: 1. That the socialists who condemn individual property, which is the opinion of the early Christians, are not necessarily thieves. 2. That the socialists of the phalansterian school, so far from rejecting the right of an individual to possess and accumulate property, have always defended that right, inherent in man, as the principle of individual liberty and of social progress, against those socialists by whom it is rejected. I can, with most perfect sincerity, assure the Austin Gazette that if we establish ourselves in Texas, we shall demand but a single thing, namely, that our property and rights be as scrupulously regarded by our neighbors as theirs will be respected by ourselves. You apply to us the epithet abolitionists, because we are socialists. I will even say that you hurl this word at us like a cannon ball, knowing the offensive and irritating character of this appellation at the South. The use you hasten to make of it against us, before knowing us, is hardly charitable. But have you not, perhaps, committed as great an error in applying to us the name of abolitionists, as in metamorphosing us into the adversaries of property, nay, even into thieves? Let us look into this. If we had now to explain to you for the first time our principles in regard to abolitionism, you might suppose, not knowing that we are men of veracity, that we disguise our opinions in order to conciliate the favor of the Southern people. But this is not the case. Although with a less degree of excitement than in America, and for obvious reasons, yet the question of abolition has been agitated in France. It was discussed in the time of Louis Philippe. On the one side were the colonies, slave colonies; on the other, the ideas of enfranchisement current in Paris, not only in the bosom of the most advanced parties, but even in the conservative and governmental party itself. Well then, although we belonged to the party of progress, and had everything to gain, as regards our popularity, by loudly demanding the abolition of slavery, and using all the fine phrases that were suitable to the subject, we had no fear of compromising our reputation, not only by refusing to join in the chorus of our abolitionists, but by showing in 100 articles which we wrote on the question that the abolitionists were in the wrong path. In pursuing this course we are not only disinterested, but we even acted contrary to our interests. And why do you think that we took this side? Because we are men of sense and reason, because we do not belong to that family of theorists who cry out, "Perish society rather than a principle." Because if abstract principles have their rights in the human mind, social facts also have their rights in the practice of life. And because we think it better to make an abstract principle wait at the door of the practical, than to throw open the door at the risk of a great catastrophe. This discretion of judgment, this prudence, this spirit of conciliation between the demands of pure reason and the grave necessities of fact, is so characteristic of our school, that Fourier, whose pregnant discoveries we have undertaken to develop without denying his ability to err, did not regard emancipation as a social good unless it proceeded from the will of the masters, and condemned nothing with more vehemence in the philosophers and political abolitionists of the first French Revolution than their conduct towards St. Domingo, and the terrible massacres which it occasioned. And certainly, if the emancipation demanded by the abolitionists could be realized in the smaller colonies, as Martinique and Guadeloupe, without leading to consequences as fatal as in St. Domingo, we think that in a field so vast as that of the Southern States, the same question assumes formidable proportions. For my own part, I do not hesitate to say that I should regard any great measures of abolition in the present state of American society, even if they could be introduced without dissolution of the Union and the most dreadful civil war, as the greatest calamity that could now fall upon the United States. I am here forced, in spite of myself, to do that from which I had wished to abstain for reasons stated in my address. I mean the speaking on a question purely American. I have friends both among the abolitionists and among the slaveholders. If they are at war on the question of slavery, I am no more accountable for it than America is accountable for the introduction of slavery, this introduction having been effected contrary to the will of the Americans, by the will of the mother country. My friends of the North, then, will permit me not to join them in a league against those of the South, and those of the South will excuse me from taking sides against my friends of the North. I am perfectly aware that in itself slavery is a great evil. Every thinking man, as well at the South as at the North, sees in it a dangerous stumbling block to the Union, and a sore spot in the social institutions of America. But there are many other evils and many other sore spots besides slavery in civilized society. For my part, I have found in more respects than one the condition of the free black at the North, and everywhere I may say in Europe and even in America, that the white who is free only in pretense, but really the slave of ignorance, of degradation, of wretchedness and vice, more deplorable, more painful, more completely at war with the abstract principles of pure human right, than that of the black slave at the South. And I have often contended in Europe against our abolitionist philanthropists, who show so much anxiety for the fate of the black race, and so little for that of the pariahs of white civilization, who die of hunger in the streets of our great industrial cities, and even in the country also. I am of opinion that, with the scientific and peaceful progress of the age, with the development of the social relations of humanity, America may expect the improvement of her social institutions. But I do not think that she ought to demand this by violent, sudden, and revolutionary measures. In fine, I believe it desirable for the interests of the colored race and of its future, that the evils of slavery should not be increased by an addition of peculiar gravity and danger, that of a war excited by this question between the North and the South. This war, for our part, we do not intend in any way to promote, whether we establish ourselves at the North or the South. Such are the feelings which we cherish. If such feelings are dangerous to the tranquillity of Texas, and threatening to her constitution, we ought undoubtedly to abandon our purpose of settling in that country. But they never were regarded by us in that light. Otherwise, we should never have thought of taking up our residence in a state where slavery is sanctioned by law. I still hope that intelligent and reasonable men, of whom I wish to believe that there is a great majority in Texas, and among whom we must reckon the journalists, whose function it is to diffuse light and truth in the community, will take the same view of the subject which we have undertaken ourselves. We cheerfully appeal therefore from the rash judgments of the Austin writers, and of their friends, to public opinion at large, and to the more correct information of those writers themselves. V. Considerant, New York, April 6, 1855. End of Reply to some Texas Newspapers about Socialism by Victor Considerant, 1808 to 1893.
Report on the investigation into Russian interference in the 2016 presidential election. Executive Summary, Volume 1. March 2019. By Special Counsel Robert S. Mueller III. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Executive Summary to Volume 1. Russian Social Media Campaign. The Internet Research Agency, IRA, carried out the earliest Russian interference operations identified by the investigation, a social media campaign designed to provoke and amplify political and social discord in the United States. The IRA was based in St. Petersburg, Russia,
and received funding from Russian oligarch Yevgeny Prigozhin and companies he controlled. Prigozhin is widely reported to have ties to Russian President Vladimir Putin. Redaction. Harm to ongoing matter. In mid-2014, the IRA sent employees to the United States on an intelligence gathering mission with instructions. Redaction. Harm to ongoing matter. The IRA later used social media accounts and interest groups to sow discord in the U.S. political system through what it termed information warfare. The campaign evolved from a generalized program designed in 2014 and 2015 to undermine the U.S. electoral system to a targeted operation that by early 2016 favored candidate Trump and disparaged candidate Clinton. The IRA's operation also included the purchase of political advertisements on social media in the names of U.S. persons and entities, as well as the staging of political rallies inside the United States. To organize those rallies, IRA employees posed as U.S. grassroots entities and persons and made contact with Trump supporters and Trump campaign officials in the United States. The investigation did not identify evidence that any U.S. persons conspired or coordinated with the IRA. Section 2 of this report details the office's investigation of the Russian social media campaign. Russian hacking operations. At the same time that the IRA operation began to focus on supporting candidate Trump in early 2016, the Russian government employed a second form of interference: cyber intrusions, hacking, and releases of hacked materials damaging to the Clinton campaign. The Russian intelligence service, known as the Main Intelligence Directorate of the General Staff of the Russian Army, GRU, carried out these operations. In March 2016, the GRU began hacking the email accounts of Clinton campaign volunteers and employees, including campaign chairman John Podesta. In April 2016, the GRU hacked into the computer networks of the Democratic Congressional Campaign Committee, DCCC, and the Democratic National Committee, DNC. The GRU stole hundreds of thousands of documents from the compromised email accounts and networks. Around the time that the DNC announced in mid-June 2016 the Russian government's role in hacking its network, the GRU began disseminating stolen materials through the fictitious online personas DC Leaks and Guccifer 2.0. The GRU later released additional materials through the organization WikiLeaks. The presidential campaign of Donald J. Trump, Trump Campaign, or Campaign, showed interest in WikiLeaks releases of documents and welcomed their potential to damage candidate Clinton. Beginning in June 2016, redaction, harm to ongoing matter. Forecast to senior campaign officials that WikiLeaks would release information damaging to candidate Clinton. WikiLeaks' first release came in July 2016. Around the same time, candidate Trump announced that he hoped Russia would recover emails described as missing from a private server used by Clinton when she was Secretary of State. He later said that he was speaking sarcastically. Redaction, harm to ongoing matter. WikiLeaks began releasing Podesta's stolen emails on October 7, 2016, less than 1 hour after a U.S. media outlet released video considered damaging to candidate Trump. Section 3 of this report details the office's investigation into the Russian hacking operations, as well as other efforts by Trump campaign supporters to obtain Clinton-related emails. Russian contacts with the campaign. The social media campaign and the GRU hacking operations coincided with a series of contacts between Trump campaign officials and individuals with ties to the Russian government. The office investigated whether those contacts reflected or resulted in the campaign conspiring or coordinating with Russia in its election interference activities. Although the investigation established that the Russian government perceived it would benefit from a Trump presidency and worked to secure that outcome, and that the campaign expected it would benefit electorally from information stolen and released through Russian efforts, the investigation did not establish that members of the Trump campaign conspired or coordinated with the Russian government in its election interference activities. The Russian contacts consisted of business connections, offers of assistance to the campaign, invitations for candidate Trump and Putin to meet in person, invitations for campaign officials and representatives of the Russian government to meet, and policy positions seeking improved U.S.-Russian relations. Section 4 of this report details the contacts between Russia and the Trump campaign during the campaign and transition periods, the most salient of which are summarized below in chronological order. 2015. Some of the earliest contacts were made in connection with the Trump Organization real estate project in Russia, known as Trump Tower Moscow. Candidate Trump signed a letter of intent for Trump Tower Moscow by November 2015, and in January 2016, Trump Organization executive Michael Cohen emailed and spoke about the project with the Office of Russian Government Press Secretary Dmitry Peskov. The Trump Organization pursued the project through at least June 2016, including by considering travel to Russia by Cohen and candidate Trump. Spring 2016. Campaign Foreign Policy Advisor George Papadopoulos made early contact with Joseph Mifsud, a London-based professor who had connections to Russia and traveled to Moscow in April 2016. Immediately upon his return to London from that trip, Mifsud told Papadopoulos that the Russian government had, quote, dirt, unquote, on Hillary Clinton in the form of thousands of emails. 1 week later, in the first week of May 2016, Papadopoulos suggested to a representative of a foreign government that the Trump campaign had received indications from the Russian government that it could assist the campaign through the anonymous release of information damaging to candidate Clinton. Throughout that period of time and for several months thereafter, Papadopoulos worked with Mifsud and 2 Russian nationals to arrange a meeting between the campaign and the Russian government. No meeting took place. Summer 2016. Russian outreach to the Trump campaign continued into the summer of 2016, as candidate Trump was becoming the presumptive Republican nominee for president. On June 9, 2016, for example, a Russian lawyer met with senior Trump campaign officials Donald Trump Jr., Jared Kushner, and campaign chairman Paul Manafort to deliver what the email proposing the meeting had described as, quote, official documents and information that would incriminate Hillary, end of quote. The materials were offered to Trump Jr. as, quote, part of Russia and its government's support for Mr. Trump, end of quote. The written communications setting up the meeting showed that the campaign anticipated receiving information from Russia that could assist candidate Trump's electoral prospects, but the Russian lawyer's presentation did not provide such information. Days after the June 9th meeting, on June 14, 2016, a cybersecurity firm and the DNC announced that Russian government hackers had infiltrated the DNC and obtained access to opposition research on candidate Trump, among other documents. In July 2016, campaign foreign policy advisor Carter Page traveled in his personal capacity to Moscow and gave the keynote address at the New Economic School. Page had lived and worked in Russia between 2003 and 2007. After returning to the United States, Page became acquainted with at least 2 Russian intelligence officers, one of whom was later charged in 2015 with conspiracy to act as an unregistered agent of Russia. Page's July 2016 trip to Moscow and his advocacy for pro-Russian foreign policy drew media attention. The campaign then distanced itself from Page and, by late September 2016, removed him from the campaign. July 2016 was also the month WikiLeaks first released emails stolen by the GRU from the DNC. On July 22, 2016, WikiLeaks posted thousands of internal DNC documents revealing information about the Clinton campaign. Within days, there was public reporting that U.S. intelligence agencies had, quote, high confidence, end of quote, that the Russian government was behind the theft of emails and documents from the DNC. And within a week of the release, a foreign government informed the FBI about its May 2016 interaction with Papadopoulos and his statement that the Russian government could assist the Trump campaign. On July 31, 2016, based on the foreign government reporting, the FBI opened an investigation into potential coordination between the Russian government and individuals associated with the Trump campaign. Separately, on August 2, 2016, Trump campaign chairman Paul Manafort met in New York City with his longtime business associate Konstantin Kilimnik, who the FBI assesses to have ties to Russian intelligence. Kilimnik requested the meeting to deliver in person a peace plan for Ukraine that Manafort acknowledged to the special counsel's office was a, quote, backdoor, end of quote, way for Russia to control part of eastern Ukraine. Both men believed the plan would require candidate Trump's assent to succeed, were he to be elected president. They also discussed the status of the Trump campaign and Manafort's strategy for winning Democratic votes in Midwestern states. Months before that meeting, Manafort had caused internal polling data to be shared with Kilimnik, and the sharing continued for some period of time after their August meeting. Fall 2016. On October 7, 2016, the media released video of candidate Trump speaking in graphic terms about women years earlier, which was considered damaging to his candidacy. Less than an hour later, WikiLeaks made its second release, thousands of John Podesta's emails that had been stolen by the GRU in late March 2016. The FBI and other U.S. government institutions were at that time continuing their investigation of suspected Russian government efforts to interfere in the presidential election. That same day, October 7th, the Department of Homeland Security and the Office of the Director of National Intelligence issued a joint public statement, quote, that the Russian government directed the recent compromises of emails from U.S. persons and institutions, including from U.S. political organizations, end of quote. Those, quote, thefts, unquote, and the, quote, disclosures, unquote, of the hacked materials through online platforms such as WikiLeaks, the statement continued, quote, are intended to interfere with the U.S. election process, end of quote. Post-2016 election. Immediately after the November 8th election, Russian government officials and prominent Russian businessmen began trying to make inroads into the new administration. The most senior levels of the Russian government encouraged these efforts. The Russian embassy made contact hours after the election to congratulate the president-elect and to arrange a call with President Putin. Several Russian businessmen picked up the effort from there. Kirill Dmitriev, the chief executive officer of Russia's Sovereign Wealth Fund, was among the Russians who tried to make contact with the incoming administration. In early December, a business associate steered Dmitriev to Eric Prince, a supporter of the Trump campaign and an associate of senior Trump advisor Steve Bannon. Dmitriev and Prince later met face-to-face in January 2017 in the Seychelles and discussed U.S.-Russia relations. During the same period, another business associate introduced Dmitriev to a friend of Jared Kushner, who had not served on the campaign or the transition team. Dmitriev and Kushner's friend collaborated on a short written reconciliation plan for the United States and Russia, which Dmitriev implied had been cleared through Putin. The friend gave that proposal to Kushner before the inauguration, and Kushner later gave copies to Bannon and incoming Secretary of State Rex Tillerson. On December 29, 2016, then-President Obama imposed sanctions on Russia for having interfered in the election. Incoming National Security Advisor Michael Flynn called Russian Ambassador Sergei Kislyak and asked Russia not to escalate the situation in response to the sanctions. The following day, Putin announced that Russia would not take retaliatory measures in response to the sanctions at that time. Hours later, President-elect Trump tweeted, quote, great move on delay by V. Putin, end of quote. The next day, on December 31, 2016, Kislyak called Flynn and told him the request had been received at the highest levels, and Russia had chosen not to retaliate as a result of Flynn's request. On January 6, 2017, members of the intelligence community briefed President-elect Trump on a joint assessment, drafted and coordinated among the Central Intelligence Agency, FBI, and National Security Agency, that concluded with high confidence that Russia had intervened in the election through a variety of means to assist Trump's candidacy and harm Clinton's. A declassified version of the assessment was publicly released that same day. Between mid-January 2017 and early February 2017, 3 congressional committees, the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence, HPSCI, the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence, SSCI, and the Senate Judiciary Committee, SJC, announced that they would conduct inquiries, or had already been conducting inquiries, into Russian interference in the election. Then FBI Director James Comey later confirmed to Congress the existence of the FBI's investigation into Russian interference that had begun before the election. On March 20, 2017, in open session testimony before HPSCI, Comey stated, quote, "I have been authorized by the Department of Justice to confirm that the FBI, as part of our counterintelligence mission, is investigating the Russian government's efforts to interfere in the 2016 presidential election, and that includes investigating the nature of any links between individuals associated with the Trump campaign and the Russian government, and whether there was any coordination between the campaign and Russia's efforts. As with any counterintelligence investigation, this will also include an assessment of whether any crimes were committed." End of quote. The investigation continued under then-Director Comey for the next 7 weeks, until May 9, 2017, when President Trump fired Comey as FBI Director, an action which is analyzed in Volume 2 of this report. On May 17, 2017, Acting Attorney General Rod Rosenstein appointed the special counsel and authorized him to conduct the investigation that Comey had confirmed in his congressional testimony, as well as matters arising directly from the investigation and any other matters within the scope of 28 CFR Section 600.4a, which generally covers efforts to interfere with or obstruct the investigation. President Trump reacted negatively to the special counsel's appointment. He told advisers that it was the end of his presidency, sought to have Attorney General Jefferson Jeff Sessions unrecused from the Russia investigation and to have the special counsel removed, and engaged in efforts to curtail the special counsel's investigation and prevent the disclosure of evidence to it, including through public and private contacts with potential witnesses. Those and related actions are described and analyzed in Volume 2 of the report. The special counsel's charging decisions. In reaching the charging decisions described in Volume 1 of the report, the office determined whether the conduct it found amounted to a violation of federal criminal law chargeable under the principles of federal prosecution. See Justice Manual, Section 9-27.000 et sec. 2018. The standard set forth in the Justice Manual is whether the conduct constitutes a crime, if so, whether admissible evidence would probably be sufficient to obtain and sustain a conviction, and whether prosecution would serve a substantial federal interest that could not be adequately served by prosecution elsewhere or through non-criminal alternatives. See Justice Manual, Section 9-27.220. Section 5 of the report provides detailed explanations of the office's charging decisions, which contain 3 main components. First, the office determined that Russia's 2 principal interference operations in the 2016 U.S. presidential election, the social media campaign and the hacking and dumping operations, violated U.S. criminal law. Many of the individuals and entities involved in the social media campaign have been charged with participating in a conspiracy to defraud the United States by undermining through deceptive acts the work of federal agencies charged with regulating foreign influence in U.S. elections, as well as related counts of identity theft. See United States v. Internet Research Agency et al., number 18-CR-32, DDC. Separately, Russian intelligence officers who carried out the hacking into Democratic Party computers and the personal email accounts of individuals affiliated with the Clinton campaign conspired to violate, among other federal laws, the Federal Computer Intrusion Statute, and they have been so charged. See United States v. Natiksho et al., number 18-CR-215, DDC. Redaction. Harm to ongoing matter. Second, while the investigation identified numerous links between individuals with ties to the Russian government and individuals associated with the Trump campaign, the evidence was not sufficient to support criminal charges. Among other things, the evidence was not sufficient to charge any campaign official as an unregistered agent of the Russian government or other Russian principal. And our evidence about the June 9, 2016 meeting and WikiLeaks releases of hacked materials was not sufficient to charge a criminal campaign finance violation. Further, the evidence was not sufficient to charge that any member of the Trump campaign conspired with representatives of the Russian government to interfere in the 2016 election. Third, the investigation established that several individuals affiliated with the Trump campaign lied to the office and to Congress about their interactions with Russian-affiliated individuals and related matters. Those lies materially impaired the investigation of Russian election interference. The office charged some of those lies as violations of the federal false statements statute. Former National Security Advisor Michael Flynn pleaded guilty to lying about his interactions with Russian Ambassador Kislyak during the transition period. George Papadopoulos, a foreign policy advisor during the campaign period, pleaded guilty to lying to investigators about, inter alia, the nature and timing of his interactions with Joseph Mifsud, the professor who told Papadopoulos that the Russians had dirt on candidate Clinton in the form of thousands of emails. Former Trump Organization attorney Michael Cohen pleaded guilty to making false statements to Congress about the Trump Moscow project. Redaction: harm to ongoing matter. And in February 2019, the U.S. District Court for the District of Columbia found that Manafort lied to the office and the grand jury concerning his interactions and communications with Konstantin Kilimnik about Trump campaign polling data and a peace plan for Ukraine. The office investigated several other events that have been publicly reported to involve potential Russia-related contacts. For example, the investigation established that interactions between Russian Ambassador Kislyak and Trump campaign officials, both at the candidate's April 2016 foreign policy speech in Washington, D.C., and during the week of the Republican National Convention, were brief, public, and non-substantive. And the investigation did not establish that one campaign official's efforts to dilute a portion of the Republican Party platform on providing assistance to Ukraine were undertaken at the behest of candidate Trump or Russia. The investigation also did not establish that a meeting between Kislyak and Sessions in September 2016 at Sessions' Senate office included any more than a passing mention of the presidential campaign. The investigation did not always yield admissible information or testimony, or a complete picture of the activities undertaken by subjects of the investigation. Some individuals invoked their Fifth Amendment right against compelled self-incrimination, and were not, in the office's judgment, appropriate candidates for grants of immunity. The office limited its pursuit of other witnesses and information, such as information known to attorneys or individuals claiming to be members of the media, in light of internal Department of Justice policies. See, for example, Justice Manual sections 9-13.400, 13.410. Some of the information obtained via court process, moreover, was presumptively covered by legal privilege and was screened from investigators by a filter or, quote, taint, end of quote, team. Even when individuals testified or agreed to be interviewed, they sometimes provided information that was false or incomplete, leading to some of the false statements charges described above. And the office faced practical limits on its ability to access relevant evidence as well. Numerous witnesses and subjects lived abroad, and documents were held outside the United States. Further, the office learned that some of the individuals we interviewed or whose conduct we investigated, including some associated with the Trump campaign, deleted relevant communications or communicated during the relevant period using applications that feature encryption or that do not provide for long-term retention of data or communications records. In such cases, the office was not able to corroborate witness statements through comparison to contemporaneous communications or fully question witnesses about statements that appeared inconsistent with other known facts. Accordingly, while this report embodies factual and legal determinations that the office believes to be accurate and complete to the greatest extent possible, given these identified gaps, the office cannot rule out the possibility that the unavailable information would shed additional light on, or cast in a new light, the events described in the report. End of Report on the Investigation into Russian Interference in the 2016 Presidential Election, Executive Summary, Volume 1, March 2019. By Special Counsel Robert S. Mueller III. Read by Colleen McMahon. Report on the Investigation into Russian Interference in the 2016 Presidential Election, Executive Summary, Volume 2, March 2019. By Robert S. Mueller III. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Executive Summary to Volume 2. Our obstruction of justice inquiry focused on a series of actions by the President that related to the Russian interference investigations, including the President's conduct towards the law enforcement officials overseeing the investigations and the witnesses to relevant events. Factual results of the obstruction investigation. The key issues and events we examined include the following: the campaign's response to reports about Russian support for Trump. During the 2016 presidential campaign, questions arose about the Russian government's apparent support for candidate Trump. After WikiLeaks released politically damaging Democratic Party emails that were reported to have been hacked by Russia, Trump publicly expressed skepticism that Russia was responsible for the hacks, at the same time that he and other campaign officials privately sought information, redaction, harm to ongoing matter, about any further planned WikiLeaks releases. Trump also denied having any business in or connections to Russia, even though as late as June 2016 the Trump Organization had been pursuing a licensing deal for a skyscraper to be built in Russia called Trump Tower Moscow. After the election, the president expressed concerns to advisers that reports of Russia's election interference might lead the public to question the legitimacy of his election. Conduct involving FBI Director Comey and Michael Flynn. In mid-January 2017, incoming National Security Advisor Michael Flynn falsely denied to the Vice President, other administration officials, and FBI agents that he had talked to Russian Ambassador Sergei Kislyak about Russia's response to U.S. sanctions on Russia for its election interference. On January 27th, the day after the President was told that Flynn had lied to the Vice President and had made similar statements to the FBI, the President invited FBI Director Comey to a private dinner at the White House and told Comey that he needed loyalty. On February 14th, the day after the President requested Flynn's resignation, the President told an outside advisor, quote, "Now that we fired Flynn, the Russia thing is over." End of quote. The advisor disagreed and said the investigations would continue. Later that afternoon, the President cleared the Oval Office to have a one-on-one meeting with Comey. Referring to the FBI's investigation of Flynn, the President said, quote, "I hope you can see your way clear to letting this go, to letting Flynn go. He is a good guy. I hope you can let this go." End of quote. Shortly after requesting Flynn's resignation and speaking privately to Comey, the President sought to have Deputy National Security Advisor K.T. McFarland draft an internal letter stating that the President had not directed Flynn to discuss sanctions with Kislyak. McFarland declined because she did not know whether that was true, and a White House counsel's office attorney thought that the request would look like a quid pro quo for an ambassadorship she had been offered. The President's reaction to the continuing Russia investigation. In February 2017, Attorney General Jeff Sessions began to assess whether he had to recuse himself from campaign-related investigations because of his role in the Trump campaign. In early March, the President told White House counsel Don McGahn to stop Sessions from recusing. And after Sessions announced his recusal on March 2nd, the President expressed anger at the decision and told advisers that he should have an Attorney General who would protect him. That weekend, the President took Sessions aside at an event and urged him to, quote, unrecuse, end of quote. Later in March, Comey publicly disclosed at a congressional hearing that the FBI was investigating, quote, the Russian government's efforts to interfere in the 2016 presidential election, end of quote, including any links or coordination between the Russian government and the Trump campaign. In the following days, the president reached out to the Director of National Intelligence and the leaders of the Central Intelligence Agency, CIA, and the National Security Agency, NSA, to ask them what they could do to publicly dispel the suggestion that the president had any connection to the Russian election interference effort. The president also twice called Comey directly, notwithstanding guidance from McGahn to avoid direct contacts with the Department of Justice. Comey had previously assured the president that the FBI was not investigating him personally, and the president asked Comey to, quote, lift the cloud, end of quote, of the Russia investigation by saying that publicly. The president's termination of Comey. On May 3, 2017, Comey testified in a congressional hearing, but declined to answer questions about whether the president was personally under investigation. Within days, the president decided to terminate Comey. The president insisted that the termination letter, which was written for public release, state that Comey had informed the president that he was not under investigation. The day of the firing, the White House maintained that Comey's termination resulted from independent recommendations from the Attorney General and Deputy Attorney General that Comey should be discharged for mishandling the Hillary Clinton email investigation. But the president had decided to fire Comey before hearing from the Department of Justice. The day after firing Comey, the president told Russian officials that he had, quote, faced great pressure because of Russia, end of quote, which had been, quote, taken off, end of quote, by Comey's firing. The next day, the president acknowledged in a television interview that he was going to fire Comey regardless of the Department of Justice's recommendation, and that when he, quote, decided to just do it, end of quote, he was thinking that, quote, this thing with Trump and Russia is a made-up story, end of quote. In response to a question about whether he was angry with Comey about the Russia investigation, the president said, quote, as far as I'm concerned, I want that thing to be absolutely done properly, end of quote, adding that firing Comey, quote, might even lengthen out the investigation, end of quote. The appointment of a special counsel and efforts to remove him. On May 17, 2017, the acting Attorney General for the Russia investigation appointed a special counsel to conduct the investigation and related matters. The president reacted to news that a special counsel had been appointed by telling advisers that it was, quote, the end of his presidency, end of quote, and demanding that Sessions resign. Sessions submitted his resignation, but the president ultimately did not accept it. The president told aides that the special counsel had conflicts of interest and suggested that the special counsel therefore could not serve. The president's advisers told him the asserted conflicts were meritless and had already been considered by the Department of Justice. On June 14, 2017, the media reported that the special counsel's office was investigating whether the president had obstructed justice. Press reports called this, quote, a major turning point, end of quote, in the investigation. While Comey had told the president he was not under investigation, following Comey's firing, the president now was under investigation. The president reacted to this news with a series of tweets criticizing the Department of Justice and the special counsel's investigation. On June 17, 2017, the president called McGahn at home and directed him to call the acting attorney general and say that the special counsel had conflicts of interest and must be removed. McGahn did not carry out the direction, however, deciding that he would resign rather than trigger what he regarded as a potential Saturday night massacre. Efforts to curtail the special counsel's investigation. 2 days after directing McGahn to have the special counsel removed, the president made another attempt to affect the course of the Russia investigation. On June 19, 2017, the president met one-on-one in the Oval Office with his former campaign manager, Corey Lewandowski, a trusted advisor outside the government, and dictated a message for Lewandowski to deliver to Sessions. The message said that Sessions should publicly announce that notwithstanding his recusal from the Russia investigation, the investigation was, quote, very unfair, end of quote, to the president. The president had done nothing wrong, and Sessions planned to meet with the special counsel and, quote, let him move forward with investigating election meddling for future elections, end of quote. Lewandowski said he understood what the president wanted Sessions to do. 1 month later, in another private meeting with Lewandowski on July 19, 2017, the president asked about the status of his message for Sessions to limit the special counsel investigation to future election interference. Lewandowski told the president that the message would be delivered soon. Hours after that meeting, the president publicly criticized Sessions in an interview with the New York Times, and then issued a series of tweets making it clear that Sessions' job was in jeopardy. Lewandowski did not want to deliver the president's message personally, so he asked senior White House official Rick Dearborn to deliver it to Sessions. Dearborn was uncomfortable with the task and did not follow through. Efforts to prevent public disclosure of evidence. In the summer of 2017, the president learned that media outlets were asking questions about the June 9, 2016 meeting at Trump Tower between senior campaign officials, including Donald Trump Jr., and a Russian lawyer who was said to be offering damaging information about Hillary Clinton as, quote, part of Russia and its government's support for Mr. Trump, end of quote. On several occasions, the president directed aides not to publicly disclose the emails setting up the June 9th meeting, suggesting that the emails would not leak and that the number of lawyers with access to them should be limited. Before the emails became public, the president edited a press statement for Trump Jr. by deleting a line that acknowledged that the meeting was with, quote, an individual who, Trump Jr. was told might have information helpful to the campaign, end of quote, and instead said only that the meeting was about adoptions of Russian children. When the press asked questions about the president's involvement in Trump Jr.'s statement, the president's personal lawyer repeatedly denied the president had played any role. Further efforts to have the Attorney General take control of the investigation. In early summer 2017, the president called Sessions at home and again asked him to reverse his recusal from the Russia investigation. Sessions did not reverse his recusal. In October 2017, the president met privately with Sessions in the Oval Office and asked him to, quote, take a look, end of quote, at investigating Clinton. In December 2017, shortly after Flynn pleaded guilty pursuant to a cooperation agreement, the president met with Sessions in the Oval Office and suggested, according to notes taken by a senior advisor, that if Sessions unrecused and took back supervision of the Russia investigation, he would be a, quote, hero, end of quote. The president told Sessions, quote, I'm not going to do anything or direct you to do anything. I just want to be treated fairly, end of quote. In response, Sessions volunteered that he had never seen anything, quote, improper, end of quote, on the campaign, and told the president there was a, quote, whole new leadership team, end of quote, in place. He did not unrecuse. Efforts to have McGahn deny that the president had ordered him to have the special counsel removed. In early 2018, the press reported that the president had directed McGahn to have the special counsel removed in June 2017, and that McGahn had threatened to resign rather than carry out the order. The president reacted to the news stories by directing White House officials to tell McGahn to dispute the story and create a record stating he had not been ordered to have the special counsel removed. McGahn told those officials that the media reports were accurate in stating that the president had directed McGahn to have the special counsel removed. The president then met with McGahn in the Oval Office and again pressured him to deny the reports. In the same meeting, the president also asked McGahn why he had told the special counsel about the president's effort to remove the special counsel and why McGahn took notes of his conversations with the president. McGahn refused to back away from what he remembered happening and perceived the president to be testing his mettle. Conduct toward Flynn, Manafort, redaction, harm to ongoing matter. After Flynn withdrew from a joint defense agreement with the president and began cooperating with the government, the president's personal counsel left a message for Flynn's attorneys reminding them of the president's warm feelings towards Flynn, which he said, quote, still remains, end of quote, and asking for a, quote, heads up, end of quote, if Flynn knew, quote, information that implicates the president, end of quote. When Flynn's counsel reiterated that Flynn could no longer share information pursuant to a joint defense agreement, The president's personal counsel said he would make sure that the president knew that Flynn's actions reflected, quote, hostility, end of quote, towards the president. During Manafort's prosecution and when the jury in his criminal trial was deliberating, the president praised Manafort in public, said that Manafort was being treated unfairly, and declined to rule out a pardon. After Manafort was convicted, the president called Manafort, quote, a brave man, end of quote, for refusing to, quote, break, end of quote, and said that, quote, flipping almost ought to be outlawed, end of quote. Redaction: harm to ongoing matter. Conduct involving Michael Cohen. The president's conduct towards Michael Cohen, a former Trump Organization executive, changed from praise for Cohen when he falsely minimized the president's involvement in the Trump Tower Moscow project to castigation of Cohen when he became a cooperating witness. From September 2015 to June 2016, Cohen had pursued the Trump Tower Moscow project on behalf of the Trump Organization and had briefed candidate Trump on the project numerous times, including discussing whether Trump should travel to Russia to advance the deal. In 2017, Cohen provided false testimony to Congress about the project, including stating that he had only briefed Trump on the project 3 times and never discussed travel to Russia with him, in an effort to adhere to a, quote, party line, end of quote, that Cohen said was developed to minimize the president's connections to Russia. While preparing for his congressional testimony, Cohen had extensive discussions with the president's personal counsel, who, according to Cohen, said that Cohen should, quote, stay on message, end of quote, and not contradict the president. After the FBI searched Cohen's home and office in April 2018, the president publicly asserted that Cohen would not, quote, flip, end of quote, contacted him directly to tell him to, quote, stay strong, end of quote, and privately passed messages of support to him. Cohen also discussed pardons with the president's personal counsel and believed that if he stayed on message, he would be taken care of. But after Cohen began cooperating with the government in the summer of 2018, the president publicly criticized him, called him a, quote, rat, end of quote, and suggested that his family members had committed crimes. Overarching factual issues. We did not make a traditional prosecution decision about these facts, but the evidence we obtained supports several general statements about the president's conduct. Several features of the conduct we investigated distinguish it from typical obstruction of justice cases. First, the investigation concerns the president, and some of his actions, such as firing the FBI director, involved facially lawful acts within his Article II authority, which raises constitutional issues discussed below. At the same time, the president's position as the head of the executive branch provided him with unique and powerful means of influencing official proceedings, subordinate officers, and potential witnesses, all of which is relevant to a potential obstruction of justice analysis. Second, unlike cases in which a subject engages in obstruction of justice to cover up a crime, the evidence we obtained did not establish that the president was involved in an underlying crime related to Russian election interference. Although the obstruction statutes do not require proof of such a crime, the absence of that evidence affects the analysis of the president's intent and requires consideration of other possible motives for his conduct. Third, many of the president's acts directed at witnesses, including discouragement of cooperation with the government and suggestions of possible future pardons, took place in public view. That circumstance is unusual, but no principle of law excludes public acts from the reach of the obstruction laws. If the likely effect of public acts is to influence witnesses or alter their testimony, the harm to the justice system's integrity is the same. Although the series of events we investigated involved discrete acts, the overall pattern of the president's conduct towards the investigations can shed light on the nature of the president's acts and the inferences that can be drawn about his intent. In particular, the actions we investigated can be divided into 2 phases reflecting a possible shift in the president's motives. The first phase covered the period from the president's first interactions with Comey through the president's firing of Comey. During that time, the president had been repeatedly told he was not personally under investigation. Soon after the firing of Comey and the appointment of the special counsel, however, the President became aware that his own conduct was being investigated in an obstruction of justice inquiry. At that point, the President engaged in a second phase of conduct, involving public attacks on the investigation, non-public efforts to control it, and efforts in both public and private to encourage witnesses not to cooperate with the investigation. Judgments about the nature of the President's motives during each phase would be informed by the totality of the evidence. Statutory and constitutional defenses. The President's counsel raised statutory and constitutional defenses to a possible obstruction of justice analysis of the conduct we investigated. We concluded that none of those legal defenses provided a basis for declining to investigate the facts. Statutory defenses. Consistent with precedent and the Department of Justice's general approach to interpreting obstruction statutes, we concluded that several statutes could apply here. See 18 U.S.C. sections 1503, 1505, 1512 B3, 1512 C2. Section 1512 C2 is an omnibus obstruction of justice provision that covers a range of obstructive acts directed at pending or contemplated official proceedings. No principle of statutory construction justifies narrowing the provision to cover only conduct that impairs the integrity or availability of evidence. Sections 1503 and 1505 also offer broad protection against obstructive acts directed at pending grand jury, judicial, administrative, and congressional proceedings, and they are supplemented by a provision in Section 1512B aimed specifically at conduct intended to prevent or hinder the communication to law enforcement of information related to a federal crime. Constitutional defenses. As for constitutional defenses arising from the President's status as the head of the executive branch, we recognized that the Department of Justice and the courts have not definitively resolved these issues. We therefore examined those issues through the framework established by Supreme Court precedent governing separation of powers issues. The Department of Justice and the President's personal counsel have recognized that the President is subject to statutes that prohibit obstruction of justice by bribing a witness or suborning perjury, because that conduct does not implicate his constitutional authority. With respect to whether the President can be found to have obstructed justice by exercising his powers under Article 2 of the Constitution, we concluded that Congress has authority to prohibit a President's corrupt use of his authority in order to protect the integrity of the administration of justice. Under applicable Supreme Court precedent, the Constitution does not categorically and permanently immunize a President for obstructing justice through the use of his Article 2 powers. The separation of powers doctrine authorizes Congress to protect official proceedings, including those of courts and grand juries, from corrupt, obstructive acts regardless of their source. We also concluded that any inroad on presidential authority that would occur from prohibiting corrupt acts does not undermine the President's ability to fulfill his constitutional mission. The term, quote, corruptly, end of quote, sets a demanding standard. It requires a concrete showing that a person acted with an intent to obtain an improper advantage for himself or someone else, inconsistent with official duty and the rights of others. A preclusion of, quote, corrupt, end of quote, official action does not diminish the President's ability to exercise Article 2 powers. For example, the proper supervision of criminal law does not demand freedom for the President to act with a corrupt intention of shielding himself from criminal punishment, avoiding financial liability, or preventing personal embarrassment. To the contrary, a statute that prohibits official action undertaken for such corrupt purposes furthers, rather than hinders, the impartial and even-handed administration of the law. It also aligns with the President's constitutional duty to faithfully execute the laws. Finally, we concluded that in the rare case in which a criminal investigation of the President's conduct is justified, inquiries to determine whether the President acted for a corrupt motive should not impermissibly chill his performance of his constitutionally assigned duties. The conclusion that Congress may apply the obstruction laws to the President's corrupt exercise of the powers of office accords with our constitutional system of checks and balances and the principle that no person is above the law. Conclusion. Because we determined not to make a traditional prosecutorial judgment, we did not draw ultimate conclusions about the President's conduct. The evidence we obtained about the President's actions and intent presents difficult issues that would need to be resolved if we were making a traditional prosecutorial judgment. At the same time, if we had confidence after a thorough investigation of the facts that the President clearly did not commit obstruction of justice, we would so state. Based on the facts and the applicable legal standards, we are unable to reach that judgment. Accordingly, while this report does not conclude that the President committed a crime, it also does not exonerate him. End of Report on the Investigation into Russian Interference in the 2016 Presidential Election. Executive Summary, Volume 2. March 2019. By Robert S. Mueller III. Read by Colleen McMahon.
Scientific Kite Flying by Cleveland Moffett. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. On the long peninsula that separates New York Bay from Newark Bay, there is, among other things, a red house by an open field, in which lives the king of kite flyers. Everyone in Bayonne, the town which covers this peninsula, knows the red house by the open field, for scarcely a day passes, winter or summer, that kites are not seen sailing above this spot, sometimes a solitary hurricane flyer, when the wind is sweeping in strong from the ocean, sometimes a tandem string of 7 or 8 six-footers, each one fastened to the main line by its separate cord. And wonderful are the feats in kite illumination accomplished by Mr. Eddy, the king aforesaid, on holiday nights, especially on the 4th of July, when he keeps the sky ablaze with gracefully waving meteors, to the profound awe or admiration of his fellow townsmen. If you enter the Red House and show a proper interest in the subject, Mr. Eddy will take you up to his kite room, where sky flyers of all sorts, sizes, and materials range the walls, from the tiniest, made of tissue paper, to 9-footers, with lath frames and oilcloth coverings. Hanging from the ceiling is one of the queer Hargrave kites, which looks like a double box, and seems as little likely to fly as a full-legged dining table. Yet fly it will, and beautifully too, though by a principle of aeroplanes only recently understood. Then Mr. Eddy will show you the room where, with the help of his deft-fingered wife, also a kite enthusiast, he spends many hours developing and mounting photographs taken from high altitudes, with a camera especially constructed to be swung and operated from the kite cord. Until one talks with a man like Mr. Eddy, though, indeed, there is no one just like him, one does not realize what a large and important subject this of scientific kite flying is. Many men of distinction have devoted years of their best energies to experiments with kites. Mr. Eddy himself is a scientist first, last, and always. For the sake of a new observation he will send up a tandem of kites when the thermometer is below zero, or stand half a night at his reeling apparatus, getting records of the thermograph. Perhaps I shall do best to begin by giving some useful information to those who may contemplate constructing a modern scientific kite. The first thing that should be done by such a person, be he boy or man, is to rid his mind of all his preconceived notions about kites, for it is almost certain that they are incorrect. To begin with, the scientific kite has no tail. A few years ago people would have laughed at anyone who attempted to send up a kite without a tail. But the question is now no longer even open with the scientific kite flyers, who not only send up tailless kites with the greatest ease, but do so under conditions which, to kites with tails, would be impossible, for instance, in dead calms and in driving hurricanes. The tailless kite, sent from the hands of a master, will fly in all winds. It is true that kites with tails have given good results in experimental work, but the tails are annoying and an unnecessary weight, and may better be dispensed with. Every boy has had the vexatious experience of sending up a kite in a light breeze with the tail made light in proportion, only to find that, on reaching stronger air currents above, the kite has begun to dive and grow unmanageable. Then, when he has taken the kite down and added a heavier tail, he has found the breeze at the ground insufficient to lift the extra load, and so, between two difficulties, has had to give up his sport in disgust. This is the one serious defect of kites with tails, that they cannot adapt themselves to wind currents of varying intensities, whereas the tailless kites do so without difficulty. And in tandem flying, which is the backbone of the modern system, the weight of a half dozen or more heavy tails would be a serious impediment, to say nothing of the perpetual danger of the different tails getting entangled in the lines. How to make a scientific kite. It is important, then, to know how to make a scientific tailless kite, such as is used by the experts at the Smithsonian Institution, or at the Blue Hills Conservatory near Boston, for it must not be supposed that kite flying is merely an idle pastime. It is a pleasure doubtless for boys, but it is also a field of serious experiment and observation for men. The information I here present, including practical directions as well as interesting theories, was obtained from Mr. Eddy himself, and may be regarded as strictly accurate. It is much better for amateurs to begin with a kite designed to fly in strong winds, as it is a long and delicate task to learn to manage the variety with extra wide cross stick meant for ascension in calms. The two sticks which form the skeleton should be of equal lengths, say 6 feet, and should cross each other at right angles at a point on the upright stick 18% of its length below the top. This point of crossing is of great importance, and was only located by Mr. Eddy after months of wearisome experiment. He was misled in his earlier efforts at tailless kite making by the example of the Malay kiter flyers, who are reputed to be the most skilful in the world, and who cross the sticks much nearer the middle of the upright one. In a 6-foot kite the two sticks, equal in length, should cross at about 13 inches from the top of the upright stick, and the same proportion should be observed for kites of other dimensions. At the point of crossing the sticks should be slightly notched and strongly bound together with twine tied in flat knots. Driving a nail or screw through the sticks, to bind them, weakens the frame at the point of greatest strain. As material for the sticks, Mr. Eddy has found clear spruce better than any other wood. Bamboo is bad, because it bends unevenly at the joints. White pine is not tough enough, and cypress is both too brittle and too flexible. The hardwoods, like ash, hickory, and oak, are too heavy. In scientific kite flying, even so small a weight as 1/4 of an ounce may make all the difference between failure and success. All winds are broken by frequent brief intervals of calm, and a kite must rely on its lightness to outride these. Whoever contemplates going seriously into kite flying will do well to provide himself with a store of suitable sticks by purchasing a straight grained, well planed spruce plank, free from knots, and having it sawed on a circular saw into sticks 5/16 and 7/16 inches in thickness, to be cut later into such lengths as he may choose. The two sticks there are never more than two having been fastened firmly together, the cross stick must be sprung backward, so that when finished the kite will present a convex or bulging surface to the wind. It might be imagined that a concave surface to the wind would be better, and indeed this has been tried. but it has invariably proved that with a concave surface the kite receives too much of the breeze and becomes quite uncontrollable. The amount of spring that must be given the crosspiece is in proportion to its length, Mr. Eddy's rule being to spring the cross stick by means of a cord joining the two ends like a bow, until the perpendicular between the point of juncture of the two sticks and the centre of the cord is equal to 1/10 of the length of the cross stick, or a little more than 1/10, if the kite is to be flown in very high winds. It is of the first importance to keep the two halves of the kite on the right and the left of the upright stick perfectly symmetrical, and this is by no means an easy matter. It often happens in bending the cross stick that, owing to differences in the fibre and elasticity of the wood, one side bends more than the other, with the result that the two halves present different curves and consequently unequal wind areas. To offset this difficulty, and also to strengthen the skeleton, Mr. Eddy's practice is to add a bracing piece at the back of the cross stick, a piece about 1/4 of the length of the cross stick itself, and of the same width and thickness. If the two halves of the kite are already quite symmetrical, he places this bracing stick with its centre directly even with the point of juncture of the two large sticks, its two ends being fastened with twine to the cross stick, about 9 inches on either side of the crossing point. But if one half of the cross stick shows a greater bend than the other, he places the longer arm of the bracing piece toward the side that bends the most, thus presenting a greater leverage against the wind on that side than on the other, and so equalizing things. With the two sticks and the brace all thus properly in place, a supporting frame for the paper or cloth is formed by running, not cord, but fine picture wire, over the tips of the sticks, notched to hold it in place, in the ordinary way. Then, with a thin, clear paste made of starch, the paper may be laid on, care being taken to paste the edges so as to leave a certain amount of slack or looseness in the part of the kite below the cross stick, so that each of the lower faces will present concave wind surfaces. To preserve the required equilibrium, it is important that the amount of looseness in the paper be equal on the two sides, and in order to keep it so, it is necessary to measure exactly the amount allowed. Those who wish to make many kites will do well to buy thin manila paper, as wide as possible, having the dealer roll off for them 700 or 800 feet, say a yard in width, which will ensure a cheap as well as an abundant supply. For strong winds and large kites, it is best to use cloth as the covering. It should be sewed to the frame, and, if carefully put on, will do service for years. Silk, of course, is the ideal material, but its costliness puts it beyond ordinary means, and common silesia, such as is used in dress linings, is almost as good. Whatever the material, the kite should be fortified at the corners by pasting or sewing on quadrants of paper or cloth, so as to give double thickness at the points most liable to injury. A finished 6-footer should not weigh over 20 ounces if covered with paper, or 25 ounces if covered with cloth. Mr. Eddy has made a 6-footer for calm flying as light as 8 ounces. How to send up a kite. There is only one way to learn the practical art of kite flying, and that is to begin and do the thing yourself, with many mishaps and disappointments at the outset. One of Mr. Eddy's practices when sending kites up in very light winds or in an apparent calm is to reel out 200 yards or so of cord in a convenient open space, leaving kite and cord on the ground until ready to start. Then, by taking the cord at the extreme distance from the kite and beginning to run with it, he gets it quickly into the upper air currents, which are always stirring more than those at the surface. It is sometimes necessary to run for a considerable distance before the kite reaches a sustaining current. but a real kite enthusiast will not mind taking trouble. Indeed, he had better abandon the whole business if he does. It is worth noting that even in a dead calm a kite may be kept up indefinitely, as long as the flyer is willing to run with the cord at the rate of about 5 miles an hour. In flying kites tandem there is always to be guarded against the danger of a breaking of the cord. Few people realize how hard a pull is exerted by a series of kites well up in the air. A strain of 25 or 30 pounds on the cord is not uncommon, and not only the strength of the cord, but the way of attaching it is of great importance. There should be 2 strings, never more, fastened to the upright stick at its lower end and at the point of crossing, the upper length being about 1/3 of the lower one, and the 2 being adjusted so that, when taut, the kite takes an angle of about 20 degrees with the ground, which means that the kite goes up almost straight overhead, the string making an angle of about 70 degrees with the ground. In sending up a series of kites to fly tandem, it is best to head the line with a small kite, 3 or 4 feet in diameter, and gradually increase the size until a diameter of 6 feet is reached for the one sent last. This arrangement makes it possible to hold the upper kites by lighter cord, the heavier kites being reserved for the half of the line nearest to the ground, and thus there is a material lessening of the load to be borne. The first kite should be well up, say 500 feet, before the second is attached to the line. But after that they may be sent at closer intervals, sometimes with only a few hundred feet between them, say 200 feet in light winds, and 500 feet in heavy winds. Each kite in a tandem should have a length of at least 100 feet of cord from the main line, and great care should be exercised in knotting fast the individual lines. The best way of starting a second kite, after the first is well up, is to pay out about 100 feet of cord for the tandem line, attaching one end of this to the main cord and the other to the second kite, which is left lying on the ground back downward. Then pay out the main line evenly until the tandem line begins to lift. As the pendant kite is borne higher and higher, it will swing for a while in a horizontal position, but will presently begin to flutter and sail sideways, and then finally come up more and more until the wind catches it and it shoots up like a bird into its proper position. In fact, once the first kite is securely up, the others will fly themselves by merely being attached to the main line as described. Of course each fresh kite increases the pull on the main line, and the line must be made proportionately stronger as the tandem is increased. Runaway tandems. Mr. Eddy has had some remarkable experiences with escaping kites. One day at Bayonne, in July, 1894, while he was flying a tandem of 8 kites in a northwest wind blowing 18 miles an hour, the main line broke with a loud snap, and the kites sailed away towards Staten Island with the speed of an escaped balloon. One can scarcely conceive the rapidity with which a line of kites like this travels over the first 400 or 500 feet after its release. An ice boat goes no faster, and one might as well pursue the shadow of a flying cloud as chase that string. At the time of the escape, the top kite, a 4-footer, was up nearly a mile, and the other 7 were flying at a good elevation. The consequence was that although, as invariably happens in such cases, they began to drop, the lowest kite did not strike the ground until it had been carried about 1/4 of a mile to the New Jersey shore of the Kilvan Coll, which is half a mile wide at this point. Here kite number 8, a 6-footer, caught in a tree and held the line for a few seconds until its own cord broke, under the strain, and set the other kites free. This check had lifted the other kites, and they now flew right bravely across the water, not one of the 7 wetting its heels before the farther shore was reached. Then the lowest of them came to the ground, in its turn putting a brief check on the others. But its cord soon broke under the strain, and the six still flying went sailing over the trees of Staten Island, hundreds of people watching them as they flew. Six tailless kites driving along towards New York Bay, the main line trailing behind over lawns and housetops. Then a queer thing happened. As the loose end of the main line trailed along, it whipped against a line of telegraph wires with such violence as to wind itself around the wires again and again, just as a whiplash winds round a hitching post when whipped against one. The result was that the runaway kites were finally anchored by the main line, and held fast until their owner, coming in quick pursuit on ferryboat and train, could secure them. On another occasion, two of Mr. Eddy's kites flying in tandem broke away and started out to sea, the dangling line passing over a moored coal barge on which a man was working. Feeling something tickle his neck, the man put up his hand quickly and touched the kite cord. Greatly surprised, he seized the cord and made it fast. And he was not at all disposed to give up the kites when Mr. Eddy claimed them. There is no property, indeed, so hard to prove and recover as a runaway kite. For one thing, there is absolutely no telling how far a runaway kite will sail before landing. Mr. Eddy estimates that when the main line breaks, a kite well up in a 25-mile breeze will travel, before alighting, a distance equal to 12 times its height from the ground. This means that a kite straight over the Battery in New York City and a mile in the air, driven by a stiff south wind, might land in Yonkers if the cord broke. There is, by the way, an old-time ordinance on the statute book prohibiting the flying of kites in any part of New York City below 14th Street. This, however, did not prevent Mr. Eddy from taking recently a series of unique photographs, some of them are reproduced in this article, by means of a tandem of kites sent up from a high building near the City Hall Park. The only complication that resulted was a fierce contention among a crowd of idlers and garmins over the possession of one of the kites, which came down accidentally and lodged in one of the park trees. The lifting power of kites. A tandem of 6 or 8 6-foot kites exerts a pull of 30 pounds or more on the main line. But it must not be assumed that such a tandem would lift and carry through the air a weight of 30 pounds. The weight of 30 pounds would be carried a short distance, but as the weight moved off there would be a sudden lessening of the resistance on the line, and so of the wind pressure against the kites, which would soon cause them to sink. A tandem of strong kites in a good breeze might be made to operate a sort of jumping apparatus which, after being carried a short distance, would anchor itself to the ground until the renewed strength of the kites lifted it up again for another jump. But all kite experts are agreed that a kite's power for lifting loads clear of the ground must be enormously increased according as the distance to which the load is to be lifted is increased. It would be possible, for example, to build a tandem of kites strong enough to lift a man clear of the ground, supposing him to be swung in a basket from the main line. This, indeed, has been actually accomplished. September 18th, 1895, in England, Captain Baden-Powell was lifted to a height of 100 feet on a kite string supported by 5 large hexagon kites. But Mr. Eddy calculates that to lift a man of the same weight, 150 pounds, to a height of 1500 feet, with a wind blowing at the same rate, 20 miles an hour, would require 7 kites with upright and cross sticks not less than 64 feet each in length. The only other instance on record where a man has been lifted by a kite cord was in the experiment of the great Australian kite expert, Hargrave, who, on November 12th, 1894, placed himself in a sling seat attached to a tandem of his wonderful box kites, and was swung 16 feet clear of the earth. The entire load, including the seat and appurtenances, amounted to 208 pounds. Mr. Eddy calculates that 6 of his bird-shaped kites, 20 feet in diameter, would lift a man and basket in safety to a height of 100 feet, assuming the wind to be blowing steadily at 20 miles an hour. The meteorological use of kites. Although Mr. Eddy began flying kites as a diversion, he soon saw that there were more serious reasons for continuing his experiments. Having long been interested in meteorological problems, it occurred to him that good results might be obtained by sending aloft, on kite strings, self-registering thermometers and apparatus for indicating the direction and strength of the air currents. On February 4th, 1891, he sent up what is believed to be the first thermometer ever attached to a kite for scientific purposes. This was at 9 o'clock in the evening on a cold winter's night, the thermometer registering 10 degrees Fahrenheit at the ground. On reading the record after the descent, the thermometer was found to mark 6 degrees Fahrenheit, which indicated, according to the recognized law of decrease of temperature, that the kite had been sent to a height of 1,000 feet. The law is that in ascending from the earth the temperature falls 1 degree for every 250 feet, but subsequent experiments convinced Mr. Eddy that it was by no means to be relied upon as an indication of the height of kites. Not that the law is false, but it holds good only when the meteorological conditions above are the same as at the earth's surface, which is very far from being the case always. Out of these experiments Mr. Eddy evolved an important theory which has since been abundantly verified. Seeing the frequent variations in the thermometric readings from what the law had led him to expect, he concluded that these were due to meteorological variations overhead, and that changes in the weather, say the approach of warm waves or cold waves, make themselves felt in the air strata above the earth's surface several hours before they can be detected at the surface. Observations extending over months at the Blue Hills Observatory near Boston, and elsewhere, have abundantly confirmed this theory. With this fact established, it followed, in Mr. Eddy's opinion, that it was perfectly possible to use kites in making weather prognostications. And, indeed, he has been doing this himself for several years with the best results. Whenever his kite thermometers, sent to a fixed height which he determines independently by a specially devised kite quadrant, show actual readings which are either warmer or cooler than the theoretical readings, he prophesies that the weather will, within a few hours, become warmer or colder at the earth's surface, and these prophecies are fulfilled in a large majority of cases. If the kite thermometers show exactly the temperature which the law would call for, he prophesies that there will be no change in the weather. It has also been demonstrated that kites may be used by meteorologists to indicate the approach of storms, which they foretell by a sudden and continuous veering over a considerable arc, usually about 60 degrees. This veering begins usually 6 or 7 hours before a storm, and often as much as 12 hours. And another sure sign of a storm is the continuous and sudden dropping of the kites followed by a quick recovery, which shows that the wind is blowing in gusts interspersed with periods of calm. In making a series of meteorological experiments which he conducted at the Blue Hills Observatory, Mr. Eddy often employed as many as 8 or 10 kites. And in August 1895 he sent up 12 kites on one line, 3 of them being 9-footers. This is probably the largest number of kites ever sent up in tandem, and although on this occasion the line carried only the thermographs suspended in a basket, the whole weighing not more than 2 pounds, a very much larger load might have been carried had it been desired. Among many other curious things about the wind observed by Mr. Eddy is the fact that the night winds are by far the steadiest and most satisfactory for kite flying. On this account much of his work with kites has been done in the darkness, although he uses lanterns on the lines to assist him in locating the kites. It has also been demonstrated that the force of the wind increases steadily as the distance from the earth increases. Archibald proved this conclusively by suspending a series of wind measuring instruments at intervals along the main line, their registration showing almost invariably greater wind pressure at the higher altitude. Mr. Eddy has furthermore noted that, while the early morning wind is usually very light at the earth's surface, it is almost invariably good aloft. And he has again and again verified the well-established fact that all clouds herald their approach and are accompanied by increased wind velocity. The highest flight ever made by a kite. The modern system of flying kites tandem was devised by Mr. Eddy in 1890, although it was hit upon 2 years later independently by Dr. Alexander B. Johnson, the distinguished surgeon of the Roosevelt Hospital in New York. The tandem system makes it possible to send kites to far greater altitudes than had ever been previously attained. And here the best record is undoubtedly held by one of Mr. Eddy's tandems, sent aloft at Bayonne on November 7th, 1893. Mr. Eddy began to send up the kites at 7:30 a.m., but being hampered by light breezes from the east, found he was kept busy until 3:30 in the afternoon in getting 9 kites aloft. He had paid out nearly 2 miles of cord when the top kite, a little 2-footer, stood straight over the spar buoy in Newark Bay. The lowest kite, a 6-footer, was hovering some distance inland from the shore, on a line from the shore to Mr. Eddy's house, where the end of the line was anchored, measuring 5,500 feet by the surveyor's map. Taking 2 observations from the 2 ends of this base line, Mr. Eddy's kite quadrant showed angles of 35 and 66 degrees, and these data, by simple methods of triangulation, were sufficient to determine the altitude of the kite, which was found to be 5,595 feet, or something over 1 mile. The kites were seen by hundreds of persons during the 15 hours that they remained up, the experiment coming to an abrupt end at 10 o'clock that night by the blowing away of the 2 upper kites in the increasing wind. The escaped kites disappeared in Newark Bay, along with 3,000 feet of the line. Much interest attaches from a scientific point of view to experiments designed to test how great an altitude may be reached by kites, and for a year past Mr. Eddy has been working in this direction for the Smithsonian Institution, the hope being that he will ultimately succeed in sending kites 2 miles above the earth's surface. Professor Langley has been following these experiments with great interest, and has furnished Mr. Eddy with a special quality of silk cord, which, it is believed, will give better results in meteorological observation than the ordinary hempen twine or rope. The great difficulty that Mr. Eddy finds in the way of making his kites reach great altitudes is the pull on the cord, which increases greatly as the kites rise higher. It is probable that a tandem of 15 or 20 big kites, reaching to a mile above the earth's surface, would exert a pull of 100 pounds, while at a height of 2 miles they might, Mr. Eddy thinks, exert a pull of 350 pounds, and at a height of 3 miles a pull of 700 pounds. However great the pull, it is essential to successful flying that the man in control be able to let out or reel in the main line with great rapidity, and it is evident that a dozen men could not by hand alone accomplish this if the kites were sent as high as might be. It is likely, therefore, that, as the importance of scientific kite flying becomes more widely understood, some simple dummy engine will be devised for rapidly turning the windlass on which the main line is wound. Mr. Eddy has made frequent experiments with rain kites, which he used for the first time in November 1893. It is true that Franklin sent up a flyer during a shower, but in his case the rain was merely an accident accompanying the electric storm, which was his only concern. Mr. Eddy, however, has sent up kites in the rain for the purpose of studying cloud altitudes and other meteorological phenomena, and by this means he has discovered what was not previously believed to be true, that clouds sometimes sink to within 600 feet of the earth's surface without actually coming down to it. In fact, Mr. Eddy has had kites disappear in a cloud at a height of only 568 feet. It has sometimes happened that clouds settling toward the earth have obscured the kites gradually, the top one becoming invisible first, and then the others in succession. Mr. Eddy has found that by such indications he is able to foretell the approach of fog 4 or 5 hours before it reaches the earth's surface, so slowly do the clouds settle through the air strata. It is best to make rain kites of oilskin or paraffin paper, as the ordinary paper or cloth becomes saturated with the dampness and very heavy, thus lessening the buoyancy of the line. So penetrating is the dampness of clouds, even without a rainstorm, that the wooden frames sometimes become warped and the paste seams soak open. Drawing down electricity by a kite string. The scientific kite flyer will find much to tempt him into the field of electricity, and will be able not only to duplicate Dr. Franklin's historic experiment of bringing down sparks from the heavens, but may go far beyond this, taking advantage of the greater knowledge of electricity at his disposal and the superior apparatus. In the summer of 1885, Alexander Macady, at the Blue Hills Observatory, got strong sparks at the earth's surface from a wire connected with a kite whose surface had been coated with tinfoil so as to form an electric collector. He also, by the brightness and increased lengths of the sparks obtained, proved that the electric force in the atmosphere is very greatly increased with the approach of thunder clouds, and also that this force increases steadily as the kites reach greater altitude, and vice versa. Indeed, Mr. Eddy, and others who have conducted similar experiments, have found the electric force so strong at certain altitudes as to make the manipulation of the conducting wire a source of considerable danger. On October 8th, 1892, Mr. Eddy made an important advance in electrical experiments with kites, by using a collector quite separate from the kites themselves, which were merely used in tandem to support the line on which the collector was swung and raised to any desired altitude. By this arrangement any accident that might befall one of the kites is less likely to ruin the whole experiment. Much experience with the kite collector has convinced Mr. Eddy that there is always in the air overhead, at all times of the year and in all weathers, an abundant, practically a boundless, supply of electricity. It has never yet happened to him to send his collector up to even so low a height as 400 feet without getting a spark in his discharge box at the earth. He has discovered, however, that the greater the amount of moisture in the air, the greater is the height to which he must send the collector before getting the first spark. There is no doubt that large quantities of electricity might be obtained by hoisting large collectors, supported by strong flying tandems, to considerable altitudes, and drawing off the supply at the earth by means of a system of transformers which would lower the electricity from the dangerously high tension at which it discharges down the wire, to a voltage that could be handled with safety. In his experiments thus far, Mr. Eddy has discharged the copper wire leading from his collector into a wooden box containing a pasteboard wheel with darning needle axle and tinfoil edges. The axle is grounded, and the copper wire from the collector placed near the tinfoil periphery of the wheel, so as to discharge its sparks through the intervening distance, and by the shock cause the wheel to turn. The use of kites in photography. One of the most interesting applications of the kite, but a thoroughly practical one, is its use in photography. This has been entirely developed within the past year or two. Indeed, the first kite photograph taken on the American continent was one made by Mr. Eddy's camera on May 30th, 1895. Although some attempts in this direction had been previously made in Europe, this was the first clearly focused kite photograph obtained. The previous ones had been blurred, owing to defects in the devices for swinging the camera apparatus from the kite cord, and for loosening the shutter. Mr. Eddy's apparatus will be better understood from the accompanying cut than from any description. In a general way it is a wooden frame capable of holding the camera, and terminating behind in a long stick or boom, by means of which the camera is made to point in any desired direction or at any angle. This is arranged before sending up the apparatus, the boom being properly placed and held in position by means of guy cords from the main kite line. A separate line hangs from the spring of the camera shutter, with which is also connected a hollow ball of polished metal supported in such a way that it will drop from its position 5 or 6 feet through the air when the camera cord is pulled. The purpose of this ball is to allow the operator on the ground to be sure that the camera has responded to his pull and that the desired photograph has been taken. He is assured of this, having given the pull, on seeing the flash made by the polished ball in its fall. All this being arranged, it is only necessary to send the camera up to any desired altitude and pull the camera cord, in order to get photographs of wide stretching landscapes, extensive cities, like New York, and panoramas of every description. Such photographs could not but be of the greatest value to geologists, mountain climbers, surveyors, and explorers, and they must possess particular interest for students of geography and for map makers. Possible use of kites in war. It is obvious, too, that kite photographs might be of great value in time of war, since a detailed view of an enemy's lines and fortifications might be thus obtained, while at sea a perfected kite photographing apparatus might be of great value in recording the approach of an enemy's ships. Mr. Eddy regards it as perfectly possible to send up a tandem of kites from the deck of a man of war, with a circular camera such as has already been devised, attached to the main line, and an apparatus for snapping all the shutters simultaneously, and photograph not only the whole horizon as seen from the deck of a vessel, but, because of the greater elevation, many miles beyond. A battleship provided with this photographing device would enjoy as great an advantage as if it were able at will to stretch out its mainmast into a tower of observation a mile high. It is true that some of the lenses in the circular camera, the ones facing the sun, might give imperfect pictures, but in whatever position the sun might be, at least 180 degrees of the horizon would be clearly photographed. And by taking such observations in the early morning, and again in the middle of the afternoon, it would be possible to cover the whole circuit, and thus be aware of the approach of an enemy's ships long before they would have been visible to a telescope used on the deck. In such a circular camera each lens would be numbered, and the position of each would be accurately determined with regard to the points of the compass by the use of guy cords stretching from the main line to the framework of the apparatus. Thus, on looking at the number of a lens, the photographer would immediately know from which direction any vessel whose image was shown might be coming. Nor is the use of the kite in war limited to the services it would render in photography. It might easily do more than that, and become a most efficient and novel engine of destruction. As has been shown, it is merely a question of carpenter work to send up a tandem of kites that will swing a heavy load high in the air. suppose that load were dynamite, with an arrangement for dropping it over any desired spot. Mr. Eddy suggests that this might be effected by means of a slow match made by soaking a cotton string in saltpetre, which would be lighted on dispatching the load of dynamite, and would burn at a regular rate, say 1 foot in 5 minutes, so that the length of the match could be timed to meet the necessities of the case. On burning to its end, the match would ignite a cord holding the dynamite in a pasteboard receptacle, one side of which would fall down like the front of a wall pocket as soon as the restraining cord was burned through, and immediately the dynamite in the box would be launched toward its destination. Mr. Eddy has already carried out an experiment similar to this in setting loose from high elevations tiny paper aeroplanes. With a little practice he found he could start the slow match with such precision as to cause the aeroplanes to burst out into flight at any desired altitude. This interesting and beautiful experiment was performed for the first time by Mr. Eddy on February 22nd, 1893, when he sent off from a height of 1,000 feet 40 aeroplanes, their forward edges weighted with pins for greater stability. Assuming such an arrangement made for discharging a load of dynamite, Mr. Eddy calculates that, with a 20-mile breeze, 6 18-foot kites would lift 50 pounds of the explosive a quarter of a mile in the air, and suspend it over a fort or beleaguered city half a mile distant. It would, thus, be perfectly possible, supposing the wind to be in the right direction, to bombard Staten Island with dynamite dropped from kites sent up from the Jersey shore. It is evident that, for purposes of bombardment, a tandem of kites possesses several advantages over the war balloon. Kites are much cheaper. Then it would be far more difficult to disable them than to disable a balloon, since they offer a smaller mark to the enemy's guns; and even if 1 or 2 were destroyed, the others would still suffice to carry the dynamite. Finally, the kites may be sent up without risk to the lives of those who directed them, which is not the case with the balloons. Another interesting and important application of the modern kite has been conceived by Professor J. Woodbridge Davis, principal of the Woodbridge Boys' School in New York, who is one of the most famous kite flyers in the world, in addition to being a distinguished scientist and mathematician. It was Professor Davis who invented the dirigible kite several years ago, 3 strings allowing the operator to steer the kite from right to left at will, or to make it sink to earth. Having perfected this curious kite, which is of hexagon shape, is covered with oiled silk, is foldable, portable, and has a tail, Professor Davis turned his attention to his more recent and important discovery of the dirigible buoy, which bids fair to do much to lessen the dangers of shipwreck. For months past Professor Davis, assisted by Mr. Eddy, has been experimenting on the Kilven Cull with this buoy, and has obtained most encouraging results. There are 2 kinds, both being designed to be attached to kite lines and drawn over the water by the power of the kite. The simpler variety is merely a long wooden tube about 3 inches in diameter, and shaped very much like a gun projectile, with a cone of tin dragging behind to give steadiness. It is for use only when the wind is blowing in exactly the direction in which it is designed to send a message or carry a rope. It will be observed that, in a large number of cases when ships are driven on rocks, the wind is blowing toward the shore, and in such cases a line of kites would readily carry one of these buoys ashore with the important words inside, or the still more important rope following after. Not satisfied, however, with this buoy, Professor Davis sought some means of making kites draw a load across the water in any direction desired, regardless of the way the wind might be blowing; and, after much thought and calculation, he hit upon what is now known as the Davis buoy, an object that has become familiar to dwellers at Bergen Point and Port Richmond from the frequent experiments on the Kill that have been carried on during the past year. This form of buoy is much larger than the other, being 3 or 4 feet in length, and its essential feature is a deep iron keel that projects below out of the block of wood forming the body. It is evident that this keel will tend to keep the buoy headed in any given direction. And stability of position is further assured by the presence of guy ropes attached to the main line of the kite. Each buoy is provided with 3 of these ropes, which, by being lengthened or shortened, may cause the buoy to form any desired angle with the kite cord, and to keep it. Professor Davis has entirely succeeded in making the kites drag the buoy along the water in various directions in the very strongest gales. In fact, under precisely the conditions that would assist when the buoys would be needed for life-saving service from wrecks. And he is positive that, with further experiment, he will be able, by moving along the shore until a tacking angle is reached, not only to send lines, food, or messages to a disabled vessel from the shore, but to bring back by the same kites and the same buoy other lines and messages from the people in distress. Considering the important offices of which it has already been proved capable, and the possibility which these suggest of many other practical applications, it is clear that the kite is no longer to be regarded as simply a toy. And this, in turn, suggests anew the familiar truth that, after all, nothing in this world is of small consequence. End of Scientific Kite Flying by Cleveland Moffett.
Wild Apples by Henry David Thoreau. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The History of the Apple Tree. It is remarkable how closely the history of the apple tree is connected with that of man. The geologist tells us that the order of the Rosaea, which includes the apple, also the true grasses, and the Labiate, or mints, were introduced only a short time previous to the appearance of man on the globe. It appears that apples made a part of the food of that unknown primitive people whose traces have lately been found at the bottom of the Swiss lakes, supposed to be older than the foundation of Rome, so old that they had no metallic implements. An entire black and shriveled crab apple has been recovered from their stores. Tacitus says of the ancient Germans that they satisfied their hunger with wild apples, among other things. Niebuhr observes that the words for a house, a field, a plough, ploughing, wine, oil, milk, sheep, apples, and others relating to agriculture and the gentler ways of life agree in Latin and Greek, while the Latin words for all objects pertaining to war or the chase are utterly alien from the Greek. Thus the apple tree may be considered a symbol of peace no less than the olive. The apple was early so important and so generally distributed that its name, traced to its root in many languages, signifies fruit in general. Melon, melon in Greek, means an apple, also the fruit of other trees, also a sheep and any cattle, and finally riches in general. The apple tree has been celebrated by the Hebrews, Greeks, Romans, and Scandinavians. Some have thought that the first human pair were tempted by its fruit. Goddesses are famed to have contended for it. Dragons were set to watch it, and heroes were employed to pluck it. The tree is mentioned in at least 3 places in the Old Testament, and its fruit in 2 or 3 more. Solomon sings, "As the apple tree among the trees of the wood, so is my beloved among the sons." And again, stay me with flagons, comfort me with apples. The noblest part of man's noblest feature is named from this fruit, the apple of the eye. The apple tree is also mentioned by Homer and Herodotus. Ulysses saw in the glorious garden of Alcinous pears and pomegranates, and apple trees bearing beautiful fruit. And according to Homer, apples were among the fruits which Tantalus could not pluck, the wind ever blowing their boughs away from him. Theophrastus knew and described the apple tree as a botanist. According to the prose Edda, Iduna keeps in a box the apples which the gods, when they feel old age approaching, have only to taste of to become young again. It is in this manner that they will be kept in renovated youth until Ragnarok, or the destruction of the gods. I learned from Loudon that the ancient Welsh bards were rewarded for excelling in song by the token of the apple sprite, and in the Highlands of Scotland the apple tree is the badge of the clan Lamont. The apple tree belongs chiefly to the northern temperate zone. Loudon says that it grows spontaneously in every part of Europe except the frigid zone, and throughout Western Asia, China, and Japan. We have also 2 or 3 varieties of the apple indigenous in North America. The cultivated apple tree was first introduced into this country by the earliest settlers, and is thought to do as well or better here than anywhere else. Probably some of the varieties which are now cultivated were first introduced into Britain by the Romans. Pliny adopted the distinction of Theophrastus, saying, "Of trees there are some which are altogether wild, some more civilized." Theophrastus includes the apple among the last, and indeed it is in this sense the most civilized of all trees. It is as harmless as a dove, as beautiful as a rose, and as valuable as flocks and herds. It has been longer cultivated than any other, and so is more humanized. And who knows but, like the dog, it will at length be no longer traceable to its wild original. It migrates with man, like the dog and horse and cow, first perchance from Greece to Italy, thence to England, thence to America, and our western emigrant is still marching steadily toward the setting sun with the seeds of the apple in his pocket, or perhaps a few young trees strapped to his load. At least 1 million apple trees are thus set farther west this year than any cultivated ones grew last year. Consider how the blossom week, like the Sabbath, is thus annually spread over the prairies. For when man migrates, he carries with him not only his birds, quadrupeds, insects, vegetables, and his very sward, but his orchard also. The leaves and tender twigs are an agreeable food to many domestic animals, as the cow, horse, sheep, and goat, and the fruit is sought after by the first as well as by the hog. Thus there appears to have existed a natural alliance between these animals and this tree from the first. The fruit of the crab in the forests of France is said to be a great resource for the wild boar. Not only the Indian, but many indigenous insects, birds, and quadrupeds welcome the apple tree to these shores. The tent caterpillar settled her eggs on the very first twig that was formed, and it has since shared her affections with the wild cherry, and the cankerworm also in a measure abandoned the elm to feed on it. As it grew apace, the bluebird, robin, cherrybird, kingbird, and many more came with haste and built their nests and warbled in its boughs, and so became orchard birds, and multiplied more than ever. It was an era in the history of their race. The downy woodpecker found such a savory morsel under its bark that he perforated it in a ring quite round the tree before he left it, a thing which he had never done before, to my knowledge. It did not take the partridge long to find out how sweet its buds were, and every winter eve she flew, and still flies, from the wood to pluck them, much to the farmer's sorrow. The rabbit, too, was not slow to learn the taste of its twigs and bark, and when the fruit was ripe, The squirrel half rolled, half carried it to his hole, and even the musquash crept up the bank from the brook at evening, and greedily devoured it, until he had worn a path in the grass there, and when it was frozen and thawed, the crow and the jay were glad to taste it occasionally. The owl crept in the first apple tree that became hollow, and fairly hooted with delight, finding it just the place for him. So settling down into it, he has remained there ever since. My theme being the wild apple, I will merely glance at some of the seasons and the annual growth of the cultivated apple, and pass on to my special province. The flowers of the apple are perhaps the most beautiful of any tree, so copious and so delicious to both sight and scent. The walker is frequently tempted to turn and linger near some more than usually handsome ones, whose blossoms are 2/3 expanded. How superior it is in these respects to the pear, whose blossoms are neither colored nor fragrant. By the middle of July, green apples are so large as to remind us of codling and of the autumn. The sward is commonly strewed with little ones which fall stillborn, as it were, nature thus thinning them for us. The Roman writer Palladius says, if apples are inclined to fall before their time, a stone placed in a split root will retain them. Some such notion, still surviving, may account for some of the stones which we see placed to be overgrown in the forks of trees. They have a saying in Suffolk, England, at Michaelmas time, or a little before, half an apple goes to the core. Early apples begin to be ripe about the 1st of August, but I think that none of them are so good to eat as some to smell. One is worth more to scent your handkerchief with than any perfume which they sell in the shops. The fragrance of some fruits is not to be forgotten, along with that of flowers. Some gnarly apple which I pick up in the road reminds me by its fragrance of all the wealth of Pomona, carrying me forward to those days when they will be collected in golden and ruddy heaps in the orchards and about the cider mills. A week or two later, as you are going by orchards or gardens, especially in the evenings, you pass through a little region possessed by the fragrance of ripe apples, and thus enjoy them without price and without robbing anybody. There is thus about all natural products a certain volatile and ethereal quality which represents their highest value, and which cannot be vulgarized or bought and sold. No mortal has ever enjoyed the perfect flavor of any fruit, and only the godlike among men begin to taste its ambrosial qualities. For nectar and ambrosia are only those fine flavors of every earthly fruit which our coarse palates fail to perceive, just as we occupy the heaven of the gods without knowing it. When I see a particularly mean man carrying a load of fair and fragrant early apples to market, I seem to see a contest going on between him and his horse on the one side, and the apples on the other, and to my mind the apples always gain it. Pliny says that apples are the heaviest of all things, and that the oxen begin to sweat at the mere sight of a load of them. Our driver begins to lose his load the moment he tries to transport them to where they do not belong, that is, to any but the most beautiful. Though he gets out from time to time, and feels of them, and thinks they are all there, I see the stream of their evanescent and celestial qualities going to heaven from his cart, while the pulp and skin and core are only going to market. They are not apples, but pomace. Are these not still Iduna's apples, the taste of which keeps the gods forever young? And think you that they will let Loki or Thassi carry them off to Jotunheim, while they grow wrinkled and gray? No, for Ragnarok, or the destruction of the gods, is not yet. There is another thinning of the fruit, commonly near the end of August or in September, when the ground is strewn with windfalls, and this happens especially when high winds occur after rain. In some orchards you may see fully 3/4 of the whole crop on the ground, lying in a circular form beneath the trees, yet hard and green, or, if it is a hillside, rolled far down the hill. However, it is an ill wind that blows nobody any good. All the country over, People are picking up the windfalls, and this will make them cheap for early apple pies. In October, the leaves falling, the apples are more distinct on the trees. I saw one year in a neighboring town some trees fuller of fruit than I remember to have ever seen before. Small yellow apples hang over the road. The branches were gracefully drooping with their weight, like a barberry bush, so that the whole tree acquired a new character. Even the topmost branches, instead of standing erect, spread and drooped in all directions, and there were so many poles supporting the lower ones that they looked like the pictures of banyan trees. As an old English manuscript says, "The mo appelin the tree beareth, the more she boweth to the folk." Surely the apple is the noblest of fruits. Let the most beautiful or the swiftest have it. That should be the going price of apples. Between the 5th and 20th of October, I see the barrels lie under the trees. Perhaps I talk with one who is selecting some choice barrels to fulfill an order. He turns a speckled one over many times before he leaves it out. If I were to tell what is passing in my mind, I should say that every one was speckled which he had handled, for he rubs off all of the bloom, and those fugacious ethereal qualities leave it. Cool evenings prompt the farmers to make haste, and at length I see only the ladders here and there left leaning against the trees. It would be well if we accepted these gifts with more joy and gratitude, and did not think it enough simply to put a fresh load of compost about the tree. Some old English customs are suggestive, at least. I find them described chiefly in Brand's Popular Antiquities. It appears that on Christmas Eve the farmers and their men in Devonshire take a large bowl of cider, with a toast in it, and carry it in state to the orchard. They salute the apple trees with much ceremony, in order to make them bear well the next season. This salutation consists in throwing some of the cider about the roots of the tree, placing bits of the toast on the branches, and then encircling one of the best bearing trees in the orchard, they drink the following toast 3 several times. Here's to thee, old apple tree, whence thou mayest bud, and whence thou mayest blow, and whence thou mayest bear apples enow. Hats full, caps full, bushel, sacks full, and my pockets full too, hurrah! Also, what was called apple howling used to be practiced in various counties in England on New Year's Eve. A troop of boys visited the different orchards, and encircling the apple trees, repeated the following words: "Stand fast, root, bear well top, pray God send us a good howling crop, every twig apples big, every bough apples enow." Then they shout in chorus. One of the boys accompanied them on a cow's horn. During this ceremony they rap the trees with their sticks. This is called wassailing the trees, and is thought by some to be a relic of the heathen sacrifice to Pomona. Herrick sings, "Wassail the trees that they may bear you many a plum and many a pear, for more or less fruits they will bring, as you so give them wassailin'." Our poets have as yet a better right to sing of cider than of wine, but it behooves them to sing better than English Phillips did, else they will do no credit to their muse. The wild apple. So much for the more civilized apple trees, urbaniores, as Pliny calls them. I love better to go through the old orchards of ungrafted apple trees, at whatever season of the year, so irregularly planted. Sometimes 2 trees standing close together, and the rows so devious that you would think that they had not only grown while the owner was sleeping, but had been set out by him in a somnambulic state. The rows of grafted fruit will never tempt me to wander amid them like this. But I now, alas, speak rather from memory than from any recent experience. Such ravages have been made. Some soils, like a rocky tract called the Easterbrook country in my neighborhood, are so suited to the apple that it will grow faster in them without any care, or if only the ground is broken up once a year, than it will in many places with any amount of care. The owners of this tract allow that the soil is excellent for fruit, but they say that it is so rocky that they have not patience to plow it, and that, together with the distance, is the reason why it is not cultivated. There are, or more recently, extensive orchards there standing without order. Nay, they spring up wild and bear well there in the midst of pines, birches, maples, and oaks. I am often surprised to see rising amid these trees the rounded tops of apple trees, glowing with red or yellow fruit, in harmony with the autumnal tints of the forest. Going up the side of a cliff about the 1st of November, I saw a vigorous young apple tree, which, planted by birds or cows, had shot up amid the rocks and open woods there, and had now much fruit on it, uninjured by the frosts, when all cultivated apples were gathered. Was a rank wild growth, with many green leaves on it still, and made an impression of thorniness. The fruit was hard and green, but looked as if it would be palatable in the winter. Some was hanging on the twigs, but more half buried in the wet leaves under the tree, or rolled far down the hill amid the rocks. The owner knows nothing of it. The day was not observed when it first blossomed, nor when it first bore fruit, unless by the chickadee. There was no dancing on the green beneath it in its honor, and now there is no hand to pluck its fruit, which is only gnawed by squirrels, as I perceive. It has done double duty, not only borne this crop, but each twig has grown a foot into the air. And this is such fruit, bigger than many berries, we must admit, and carried home will be sound and palatable next spring. What care I for Iduna's apples, so long as I can get these? When I go by this shrub, thus late and hardy, and see its dangling fruit, I respect the tree, and I am grateful for nature's bounty, even though I cannot eat it. Here on this rugged and woody hillside has grown an apple tree, not planted by man, no relic of a former orchard, but a natural growth, like the pines and oaks. Most fruits which we prize and use depend entirely on our care. Corn and grain, potatoes, peaches, melons, etc., depend altogether on our planting. But the apple emulates man's independence and enterprise. It is not simply carried, as I have said, but like him, to some extent it has migrated to this new world, and is even here and there making its way amid the aboriginal trees, just as the ox and dog and horse sometimes run wild and maintain themselves. Even the sourest and crabbedest apple, growing in the most unfavorable position, suggests such thoughts as these. It is so noble a fruit. The crab. Nevertheless, our wild apple is wild only like myself, perchance, who belong not to the aboriginal race here, but have strayed into the woods from the cultivated stock. Wilder still, as I have said, there grows elsewhere in this country a native and aboriginal crab apple, whose nature has not yet been modified by cultivation. It is found from western New York to Minnesota and southward. Michaud says that its ordinary height is 15 or 18 feet, but it is sometimes found 25 or 30 feet high, and that the large ones exactly resemble the common apple tree. The flowers are white mingled with rose color, and are collected in coriums. They are remarkable for their delicious odor. The fruit, according to him, is about 1.5 inches in diameter, and is intensely acid. Yet they make fine sweetmeats, and also cider of them. He concludes that if, on being cultivated, it does not yield new and palatable varieties, it will at least be celebrated for the beauty of its flowers, and for the sweetness of its perfume. I never saw the crab apple till May 1861. I had heard of it through Michaud, but more modern botanists, so far as I know, have not treated it as of any particular importance. Thus it was a half-fabulous tree to me. I contemplated a pilgrimage to the Glades, a portion of Pennsylvania, where it was said to grow to perfection. I thought of sending to a nursery for it, but doubted if they had it, or would distinguish it from European varieties. At last I had occasion to go to Minnesota, and on entering Michigan I began to notice from the cars a tree with handsome rose-colored flowers. At first I thought it some variety of thorn, but it was not long before the truth flashed on me, that this was my long-sought crab-apple. It was the prevailing flowering shrub or tree to be seen from the cars at that season of the year, about the middle of May. But the cars never stopped before one, and so I was launched on the bosom of the Mississippi without having touched one, experiencing the fate of Tantalus. On arriving at St. Anthony's Falls, I was sorry to be told that I was too far north for the crab-apple. Nevertheless, I succeeded in finding it about 8 miles west of the falls, touched it and smelled it, and secured a lingering corum of flowers for my herbarium. This must have been near its northern limit. How the wild apple grows. But though these are indigenous, like the Indians, I doubt whether they are any hardier than those backwoodsmen among the apple trees, which, though descended from cultivated stocks, plant themselves in distant fields and forests where the soil is favorable to them. I know of no trees which have more difficulties to contend with, and which more sturdily resist their foes. These are the ones whose story we have to tell. It oftentimes reads thus. Near the beginning of May, we noticed little thickets of apple trees just springing up in the pastures where cattle have been, as the rocky ones of our Easterbrook's country, or the top of Knobscot Hill in Sudbury. One or two of these perhaps survived the drought and other accidents, their very birthplace defending them against the encroaching grass and some other dangers at first. In 2 years' time, Tad thus reached the level of the rocks, mired the stretching world, nor feared the wandering flocks. But at this tender age its suffering began. There came a browsing ox and cut it down a span. This time, perhaps, the ox does not notice it amid the grass, but the next year, when it has grown more stout, he recognizes it for a fellow emigrant from the old country, the flavor of whose leaves and twigs he well knows. And though at first he pauses to welcome it and express his surprise, and gets for answer, "The same cause that brought you here brought me," he nevertheless browses it again, reflecting, it may be, that he has some title to it. Thus cut down annually, it does not despair, but putting forth 2 short twigs for every one cut off, it spreads out low along the ground in the hollows or between the rocks, growing more stout and scrubby until it forms not a tree as yet, but a little pyramidal, stiff, twiggy mass, almost as solid and impenetrable as a rock. Some of the densest and most impenetrable clumps of bushes that I have ever seen, as well on account of the closeness and stubbornness of their branches as of their thorns, have been these wild apple scrubs. They are more like the scrubby fir and black spruce on which you stand, and sometimes walk, on the tops of mountains, where cold is the demon they contend with, than anything else. No wonder they are prompted to grow thorns at last, to defend themselves against such foes. In their thorniness, however, there is no malice, only some malic acid. The rocky pastures of the tract I have referred to, for they maintain their ground best in a rocky field, are thickly sprinkled with these little tufts, reminding you often of some rigid gray mosses or lichens, and you see thousands of little trees just springing up between them, with the seeds still attached to them. Being regularly clipped all around each year by the cows, as a hedge with shears, they are often of a perfect conical or pyramidal form, from 1 to 4 feet high, and more or less sharp, as if trimmed by the gardener's art. In the pastures on Knobscot Hill, in its spurs, they make fine dark shadows when the sun is low. They are also an excellent covert from hawks for many small birds that roost and build in them. Whole flocks perch in them at night, and I have seen 3 robins' nests in one which was 6 feet in diameter. No doubt many of these are already old trees, if you reckon from the day they were planted, but infants still when you consider their development and the long life before them. I counted the annual rings of some which were just 1 foot high, and as wide as high, and found that they were about 12 years old, but quite sound and thrifty. They were so low that they were unnoticed by the walker, while many of their contemporaries from the nurseries were already bearing considerable crops. But what you gain in time is perhaps in this case too lost in power, that is, in the vigor of the tree. This is their pyramidal state. The cows continue to browse them thus for 20 years or more, keeping them down and compelling them to spread, till at last they are so broad that they become their own fence, when some interior shoot, which their foes cannot reach, darts upward with joy, for it has not forgotten its high calling, and bears its own peculiar fruit in triumph. Such are the tactics by which it finally defeats its bovine foes. Now, if you watch the progress of a particular shrub, you will see that it is no longer a simple pyramid or cone, but out of its apex there rises a sprig or two, growing more lustily perchance than an orchard tree, since the plant now devotes the whole of its repressed energy to these upright parts. In a short time these become a small tree, an inverted pyramid resting on the apex of the other, so that the whole has now the form of a vast hourglass. The spreading bottom, having served its purpose, finally disappears, and the generous tree permits the now harmless cows to come in and stand in its shade, and rub against it, and redden its trunk, which has grown in spite of them, and even to taste a part of its fruit, and so disperse the seed. Thus the cows create their own shade and food, and the tree, its hourglass being inverted, lives a second life, as it were. It is an important question with some nowadays whether you should trim young apple trees as high as your nose or as high as your eyes. The ox trims them up as high as he can reach, and that is about the right height, I think. In spite of wandering kine and the other adverse circumstance, that despised shrub, valued only by small birds as a covert and shelter from hawks, has its blossom week at last, and in course of time its harvest, sincere though small. By the end of some October, when its leaves have fallen, I frequently see such a central twig, whose progress I have watched, when I thought it had forgotten its destiny, as I had, bearing its first crop of small green or yellow or rosy fruit, which the cows cannot get at over the bushy and thorny hedge which surrounds it, and I make haste to taste the new and undescribed variety. We have all heard of the numerous varieties of fruit invented by von Mans and Knight. This is the system of Van Kaal, and she has invented far more and more memorable varieties than both of them. Through what hardships it may attain to bear a sweet fruit. Though somewhat small, it may prove equal, if not superior, in flavor to that which is grown in a garden, will perchance be all the sweeter and more palatable for the very difficulties it has had to contend with. Who knows but this chance wild fruit, planted by a cow or a bird on some remote and rocky hillside, where it is as yet unobserved by man, may be the choicest of all its kind, and foreign potentates shall hear of it, and royal society seek to propagate it, though the virtues of the perhaps truly crabbed owner of the soil may never be heard of, at least beyond the limits of his village. It was thus the Porter and the Baldwin grew. Every wild apple shrub excites our expectation thus, somewhat as every wild child. It is perhaps a prince in disguise. What a lesson to man! So are human beings, referred to the highest standard, the celestial fruit which they suggest and aspire to bear, browsed on by fate, and only the most persistent and strongest genius defends itself and prevails, sends a tender scion upward at last, and drops its perfect fruit on the ungrateful earth. Poets and philosophers and statesmen thus spring up in the country pastures, and outlast the hosts of unoriginal men. Such is always the pursuit of knowledge. The celestial fruits, the golden apples of the Hesperides, are ever guarded by a 100-headed dragon which never sleeps, so that it is an Herculean labor to pluck them. This is one and the most remarkable way in which the wild apple is propagated, but commonly it springs up at wide intervals in woods and swamps, and by the sides of roads, as the soil may suit it, and grows with comparative rapidity. Those which grow in dense forests are very tall and slender. I frequently pluck from these trees a perfectly mild and tamed fruit. As Palladius says, and the ground is strewn with the fruit of an unbidden apple tree. It is an old notion that if these wild trees do not bear a valuable fruit of their own, they are the best stocks by which to transmit to posterity the most highly prized qualities of others. However, I am not in search of stocks, but the wild fruit itself, whose fierce gust has suffered no incineration. It is not my highest plot to plant the bergamot. The fruit and its flavor. The time for wild apples is the last of October and the 1st of November. They then get to be palatable, for they ripen late, and they are still perhaps as beautiful as ever. I make a great account of these fruits, which the farmers do not think it worth the while to gather. Wild flavors of the muse, vivacious and inspiriting. The farmer thinks that he has better in his barrels, but he is mistaken, unless he has a walker's appetite and imagination, neither of which can he have. Such as grow quite wild, and are left out till the 1st of November, I presume that the owner does not mean to gather. They belong to children as wild as themselves, to certain active boys that I know, to the wild-eyed woman of the fields, to whom nothing comes amiss, who gleans after all the world, and moreover to us walkers. We have met with them, and they are ours. These rights, long enough insisted upon, have come to be an institution in some old countries, where they have learned how to live. I hear that the custom of grippling, which may be called apple gleaning, is, or was formerly, practised in Herefordshire. It consists in leaving a few apples, which are called gribbles, on every tree after the general gathering, for the boys who go with climbing poles and bags to collect them. As for those I speak of, I pluck them as wild fruit, native to this quarter of the earth, fruit of old trees that have been dying ever since I was a boy, and are not yet dead, frequented only by the woodpecker and the squirrel, deserted now by the owner, who has not faith enough to look under their boughs. From the appearance of the tree-top, at a little distance you would expect nothing but lichens to drop from it, but your faith is rewarded by finding the ground strewn with spirited fruit, some of it perhaps collected at squirrel holes, with the marks of their teeth by which they carried them, some containing a cricket or two silently feeding within, and some, especially in damp days, a shellless snail. The very sticks and stones lodged in the tree-top might have convinced you of the savouriness of the fruit which has been so eagerly sought after in past years. I have seen no account of these among the fruits and fruit trees of America, though they are more memorable to my taste than the grafted kinds. More racy and wild American flavors do they possess, when October and November, when December and January, perhaps February, March even, have assuaged them somewhat. An old farmer in my neighborhood, who always selects the right word, says that they have a kind of bow-arrow tang. Apples for grafting appear to have been selected commonly, not so much for their spirited flavor as for their mildness, their size and bearing qualities, not so much for their beauty as for their fairness and soundness. Indeed, I have no faith in the selected lists of pomological gentlemen. Their favorites and nonsuchus and seek no furthers, when I have fruited them, commonly turn out very tame and forgettable. They are eaten with comparatively little zest, and have no real tang nor smack to them. What if some of these wildings are acrid and puckery, genuine verjuice? Do they not still belong to the Pomacea, which are uniformly innocent and kind to our race, I still begrudge them to the cider mill. Perhaps they are not fairly ripe yet. No wonder that these small and high-colored apples are thought to make the best cider. Loudon quotes from the Herefordshire Report that apples of a small size are always, if equal in quality, to be preferred to those of a larger size, in order that the rind and kernel may bear the greatest proportion to the pulp, which affords the weakest and most watery juice. And he says that, to prove this, Dr. Simmons of Hereford, about the year 1800, made one hogshead of cider entirely from the rinds and cores of apples, and another from the pulp only, when the first was found of extraordinary strength and flavour, while the latter was sweet and insipid. Evelyn says that the red strake was the favourite cider apple in his day, and he quotes one Dr. Newberg as saying, "In Jersey 'tis a general observation, as I hear, that the more of red any apple has in its rind, the more proper it is for this use. Pale-faced apples they exclude as much as may be from their cider vat." This opinion still prevails. All apples are good in November. Those which the farmer leaves out as unsaleable and unpalatable to those who frequent the markets are choicest fruit to the walker. But it is remarkable that the wild apple, which I praise as so spirited and racy when eaten in the fields or woods, being brought into the house, has frequently a harsh and crabbed taste. The saunterer's apple, not even the saunterer, can eat in the house. The palate rejects it there, as it does haws and acorns, and demands a tamed one, for there you miss the November air, which is the sauce it is to be eaten with. Accordingly, when Tityrus, seeing the lengthening shadows, invites Meliboeus to go home and pass the night with him, he promises him mild apples and soft chestnuts. I frequently pluck wild apples of so rich and spicy a flavour that I wonder all orchardists do not get a scion from that tree, and I fail not to bring home my pockets full. But perchance, when I take one out of my desk and taste it in my chamber, I find it unexpectedly crude, sour enough to set a squirrel's teeth on edge and make a jay scream. These apples have hung in the wind and frost and rain till they have absorbed the qualities of the weather or season, and thus are highly seasoned, and they pierce and sting and permeate us with their spirit. They must be eaten in season, accordingly, that is, out of doors. To appreciate the wild and sharp flavors of these October fruits, it is necessary that you be breathing the sharp October or November air. The outdoor air and exercise which the walker gets give a different tone to his palate, and he craves a fruit which the sedentary would call harsh and crabbed. They must be eaten in the fields, when your system is all aglow with exercise, when the frosty weather nips your fingers, the wind rattles the bare boughs or rustles the few remaining leaves, and the jay is heard screaming around. What is sour in the house, a bracing walk makes sweet. Some of these apples might be labeled to be eaten in the wind. Of course, no flavors are thrown away. They are intended for the taste that is up to them. Some apples have two distinct flavors, and perhaps one half of them must be eaten in the house, the other outdoors. One Peter Whitney wrote from Northborough in 1782 for the Proceedings of the Boston Academy, describing an apple tree in that town, producing fruit of opposite qualities, part of the same apple being frequently sour and the other sweet, also some all sour and others all sweet, and this diversity on all parts of the tree. There is a wild apple on Naugatuck Hill in my town, which has to me a peculiarly pleasant bitter tang, not perceived till it is 3/4 tasted. It remains on the tongue. As you eat it, it smells exactly like a squash bug. It is a sort of triumph to eat and relish it. I hear that the fruit of a kind of plum tree in Provence is called prune ciboreals, because it is impossible to whistle after having eaten them, from their sourness. but perhaps they are only eaten in the house and in summer, and if tried out of doors in a stinging atmosphere, who knows but you could whistle an octave higher and clearer? In the fields only are the sours and bitters of nature appreciated, just as the woodchopper eats his meal in a sunny glade, in the middle of a winter day, with content, basks in a sunny ray there, and dreams of summer in a degree of cold which, experienced in a chamber, would make a student miserable. They who are at work abroad are not cold, but rather it is they who sit shivering in houses. As with temperatures, so with flavors; as with cold and heat, so with sour and sweet. This natural raciness, the sours and bitters which the diseased palate refuses, are the true condiments. Let your condiments be in the condition of your senses. To appreciate the flavor of these wild apples requires vigorous and healthy senses, papillae firm and erect on the tongue and palate, not easily flattened and tamed. From my experience with wild apples, I can understand that there may be reason for a savage's preferring many kinds of food which the civilized man rejects. The former has the palate of an outdoor man. It takes a savage or wild taste to appreciate a wild fruit. What a healthy out-of-door appetite it takes to relish the apple of life, the apple of the world, then. Nor is it every apple I desire, nor that which pleaseth every palate best. 'Tis not the lasting Duchen I require, nor yet the red-cheeked greening I request, nor that which first bestrewed the name of wife, nor that whose beauty caused the golden strife. No, no, bring me an apple from the tree of life. So there is one thought for the field, another for the house. I would have my thoughts, like wild apples, to be food for walkers, and will not warrant them to be palatable if tasted in the house. Their beauty. Almost all wild apples are handsome. They cannot be too gnarly and crabbed and rusty to look at. The gnarliest will have some redeeming traits even to the eye. You will discover some evening redness dashed or sprinkled on some protuberance or in some cavity. It is rare that the summer lets an apple go without streaking or spotting it on some part of its sphere. It will have some red stains, commemorating the mornings and evenings it has witnessed, some dark and rusty blotches, in memory of the clouds and foggy and mildewy days that have passed over it, and a spacious field of green, reflecting the general face of nature, green even as the fields, or yellow ground, which implies a milder flavor, yellow as the harvest, or russet as the hills. Apple, these I mean unspeakably fair, apples not of discord, but concord, yet not so rare but that the homeliest may have a share. Painted by the frosts, some a uniform clear bright yellow, or red, or crimson, as if their spheres had regularly revolved and enjoyed the influence of the sun on all sides alike. Some with the faintest pink blush imaginable, some brindled with deep red streaks like a cow, or with hundreds of fine blood-red rays running regularly from the stem dimple to the blossom end, like meridional lines on a straw-colored ground, some touched with a greenish rust, like a fine lichen, here and there, with crimson blotches or eyes more or less confluent and fiery when wet, and others gnarly and freckled or peppered all over on the stem side with fine crimson spots on a white ground, as if accidentally sprinkled from the brush of him who paints the autumn leaves. Others again are sometimes red inside, perfused with a beautiful blush, fairy food, too beautiful to eat. Apple of the Hesperides, apple of the evening sky. But like shells and pebbles on the seashore, they must be seen as they sparkle amid the withering trees in some dell in the woods, in the autumnal air, or as they lie on the wet grass, and not when they have wilted and faded in the house. The naming of them. would be a pleasant pastime to find suitable names for the 100 varieties which go to a single heap at the cider mill. Would it not tax a man's invention? No one to be named after a man, and all in the lingua vernacula? Who shall stand godfather at the christening of the wild apples? Would exhaust the Latin and Greek languages, if they were used, and make the lingua vernacula flag. We should have to call in the sunrise and the sunset, the rainbow and the autumn woods, and the wild flowers, and the woodpecker, and the purple finch, and the squirrel, and the jay, and the butterfly, the November traveler, and the truant boy, to our aid. In 1836, there were in the garden of the London Horticultural Society more than 1,400 distinct sorts. But here are species which they have not in their catalogue, not to mention the varieties which our crab might yield to cultivation. Let us enumerate a few of these. I find myself compelled, after all, to give the Latin names of some for the benefit of those who live where English is not spoken, for they are likely to have a world-wide reputation. There is, first of all, the wood apple, Malus sylvatica, the blue jay apple, the apple which grows in dells in the woods, Sylvestrius vallis, also in hollows and pastures, Campus travalis, the apple that grows in an old cellar hole, Malus cellaris, the meadow apple, the partridge apple, the truant's apple, Caesatorus, which no boy will ever go by without knocking off some, however late it may be, the saunterer's apple. You must lose yourself before you can find the way to that. The beauty of the air, Dex arius, December eating, the frozen thawed, Gelato soluta, good only in that state. The Concord apple, possibly the same as Muscata cadensis, the Assabet apple, the brindled apple, wine of New England, the chicory apple, the green apple, Malus viridis. This has many synonyms. In an imperfect state, it is the cholera morbifera aut decentifera, perulis delectissima, the apple which Atalantis stopped to pick up, the hedge apple, Malus sepium, the slug apple, Limacea, the railroad apple, which perhaps came from a core thrown out of the cars, the apple whose fruit we tasted in our youth, our particular apple, not to be found in any catalogue, Pedestrium solatium, also the apple where hangs the forgotten scythe, Iduna's apples, and the apples which Loki found in the wood, and a great many more I have on my list, too numerous to mention, all of them good. As Bodeus exclaims, referring to the cultivated kinds, and adapting Virgil to his case, so I, adapting Bodeus. Not if I had 100 tongues, 100 mouths, an iron voice, could I describe all the forms, and reckon up all the names of these wild apples. The last gleaning. By the middle of November the wild apples have lost some of their brilliancy, and have chiefly fallen. A great part are decayed on the ground, and the sound ones are more palatable than before. The note of the chickadee sounds now more distinct as you wander amid the old trees, and the autumnal dandelion is half closed and tearful. But still, if you are a skilful gleaner, you may get many a pocketful even of grafted fruit, long after apples are supposed to be gone out of doors. I know a blue pearmain tree growing within the edge of a swamp, almost as good as wild. You would not suppose that there was any fruit left there on the first survey, but you must look according to system. Those which lie exposed are quite brown and rotten now, or perchance a few still show one blooming cheek here and there amid the wet leaves. Nevertheless, with experienced eyes, I explore amid the bare alders, and the huckleberry bushes, and the withered sedge, and in the crevices of the rocks, which are full of leaves, and pry under the fallen and decaying ferns, which with apple and alder leaves thickly strew the ground. For I know that they lie concealed, fallen into hollows long since, and covered up by the leaves of the tree itself, a proper kind of packing. From these lurking places, anywhere within the circumference of the tree, I draw forth the fruit, all wet and glossy, maybe nibbled by rabbits and hollowed out by crickets, and perhaps with a leaf or two cemented to it, as Curzon, an old manuscript from a monastery's mouldy cellar, but still with a rich bloom on it, and at least as ripe and well kept, if not better than those in barrels, more crisp and lively than they. If these resources fail to yield anything, I have learned to look between the bases of the suckers which spring thickly from some horizontal limb. For now and then one lodges there, or in the very midst of the alder clump, where they are covered by leaves, safe from cows which may have smelled them out. If I am sharp set, for I do not refuse the blue pearmain, I fill my pockets on each side, and as I retrace my steps in the frosty eve, being perhaps 4 or 5 miles from home, I eat one first from this side, and from that side, to keep my balance. I learned from Topsell's Gesner, whose authority appears to be Albertus, that the following is the way in which the hedgehog collects and carries home his apples. He says, his meat is apples, worms, or grapes. When he findeth apples or grapes on the earth, he rolleth himself upon them, until he have filled all his prickles, and then carrieth them home to his den, never bearing above one in his mouth. And if it fortune that one of them fall off by the way, he likewise shaketh off all the residue, and walloweth upon them afresh, until they be all settled upon his back again. So forth he goeth, making a noise like a cartwheel. And if he have any young ones in his nest, they pull off his load wherewithal he is loaded, eating thereof what they please, and laying up the residue for the time to come. The frozen thawed apple. Toward the end of November, though some of the sound ones are yet more mellow and perhaps more edible, they have generally, like the leaves, lost their beauty, and are beginning to freeze. It is finger cold, and prudent farmers get in their barreled apples, and bring you the apples and cider which they have engaged, for it is time to put them into the cellar. Perhaps a few on the ground show their red cheeks above the early snow, and occasionally some even preserve their color and soundness under the snow throughout the winter. But generally, at the beginning of the winter, they freeze hard, and soon, though undecayed, acquire the color of a baked apple. Before the end of December, generally, they experience their first thawing. Those which a month ago were sour, crabbed, and quite unpalatable to the civilized taste, such at least as were frozen while sound, let a warmer sun come to thaw them, for they are extremely sensitive to its rays, are found to be filled with a rich sweet cider, better than any bottled cider that I know of, and with which I am better acquainted than with wine. All apples are good in this state, and your jaws are the cider press. Others, which have more substance, are a sweet and luscious food, in my opinion of more worth than the pineapples which are imported from the West Indies, those which lately even I tasted only to repent of it, for I am semi-civilized, which the farmer willingly left on the tree, I am now glad to find have the property of hanging on like the leaves of the young oaks. It is a way to keep cider sweet without boiling. Let the frost come to freeze them first, solid as stones, and then let the rain or a warm winter day to thaw them, and they will seem to have borrowed a flavor from heaven through the medium of the air in which they hang. Or perchance you find, when you get home, that those which rattled in your pocket have thawed, and the ice is turning to cider. But after the third or fourth freezing and thawing, they will not be found so good. What are the imported half-ripe fruits of the torrid south to this fruit matured by the cold of the frigid north? These are those crabbed apples with which I cheated my companion, and kept a smooth face that I might tempt him to eat. Now we both greedily fill our pockets with them, bending to drink the cup and save our lappets from the overflowing juice, and grow more social with their wine. Was there one that hung so high and sheltered by the tangled branches that our sticks could not dislodge it? It is a fruit never carried to market, that I am aware of, quite distinct from the apple of the markets, as from dried apple and cider, and it is not every winter that produces it in perfection. Hear this, ye old men, and give ear, all ye inhabitants of the land. Hath this been in your days, or even in the days of your father? That which the palmer worm hath left, hath the locust eaten, and that which the locust hath left, hath the cankerworm eaten, and that which the cankerworm hath left, hath the caterpillar eaten. Awake, ye drunkards, and weep, and howl, all ye drinkers of wine, because of the new wine, for it is cut off from your mouth. For a nation is come up upon the land, strong and without number, whose teeth are the teeth of a lion, and he hath the cheek teeth of a great lion. He hath laid my vine waste, and barked my fig tree. He hath made it clean bare, and cast it away. The branches thereof are made white. Be ye ashamed, O ye husbandmen! Howl, O ye vine dressers! The vine is dried up, and the fig tree languisheth, the pomegranate tree, the palm tree also, and the apple tree, even all the trees of the field are withered, because joy is withered away from the sons of men. Notes: Niebuhr, a German historical critic of ancient life. Goddesses are fabled to have contended for it. Dragons were set to watch it, and heroes were employed to pluck it. The Greek myths especially referred to are the choice of Paris and the apples of the Hesperides. Edda, the stories of the early Scandinavians. Loudon, an English authority on the culture of orchards and gardens. Pomona, the Roman goddess of fruit and fruit trees. Jotunheim, in Scandinavian mythology, was the home of the Jotun, or giants. Loki was a descendant of the gods and a companion of the giants. Thiasse was a giant. Michaux, pronounced Michaud, a French botanist and traveler. Van Mons, a Belgian chemist and horticulturist. Knight, an English vegetable physiologist. Evelyn, an English writer of the 17th century. Papillae, a Latin word, accent on the second syllable, meaning here the rough surface of the tongue and palate. Lingua vernacula, common speech. Cholera morbifera aut dysterifera perulis delectissima, the apple that brings the disease of cholera and of dysentery, the fruit that small boys like best. Pedestrium solitium, the tramp's comfort. Curzon, Robert Curzon was a traveler who searched for old manuscripts in the monasteries of the Levant. See his book, Ancient Monasteries of the East. Hear this, ye old men, and give ear, all ye inhabitants of the land. Hath this been in your days, or even in the days of your fathers? Etc. Joel, chapter 1, verses 1 through 12.
The Yawn of the Computer Age, or When Your Terminal is Terminal, by Redacted, from Cryptolog Volume 2, Number 1, published by the National Security Agency. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mike Overby, Midland, Washington. It's no secret that NSA has become almost totally dependent on computer systems to aid our analysts. The fact is, we've had to turn to these systems in order to handle the increasing volume of work that grows more sophisticated while our people power is shrinking. But this dependence on computer systems has not been without its drawbacks and frustrations. I'd like to call your attention to one of these. It's bad enough that the expletive deleted computers are down several times a day, but that's something we have been conditioned to expect. The real crime being perpetrated on systems users in NSA is far more difficult to adapt to. It is the dreadful excuse given in accompaniment of any system failure or blow-up. Power problem on the platform, some anonymous voice monotones to you over the phone. Or worse still, don't know. The representative's looking at it now. I ask you, where's the satisfaction in explanations like this? We users are looking for a salve, and instead we receive the same infuriating excuses time after time. Well, I have a suggestion, worked out while awaiting the reactivation of a lifeless terminal. Let's have a contest. Users will send in their nominations for reasons to explain the system's failures. The best of these will be selected for play on taped telephone messages. Naturally, these will have to be changed several times a day, coinciding with the actual system's failures. We could even institute a method whereby, after the message ended, the caller would have 20 seconds of the tape to vent his frustrations as a systems user. This suggestion could pay for itself, because NSA would then accumulate all these 20-second rages into 18.5-minute segments and sell them to GSA, who would play them on tape decks hidden in statues to keep pigeons at a respectful distance. Or better yet, what NSA walker hasn't wished for a way to prevent birds from roosting, you've got another name for it, along the covered portions of our sidewalks? Cleaning bills alone could offset the expense of this suggested application. Now, just to show you what I have in mind as the type of excuse that users are looking for, here are several examples. 1. In accordance with provisions of the Fair Labor Standards, the computer is at lunch. 2. When we fed all NSA's regs and procedures into core, the computer blew up. 3. Unfortunately, the GSA standby crew just stood by. 4. An enraged bull gored the CPU and all electrons leaked out. 5. The mainframe's been recalled by the manufacturer. There's some problem with the maybe gates. 6. An amorous elephant tried to mate with the CPU. We expect a doubling of processing capability in about 2 years. 7. The orthodontist is here now, trying to correct the computer's overbite. Sure, I realize this suggestion isn't going to keep our systems up any more of the time than they are up now, but at least users can be provided with a slight diversion from this irksome and perplexing problem. Maybe, too, the competition to get an excuse accepted will increase systems utilization, reduce sick leave, and improve morale. That last E was changed from S by the censor. We would require hundreds of excuses per week, so conceivably everyone in the agency could eventually win. Anyway, what could it cost the NSA to offer a token prize for an accepted excuse? I think our people would be satisfied with a hammer, a chisel, and a slab of rock. Then they could create their own data files. End of the yawn of the computer age.